Okay, welcome back. We got part 9 on the Artemis 2 coverage on the YouTube VOD side of things. Currently, the Orion capsule is troubleshooting a toilet problem. And Orion is currently... They're troubleshooting a toilet problem with the waste heater, the toilet waste vent lines. I'll get into more detail about that in a second. Right now, we're at mission elapsed time, 2 hours, 19 minutes, 42 seconds. Or 2 days, 19 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds here. And Orion is 176,000 miles away from the Earth, coasting towards the moon, targeting a Monday close pass on the by the moon on the far side. Let me just get you some additional information. This is just in case somebody clicks on this VOD first, they can figure out where we are in the mission. Here we are in terms of schedule, right there. And then we're on flight day 4, right at the beginning. And if we go back up here into this menu that Revs Up Rays made for me, there is your stats on where Orion is currently. Orion's 176,000 miles away from the moon, or away from Earth, coasting out to the moon, targeting a Monday afternoon flyby on the far side. But anyway, welcome. Welcome. We're on part 9. I'm going to tune us back into the audio. Spacefish, what's going on? Can you explain what the different parts are of the craft? The top blue thing and the white ring? Yeah, sure. So Orion is comprised of 2 principal components, okay? If we can use this model here. This is a good one because I can rotate it around. So the 2 principal parts here are your command module, or CM for short. That's the capsule. This is where the people are, right? And the toilet. Now, that's where, like, your flight deck is. Your flight controls are right behind those windows right there, so you can look out the window and fly it. There's 2 seats right here, and then there's 2 more seats here for a total of 4 crew. In the seats as follows, you have Reed Wiseman is in left seat. He's the commander of the mission. Victor Glover is the pilot on this mission. He's sitting right seat. And then Christina Cook is in the lower right-hand seat from our current orientation, the Mission Specialist 1 spot, and Jeremy Hansen is in the Mission Specialist 2 spot of the Canadian Space Agency. So you got Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Orion can hold 4 people. The command module has enough life support systems on it to hold 4 people for 20 days, free flying in space, which is no joke. That's really good. But yeah, that's a little high-level overview of the command module. This has the life support systems, the toilet, flight controls. If this Orion doesn't have a docking port on the front, but there is a forward hatch, and this ring right here is where the docking port would be. This one doesn't have it, but it will have a docking port on the front eventually. Now, let's get to the back half. The other part of Orion here is the service module, or SM. So you have the CSM, or you have the command module and the service module. When they combine in one unit like this, it's just the CSM, Orion Command Service Module. You could just call it the CSM for short, but yeah, it's 2 big components here. So back here, the service module has your electrical power systems, obviously the 4 big solar panels that are on board, right? And your propulsion systems are in the service module as well. You notice it's got a lot of little thrusters on it, right? The main thruster component here on the service module is an AJ-10-190. That's a rocket engine that was used during the shuttle program for orbital maneuvers. That is the main propulsion system, or main service propulsion system, or SPS for short, for the ESM. On top of that, this is for course adjustments in space. If you want to, burn for a long time and go somewhere fast, you use this one. Now, there's also some fine-tuned maneuvering thrusters here. These are Apollo A4D thrusters. Those ones are for if you need to do fine corrections to your trajectory here. And then these thrusters up here are derived from, on the service module, are derived from the European Automated Transit Vehicle. These thrusters here are for pitch, yaw, and roll. So similar to how, like, an airplane would have an engine to make it go forward, right? Hey, Mank, what's up, man? 109 months. That's your main propulsion. That's the engines, right? These thrusters are your wings and control surfaces here, right? You don't have wings. You don't need those in space. There's no air. No, not needed. These are the control surfaces. So these thrusters control yaw, which is this way, pitch, which is this way, and roll, which is that way. Particularly, these thrusters control yaw and pitch, and forward and back translation, and side to side translation. So the reason why they don't do roll is because these thrusters up here on Orion, on the on the command module, those are used for your roll control for the vehicle. These ones do yaw, pitch, and translation movement. So Orion in space can move forward, it can move backwards, it can go up, it can go down, it can go left, it can translate right, and it can also, it'll roll with the forward thrusters, and then it'll yaw and pitch with these sets of thrusters here. There are 8 blocks of thrusters. So one of these little node thingamajiggers here, that's a thruster block, right? You have 4 sets of those at 12, 3, 6, and 9, and then 4 sets of your left-right thruster blocks at 12, 3, 6, and 9 right in front of them. Now, why are these thrusters angled up? Well, like I said, these are your orientation thrusters. They control which way the capsule is pointing, and they're also used for docking. When you dock 2 spacecraft together, you really need to line things up. You need to be able to translate left, right, forward, back, up, down, and you also need to be able to orient the craft, yaw, pitch, and roll, to be able to dock 2 craft together, right? These thrusters are there, and the reason why they're pointed upright is so you're not blowing your thrusters right into whatever you're trying to dock to. So when you're doing forward and backwards translation, these thrusters are pointed up. They're pointed up and away from whatever you're trying to get near. So you don't quite actually blast rocket exhaust into what you're docking to. Probably don't want to do that. So yeah, that's why they're at weird angles. They're at weird angles to not shoot rocket exhaust at whatever you're trying to dock to. So they're used for orientation, and they're also used for what's called rendezvous proximity operations and docking, or RPOD. Right? Those are your fine-tuned maneuvering thrusters. Now, that all comprises the service module. Now, the service module is made by it's made by ESA. Particularly, it's made by Airbus. It's the European Service Module, or ESM for short. It's made in Bremen, Germany, which is by Airbus with contributions from Italy, France, Germany, and the UK. This is derived from the European Automated Transit Vehicle, or ATV for short. Yeah, that makes up your service module component. Orion is built in the US. It's made by Lockheed. Lockheed made the command module. Now, in between, you have, at the top of the service module, you have this. What is this thing? That's part of Orion's ascent shroud. So when Orion flies, right, it has a shroud piece that's up here. And on top of that shroud piece, you have a solid rocket motor for when it ascends up into space. That is the part of what's called the LAS, or launch abort system, right? This is where it kind of mounts. And then if you see these 6 hooks right here, those 6 attachment points, that's where it also connects to. It's an aerodynamic fairing to make sure that on the way up, the aerodynamics don't damage the capsule. And if something went wrong, the LAS would separate right here, and it would separate with the capsule. It's basically part of the ejector seat mechanism. They jettisoned it on the way up because they didn't need it anymore. The LAS attaches here and attaches on those 6 points up at the front. Now, what is inside this big thing? So this kind of huge cylindric piece right here is what's housing your heat shield. It's where the service module attaches to the command module, but it's a little bit weird because you have to kind of go around the heat shield. You don't want holes in the heat shield, so it kind of goes up and around and kind of holds Orion that way. There are through bolts in the heat shield. There's 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. But yeah, that's what's holding the heat shield. The heat shield is on the very back of the command module. Why do you have a heat shield there? That heat shield is for the entry, descent, and landing phase of the mission, or EDL for short. That's for coming back home. When Orion comes back from the moon, it's going to be hitting the atmosphere going 25,000 miles an hour. That's really fast. That makes a bullet look slow. Okay? And what you have to do is they dip into Earth's atmosphere, and when you dip into Earth's atmosphere, air gets compressed up against the capsule, and it creates aerodynamic drag. But I like to explain it this way. This isn't exactly what's going on, but what happens is Orion is hitting the air so fast it rips it apart. It rips the air molecules apart. That ripping apart of molecules creates ionization, and that creates plasma, and that plasma builds up and it burns things. So the heat shield is designed to burn off, right, during reentry, so the crew doesn't burn off during reentry. That's the right way to say that. So this inside of this housing is the heat shield. When Orion goes to do its EDL on flight day 10, the service module and the command module will separate, right? And then they'll have the command module go through reentry. Where's the coupler exactly? There's 4 primary latching pins right there. You can't see them. They're inside of the shroud. I could show you a picture of it in a second. Do we know how much delta V they have in total to work with? 1,500 meters a second from the combined unit. But yeah, those are your principal components here. You have your command module with your heat shield attached to it, and then the European service module behind it. Now remember, I said that some of your thrusters are on the capsule. The reason why some of the thrusters are on the capsule and some of the thrusters are on the service module is because when they separate during entry, descent, and landing, you still need thrusters to steer the capsule through reentry. That's why your roll control thrusters are on the capsule, and that's why your yaw and pitch thrusters are on the back. Because you still need some. You got to be able to steer that thing during reentry. That's why some of them are up here and some of them are back there. That whole thing makes up the Orion capsule. It's, like I said, it's a pretty good piece of equipment from what I've seen thus far. Really, really nice. Now, how this compares to like prior capsules or other types of capsules is Orion, if we were going to put it in like a car form or vehicle form, this thing's an RV. It doesn't have all the space in it, but you can go camping in it, or in this case, go to the moon. It's designed for a long duration mission, right? And comparatively to like the space shuttle, the space shuttle's more like a semi-truck with a sleeper cab on it. It's not really an RV. It's not really designed to stay up there for long periods of time. A semi-truck with a sleeper cab is designed to move stuff back and forth, and that's about it. That's what the shuttle was designed to do. Orion's an RV in this regard. Dragon and Starliner are basically your daily drivers here, so to speak. Like SpaceX's Dragon capsule and Starliner's like your daily driver having flat tires all the time, but that's another story. Dragon is your daily driver. It's only designed to just go to the grocery store and back, or just go to the ISS and back, and that's about it. Now, I know what people are going to say. Could SpaceX make the capsule do what Orion does? Yeah, sure, but it doesn't right now. There's no doubt in my mind that SpaceX couldn't make Dragon do this, but once again, would you rather go camping in an RV or go camping in a minivan? Right? So Orion's a pretty good capsule. It's designed for deep space exploration. It's designed to go beyond low Earth orbit, or BLEO for short. Did you know those things from my last? I don't know. I didn't see your last because I was explaining this. Italy built the core and secondary structure of the SM, thermal protection, shielding for micrometeorites, solar panels, power and control distribution units, and largely a lot of the ECS components. Cool. I got it. It's a VW minibus, not a truck, not an RV, somewhere in between. Yeah, I guess a Volkswagen Westfalia would be the right way to describe this thing. How many days worth of CCUs do they have? Enough for the entire mission. Yeah. Yeah. They have enough bags. Bags are light. They're light and they're not complicated, so there's plenty of them on board for the entire mission. I actually had that somebody DM'd me that I know that works on this project. See last for the hold downs. Yeah, the primary, thank you. That's actually not the right heat shield, but I think that might be for Mars. I don't think that's Orion's. Hold on, I'll go find one. If that is, then yeah, I'd have to see it. But yeah, there's your high-level overview of Orion. I could get into more detail of what of the different components on the capsule if you want. Like there's some of them are more straightforward than others, like the windows. There's 6 windows total on the vehicle. There's the 4 right there. There's a window on the forward hatch right here, and then there's a window on the side hatch, which is not modeled here. There's a small window right there. We should be able to see it if they, yeah, see, windows right there. CCU, rarest. Contingency collection, no, contingency collapsible urinal. It's a nice way of saying a Ziploc bag that you go to the bathroom in. Hold on, let me get the audio back up. Right, Fung? I've been sitting here talking about toilets for like the past 5 days, but hey, it's fine, whatever. You're learning. You learn about space toilets. Hey, that's something everybody does. Like, we could sit here and pretend like that's not a thing, right? Or I can just address the issue straight up, right? I believe in being very straightforward.
That call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons to the crew aboard Orion, as you see here on your screen.
So far. Any update on the burning smell from the toilet?
They are performing a flush. We have been monitoring the primary vent nozzle. They reoriented the spacecraft to point it toward the sun. To point the primary vent nozzle toward the sun, I should clarify, and help potentially thaw some ice that they suspect may have built up and be interfering with the Universal Waste Management System. Crew reports everything is good on the spacecraft. We are now 2 days, 20 hours into the flight of Artemis 2. On console here in Mission Control Houston is the Orbit 1 team. Flight Director Jeff Radigan gathering topics from the crew ahead of the crew's daily planning conference coming up here in just about 10 minutes.
Hey, 12, what's going on? You just don't want to get the crazy.
That daily planning conference actually targeted for about 20 minutes from now. Meanwhile, the Orion spacecraft is now over 173,000 miles away from Earth, growing closer to the moon, 106,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. The spacecraft reached the halfway point between Earth and the moon last night.
No, poop. The shuttle could not go where Orion can go. It's not designed to go that far. Once you get beyond low Earth orbit, dude, wings, rudders, control surfaces, stuff that you need to fly in the atmosphere, that gets to be a diminishing return. They're useless up in space. They're not doing anything. So for the shuttle to fly anywhere, like for a shuttle to fly anywhere beyond like just out of the atmosphere, like beyond low Earth orbit, that doesn't make any sense. Now, what the shuttle was designed to do is build vehicles in space that can do what this thing is doing, but we never did that because, well, I know that it's a little more complicated than this, but let me just, a nice way to condense it down is that we've collectively as a country in terms of spaceflight exploration have had our head up our culo for the last 50 years. It's because you have your head up your culo. Does that make sense? Like that, I think that condenses it down. I know it's a little more complicated than that. I understand, but also the shuttle could build this. The shuttle could have built an Orion on orbit or sent one up into space, but we never want to do that. It's because for the last 50 years you had your head up your cooler. Any lander design thus far, I'm totally ignorant if there is one. SpaceX and Blue Origin are building landers right now, Adam. SpaceX is using the Starship HLS variant or Human Landing System variant. And Blue Origin is working on their Blue Moon Mark II lander, which is a scratch-built design. Can you show it? Yeah, sums it up. But yeah, like that's a good way to say it, dudes. Like, I know it's more complicated than that. I get it. But also, guys, the reason, I get a lot of people asking me, like, why are we doing this now? Why haven't we gone back to the moon before? Why didn't we go to the moon for 50 years? And I think, to be honest, the people that are skeptical about, like, why we haven't been back to the moon, I don't think that's totally unfounded. But if you start looking into, like, how NASA has been operating basically since the Apollo program gets canceled, it's really pretty straightforward that it's no great conspiracy. We just haven't taken spaceflight seriously on the national level since Kennedy. That's the truth. Like, listen to those damn hippies. Like, that's the honest truth. Government incompetency. And that reads, right? Like, that makes, okay. Makes perfect sense. Right? If you think about it like that, I hate admitting that, but also, here we are. I don't know, Clayton. I have no idea. I'm not them, so I couldn't say. You wanted to see the landers, Adam. All right, so... Give me a moment. So this is concept art. It probably won't end up looking exactly like this, but that's a picture of SpaceX's Starship HLS. Yeah, it's pretty big. A person is probably about the size of the mouse cursor here. Like a person could walk underneath here in this design. The Starship HLS lander is gigantic. It's freaking huge. Now, simultaneously, because it's so damn huge, SpaceX is taking a little while with this thing, because this thing, it turns out making a lander that's 15 stories tall is a little bit complicated. Blue Moon's lander is definitely a little bit, I'd say, more conservatively engineered. Now, keep in mind, this is all concept art. The final landers probably aren't going to look exactly like this, but that's Blue Moon Mark II. Blue Moon Mark II is a little bit smaller than HLS. Yeah, I actually don't mind this design. I think it's actually pretty good. It has where the humans are at the bottom here, and the fuel tanks are up at the top. That makes it so it's easier to get down. Apollo had the fuel tanks below the crew, and they had to step down that crazy ladder, and yeah, Pete Conrad almost fell on Apollo 12. Just saying. Yeah, both of these designs are pretty good, but they're not ready yet. They're working on it. They'll be done, well, if Jared Isaacman has his way, they'll be done in 2028, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Orion's supposed to dock to both of those things and then come down and land. Do you have any expectations for Flight 12? I think it's going to work. I think Starship Block 3 is good. Yeah, I think it'll work just fine. It's honestly just priorities. I know it is, King, because that's what I said. Yeah. Please do not bring that up in here, man. I don't want to talk about that. We're going to the moon, okay? I don't know how any thicker I have to lay it on there, but what about Gateway? Gateway is canceled as of 2 weeks ago. Lesral, NASA and the president, NASA administrator, and Congress basically decided we want to shoot for a moon base instead of shooting for a lunar space station. Do we know the mission profiles of the lander? Con-ops for the landers have not been released yet. You really think these dudes went to the moon? No, Deadly. The people on board this have never been to the moon. What are you talking about? What are you crazy? This is yeah. None of the astronauts on board have ever been out of low Earth orbit. Do you think they will go for a catch on 12? No, Adrian, no. Probably 13 or 14. If I had to guess, probably 14.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years.
What's up, H2? How you doing?
The team here on the ground continues to evaluate the crew's timeline for today. One of the other timelined events
Yeah, I know, Shwetty.
today is the Lunar Targeting Package review with the crew.
Hey, Deadly, can you tell me what change in velocity
The science
is?
team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, will be speaking with the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft and preparing them for Lunar Flyby Day. Again, the crew will fly around the moon on flight day 6, and due to the illumination, we expect them to be able to see things that have never been seen before by human eyes. The science team has been preparing this lunar targeting package for this specific flyby, as each launch date would have resulted in different viewing opportunities due to lunar illumination. So the crew's been training for years based on photography of the lunar surface, as well as in different lighting conditions.
Couldn't hear me over the sound. Yeah, so Deadly, if you can tell me what the delta V formula means, I'll actually believe what you have to say. Yeah, if you could specifically define each variable in the delta V formula, then sure. If you can't define that, I don't think you're really qualified to say who went to the moon. You don't understand what the spacecraft miles per gallon is, the equivalent. Like, how can you say one way or the other? Or have you been watching too much Joe Rogan? How do they get through the Van Allen belts? They go around them because it's a belt, not a sphere. They go around them. It's a belt, dude. Earth's magnetic field looks like this. It looks like two C's around the planet. You just go around it. How do they get through the belts? They don't. Why would you want to fly through a freaking magnetic field full of radiation? Why would you want to fly through that? That's like saying, oh, I'm flying an airplane. There's a cloud in front of me. Oh, the only way is to fly through it. Oh, we can't fly over there because humans can't fly through clouds. No, you can just go around. You can just go around it. Like, it ain't rocket science, man. I mean, it is, but think about it, man. There's a lot of people out there that have no idea what they're talking about, dude. Man, I've spent decades reading about spaceflight to be a better educator here, and I still don't know everything. I'm not even close. But to hear the amount of people that just straight up don't know what they're talking about is really, really annoying. Like, failing to understand that we could just go around the Van Allen belts is failing to understand that space flight works in 3 dimensions because you're in space. It shows saying stuff like that shows very high willful ignorance to the fact that you don't understand how how ships fly in space. Think about it, dude. Why would we fly through the Van Allen belts? Just fly around them. Yeah, there you go, S. I mean, guys, I don't blame people for being skeptical. We haven't been back to the moon in a half century. Like, I don't blame people for being skeptical at all. Like, I'll try to explain it as best as I can for people that genuinely want to learn, you know? Oh, that's cool, Hellfish. Neat. Yeah, I know he is, Jar. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna use it as a way to explain stuff to people. You know what I mean? Always go for the opportunity to learn. Yeah, 3D. I mean, that's generally the case, dude. Like I said, that's why I always say, like,
Discovery.
If you can't tell me what the delta V formula is, if you can't tell me how a logarithmic function works, then why are you telling me anything about spaceships? You know? Hey, Tron, what's up, dude? Let's go to the moon, baby. That's right. How much delta V did the module need from the moon to Earth on Apollo 11? A little bit more than Orion, Jen, because it was carrying the LEM with it. The Apollo CSM had a little bit more delta V than Orion does. Don't lie. Nobody knows how that works. Well, guys, I've said what I needed to say. I know how spacecrafts fly, and I tried to use it to teach you guys something about how spacecraft actually fly too. I'm done. I don't need to say anything else. I never realized that the radiation belts captured ionizing particles. Yeah, Les, that's the reason why we're not all dead. The magnetic field captures the solar radiation from the sun. It captures most of it. Some of it still gets down here like UV, right? That's why when you go outside, you get a suntan, right? So, that's why we're not all like, that's why Earth isn't like Mars. Mars had a magnetic field we think at some point, but something made the planet's core kind of shut off. And when it shut off, the sun just blew away its atmosphere. Solar winds just blew it all away over millions of years. Yeah, that's why we're not all dead. That's why this place doesn't look like Mars and why it looks like Earth, because we have a magnetic field. And that simultaneously, dudes, there's, if you want further evidence on this, that the magnetic field, you can just go around it, right? If you want a little bit more, so at the north and south pole of the planet, you have auroras. You have the aurora borealis and you have the aurora australis, right? The northern lights and the southern lights. What is that? Well, the northern lights and the southern lights are radiation that made it through, because the Van Allen belts are a belt. It doesn't encompass the whole planet, right? It's a belt. It kind of goes around, right? And at the top, there's no magnetic field because of how a freaking magnet works. You ever remember 7th grade science class where you had the north and south magnets and, you know, it made the field around them if you poured like iron dust on it or something? You remember that? That, literally that, but planet-sized. So the northern and the southern lights are there for where charged particles from the sun go right in and react with the gases from our atmosphere. That's what those are. That is right there. That should be enough evidence for somebody that's not being willfully ignorant about this to show that the magnetic field is a belt. It's not a sphere. To think you can't just fly around it is ridiculous. We can, like, because there's weak spots in the field, and that's where we go. That's where they sent all the Apollo astronauts. Actually, guys, if you really want to know, they didn't go around the belts completely. They went a little bit through them on purpose to see what would happen. And Orion did that too. It skirted the outside of the belt. They didn't go completely around it because launching off the North Pole doesn't really work that way. It's going to be harder to get to the moon launching from the Arctic Circle than it is from Florida, because the Earth is, long story short, the Earth is spinning, right? And it's easier to go with the spin of Earth, right? So they didn't go around, they didn't go technically around them, but they didn't go through them either. They kind of skirted the outside of the belts. That's what they did during Apollo, and that's what they're doing now. Yeah, man. Like I said, guys, it takes 5 minutes of a Google search to figure out that most of these people don't know what they're talking about. like I don't let these people piss me off. Like, I use it as an opportunity to teach you guys, and hopefully you guys learn something. You ain't gonna troll me. You ain't gonna troll me, Melon Farmer. Been on the freaking internet forever. Man, I got exposed to the freaking internet when I was like 12. I'm 27. I've been on the internet for 20 freaking years. You ain't trolling me, fool. That's not happening. Maybe we should call them Van Allen donuts. I prefer Van Halen belts, but, you know. Did I say 27? 37. Sorry, since the pandemic, I forgot what age I am. I'm not even kidding. Anybody else have that problem? I'm not even kidding. Since the pandemic, dude, I forgot how old I was. Like, I used to be able to know. I was like, oh yeah, I'm 31. Like, no, I don't remember. I wish I was 27. That'd be really nice. My back would be a lot better than it is now. The timelines have converged. Could the steel of Starship stop enough radiation to allow it to go right through? I actually don't know the answer to that question, Trey. I don't know how stainless steel is going to work in deep space or through the belts. I don't know. I know aluminum works pretty well. A little early for drinks. Yeah, Grandpa, I'm going to go grab a beer. I'll be right back. It's Saturday, right? Master Chef, I'm 30 or 40 years old. Oh, boy. That wasn't the pandemic. Just coincidentally, it was the same time you got old. Yeah, but like everybody else, I like blaming the pandemic for all my problems. Is that fair? Is that all right? Can we do that? That's normal, right? What, am I not allowed to do that? No? Yeah. Good times. Not the pandemic. That was not good times. The spaceship, the whole spaceship thing we're doing right now, that's pretty good. Okay, pandemic it is. Those are sweet pictures, Adam. I just saw them. That's good stuff, man. Problem with using denser materials for radiation shielding is that it would create much more secondary radiation, which creates gamma rays and other things. I'm not the best at learning about radiation, dude. I need a refresher course, so I'm just going to say I don't know. Value 46, and though moon missions wouldn't happen, I thought moon missions wouldn't happen in my lifetime. Even a few years ago, I was skeptical that the Artemis program would ever launch crew. Did you ever think you would see this in your lifetime? Chevelle, yeah, eventually, but I just didn't know when, dude. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. But we're here. And like I said, this goes the whole thing. Like, I refuse to get trolled. I'll use the trolls to teach you guys something, because I ain't gonna let people get me down here. We have people going out to the moon. And that's really gosh darn cool. Right? I was about to say something bad there. I ain't gonna let anybody break my stride here, man. We got 4 souls going out to the moon, and that's pretty goddamn cool. All right, I did it. Crap. Oh well. Here, I'm gonna tune the audio back in. I gotta get a bottle of water. I've been talking too much.
And the swirling clouds. It's just a truly remarkable sight. We are ready to talk.
Good.
Gorgeous, Reed. We love that description. And first off, thanks to the Integrity crew for working on the weekend. So are we, but we are happy to do it. I want to start by asking if you would like to turn on the HHP camera for DPC, because if so, we'd love it.
Yeah, we will work on that right now. It might just take us a minute, and I'll try to start routing the video.
No problem. I'll get started in the meantime. So as you know, we are busy replanning today after canceling OTC2. We have lots of opportunities to do activities to get ahead, and we can also expand your lunar flyby plan review time. If you find that you are in need of work, we would ask that you give us a call and we can give you items. That being said, I do have plenty of other important changes for you, so let me know when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, first up, your splashdown -6 weather forecast is on board. As you would expect, the models haven't agreed to what the weather will be yet, but we wanted to know that it is there for your awareness. Victor, we wanted to let you know we are deferring your 24-hour acoustic monitoring activity to a day where we have a burn. That is your activity at 2040 MET this morning, and it also has a link to activity directly before your PMC in the afternoon that we are also deferring.
Okay, Victor copies.
For all of the crew's HRP standard measure yellow activities today, those are flexible, but they do need to be complete before Victor's Everywhere downlink this afternoon. And for Christina, please let us know which PCD you use for your cognitive assessment, because we need you to use the same one later in the mission for your second assessment.
Copy all.
Our OpNav moon pass is still going on in the background, even though we have canceled OTC2. And we are planning to reschedule your SAW PAO event to be directly before your midday meal. We can call you on to that. And your second FD conference later today will be canceled. We are only keeping the one which is directly between the PMC and your pre-sleep.
It's pretty cool set, isn't it? Once they build a moon base, what are the chances they build into the surface?
Jenny, say that again. The first flight director conference is canceled. We're only doing the one before pre-sleep.
The second flight director conference is canceled. We will be performing the one that's directly between the PMC and pre-sleep.
Okay, that sounds great. Now I'm seeing that there's one that's kind of splitting the middle of pre-sleep, and that one is canceled. Gotcha.
Good readback. Next up, we know you were looking for the next trash location. That location is going to be in locker Delta, bag 2, which has a purple label and is labeled speaker/Bobs. You're going to need to clear it out a bit, so we suggest that you clear out the Bob, which can be deployed. Move some of the speaker bubble bags that are in there into the F1 large bag labeled AGA General Use, which is a brown label. And then move the Ziploc with harnesses and ARS tools into locker Echo, bag 9, blue label.
Christina copied all.
Well done, Christina. Okay, 2 more topics for you. One is on the pre-lunar flyby cabin config. We wanted to let you know that if you did take images, we do not have them. We would need them if you want them re-uplinked like later as a pretty note to remind you what to do. If you do want them, please let us know where we can downlink them from. And then finally, we want to know if you have any wet towels around the cabin, because we are looking at that in particular for mitigating any static by increasing the humidity.
We did put some hygiene towels out. We deployed them yesterday after taking some hygiene baths, and they are drying over by the vents, the outlet vents.
Putting the towels out to dry. Like hanging them on a clothesline, but you hang them near the HVAC system.
All right, great. We copy, Reed. Do you have any questions or comments from us for us?
That's why they dry everything out.
I did want to respond back on the cabin config for Lunar Flyby. We are good on board. We will strive to downlink those images, but only for situational awareness. We do not need them embedded in procedures. We do have a couple questions. First, Victor rewrote the email from the mission summary questions, so he's good to go there. We have swapped the quick disconnect on the PWD over to the Pry side from the secondary side. Just seemed like a good day to do that. And then 2 quick PCD type questions if you got a second.
All right, we copy all, and we'll take your PCD questions now.
For the private conferences and VC, do we always need to use PCD3, or we need to use any PCD, it just has to be wired? Or is it related to ASAP? We're not sure what that acronym is.
I've watched that before, Chevelle. Long time ago. I'd probably need a refresher.
checking.
We are checking. You forgot question? We are checking question, over. Sorry, can't get it out of my mind. It looks like your tires are graining, so you're not going to pit.
Reed, right now we'll be using PCD for those. We would have to change a software config to use the other PCDs for those.
PCD is a personal computing device. That's their tablets.
Okay, so we do need to use BCD3. All right, thank you. And then for email syncs, I know we're working to just make this more operational, and we're going to learn as we go through the mission. Something that we're noticing is, even if the sync is not complete, if there's any way we can at least get into email during pre-sleep and post-sleep times, that would help so that we can compose. It's very difficult to compose emails up here on the PCDs, and just having that time would help.
What happens when you use Outlook? Just saying.
Copy, Reed. Thanks for letting us know. We'll look into it.
Interesting, Adam. Freaking Windows 98.
Okay, I think the only other thing is y'all were looking for some Nat Geo status updates. I think it might be worthy of a 5-minute conversation after this, or later today if you want. But I feel like we're doing the best we can, and I feel like we're doing pretty well.
Copy. We would be up for that whenever you're ready.
Okay, give us a couple minutes, and if we find some gray space, we'll give you a call.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Man,
those PCDs are also...
And Jenny, while we got you, we just want to troubleshoot the encoder a little bit. This morning when we powered it on, we get a status light, the orangish red status light for 5 to 10-ish seconds, then it goes out, and that's it. And we don't see it on the network, so we're wondering if there's an issue with that.
So,
copy. Thanks for the report, Jeremy. Can we confirm that you...
Jenny, one option for you guys, if you're
connected,
not sure on that, we could just get a spare encoder out and try it and learn on our own.
Copy your last, Jeremy. We would prefer to try to disconnect and reconnect and also power cycle the item before we move to the other one. So if you've not tried that already, let's try that first.
Okay, we've done 2 power cycles, but with both of those power cycles, the HDMI adapter was connected, as was the Ethernet cable connected. We can do another power cycle with everything disconnected if you think there's a difference there.
Jeremy, we don't think there's a need to try again with it disconnected. We will find you a location for the second one.
No, other guy.
Okay, I've got them pulled up here. As long as the stowage or the packing plan is accurate, I'll go ahead and grab the one out of bag 9, contamination cleanup.
That's a good location, Jared. Should be there. Thanks.
In Houston, I would be ready to have a quick conversation about the Nat Geo shot list at your convenience. No rush on our end. Also in the hopper, I have one low priority stowage question when it's a good time for you.
We'll take both. Go ahead, Christina.
Jared, I think it's because they were using TDRS as opposed to the DSN. Different, I think when they switched to S-band.
Yes, regarding
I don't know, I have to ask Boyle.
Message, the flight day message item about Nat Geo, we are doing all of our Nat Geo scheduled activities as well as a lot of targets of opportunity. We're basically grabbing the camera for Nat Geo pretty much all the time. From the mission summary, it sounded like maybe what we're not doing is making you all aware of that. So I wondered, is that because you saw maybe some of those activities not grayed out? Or is there some way to know what we've done that we are missing?
I guess stowage manuals must be at a premium there, Tars. Either that or stuff isn't where their diagrams are telling them.
We're checking, Christina.
We are checking, over. Your tires are graining, so we are going to leave you out there for the next 80 laps. Question. You should be pitting now, but we are actually not going to do that. You need to stay out and drive on crappy tires. So
Hi, Christina. What we are expecting down here is the pre-sleep call down telling us shots that you've taken. And I think the expectation, since we're assuming you're taking plenty of them, is that you would call down anything that you might have missed. So a high priority shot that was a miss. We would like to know about. Otherwise, we'll assume that you have completed the shots that we expected.
Thank you, Jenny. That is super helpful. I will make sure that we include that as part of our pre-sleep activities, but rest assured we're doing a lot, and we're really enjoying it.
I bet.
That's great to hear, Christina. Okay, and if you still have that stowage question, we're ready for it too.
They need to take a picture that shows the stars, Come on.
All right, Jenny, we'll collect all of our thoughts and let you know what we have and haven't done. But there were, due to power downs and stuff, like there were some pretty major things that we just couldn't get because there was no power to the system.
All right, we copy, read. Thank you.
Here. Come on, check this out, man. How's that one? That one's pretty good. That one's pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You can see stars in this one. Or planets. Pissed my bump, Dino. 64 months. Let's appreciate the coverage of this mission. Thanks, man. Yeah. Dude, they have been posting them, dude. Yeah, they're pretty good. Guys, once again, the reason why you're not seeing stars on this camera is because this is a freaking
Jenny,
GoPro.
I paused our comm while we shouted out full socks readings across the cabin, but did you say you were already also, it was a good time for a quick stowage question, low priority?
A-firm, we're ready.
I'm serious. It's a GoPro Hero 11. They have them on the end of the solar panels.
Yes, this one might take some digging. I'm looking for a specific community hygiene item that is Honest Lotion. So it's just hand lotion, and I believe the brand is Honest. I thought we had some on board, but we just haven't come across it yet, and I don't think our packing plan has that level of granularity. Thanks for tracking it down.
Nothing on the crew preference for
All right, we're on it. Thanks, Christina.
The Honest Lotion people right now going, yes,
Thank
awesome.
you. And of course, the answer could well come back that we don't have any on board and I'm remembering wrong. So thanks for the help.
No problem. We'll let you know.
Neutrogena in shambles. Yeah, Vic used some moisturizer after it worked out. He was not shy about showing everybody. Seriously, bro was showing off the guns on stream. I was like, dude, put those guns away. You're inside of a spaceship. What are you, nuts? Any Red Bull on board? No Red Bull on board article. They got 43 cups of coffee for the whole mission, which I would argue that that's not enough. Personally, I'd argue that that's not enough, but also, you know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I was like, yeah, Breen, I was like, what you doing with those guns in space, man? What are you, crazy? They were orienting, so an engineer, they were orienting in the bias negative XSI configuration, meaning point the back of the capsule towards the sun. What they're doing right now is they oriented on the y-axis to the sun. Actually, no, it would be the z-axis. Z if you're Jeremy Hansen. It's on the z-axis here because they're trying to heat up the poo dump system, or the waste dump system. Waste dump system froze last night. The heater wasn't working. The heater started making a burning smell, so they shut the heater off, and they tried to dump the waste overnight, and it didn't work. It froze. So their solution here is to turn the P vent. Sorry guys, I don't have a better way to describe it. Like waste vent system. It's the P vent. They vent piss. All right. Like they turn the P vents into the sun to try and get the sun to melt that, and that's to try and get the sun to melt the line. Now the P vents up here somewhere. It's one of these.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
vents.
Mission elapsed time 2 days, 20 hours.
And they're trying to get it to warm up so they can dump.
Reed, thanks for calling us first. We actually want you to pause on the CCU dump because we want to see if we are able to vent now that we've been in this bakeout attitude. So I'll give you a call when you go to dump that.
I'm not making this up, dude. Why is there no movement?
Okay, copy that.
Because they're coasting right now, Cosmic. They're coasting, so it just the engines aren't firing or anything. They're just coasting along. So CCU guys are contingency collapsible urinals. If the toilet isn't working, it's a bag that you can use to take care of business. It's a bag. So when they say CCU dumps, they're on the toilet. There's a option to take this bag and put it in the toilet to evacuate the CCU.
We're burning time, folks.
Integrity crew, we also want to remind you to hold off on any toilet use while we are doing this wastewater dump.
Also want to remind you to hold off on any toilet. Yeah, they can't vent the toilet, the P lines, while somebody's going to the bathroom. That sounds painful.
Copy. We are no-go for toilet and CCU dumps. Thank you.
All right, you got me, go.
Something like
Thanks,
that.
Christina.
No go. Copy. We are no go for toilet. It's freaking mission, dude. I swear. You think I wanted to sit here and talk about poop all day? Like, we're going to the moon. I'm sitting here explaining how the damn
Space
toilet
Center in
works.
Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time of 2 days, 20 hours, and 42 minutes into the flight of Orion. However, this is known as Flight Day 4. We launched on April 1st. Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the crew woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. The crew then went into their post-sleep period. They were able to have breakfast, do any hygiene before starting their day, and we just wrapped up the daily planning conference with the teams here on the ground.
What's up, Storm? 66
Some
months.
of the
Thanks,
items
dude.
that came out of the
And
daily
you
planning
too.
conference include that the splashdown weather predictions are available for the crew to view. Again, targeting splashdown on April 10th. There are...
It's true, Garfield. You're not wrong. Yeah.
There are a select
You ain't
number
wrong, dude.
of HRP activities. These are Human Research Program activities that are on the timeline that the crew on the ground wants to make sure the astronauts complete throughout the day, but they are not hard timelined or not hard scheduled, meaning that they can share and conduct at any time.
That's right. Omar, you're exactly right. This is what test flights are for. Better now when they're actually trying to land. Exactly. The Artemis 2 mission is testing long-duration habitation on the Orion capsule. It's a shakedown cruise for the service module and the command module. Yeah. And honestly, how do you test a toilet in deep space without sending one into deep space? Right? There's just some conditions you just can't replicate on the ground. Right? So you're not going to know until you go. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
We'll talk a little bit more about the daily planning conference momentarily, but the teams here on the ground, as you heard them call to the crew, are conducting a wastewater dump.
Watch. The wastewater dump is up here somewhere. It's one of... Oh.
If you look closely, you can see some of those particles leaving the spacecraft. This is a good sign. Last night, at the beginning of crew sleep, the ground performed a routine wastewater dump. However, it terminated after only dumping 3%. The suspected culprit may be some ice on the primary vent nozzle, so the teams rotated the spacecraft's attitude today to place that vent nozzle in the sun. The hope was for this 2-hour bake-out time to help melt the ice that may be preventing the waste dump.
So, one of these pipes up here, one of these guys is the waste dump line. I think it's this one.
To allow for time to conduct this attitude of Orion, the OTC burn, outbound trajectory correction burn, was canceled for today. It was deemed unnecessary given our very precise translunar injection burn that put us on a path toward the moon and eventually a splashdown back in the Pacific Ocean.
Do they have any shield?
The outbound trajectory correction one burn was also canceled yesterday for the same reason of not being necessary due to our current trajectory.
Start an event. That's nowhere near the activity we saw the other day, guys, but it's starting an event.
Cancellation of these burns means there's obviously no impact to the mission or the lunar flyby. These are just small tweaks to the burns performed to fine-tune the fly path. But again, we are on a great path around the moon, thanks to the translunar injection burn performed on flight day 2.
That was some ice flying. It's not ice. It's solidified urine. Yeah. That's what those little flakes are coming out. It's not venting at the rate that it was venting yesterday. A few more items that we heard during the daily planning conference
one of these lines include the SAW PAO event, Solar Array Wing event. We are expecting the crew to be visible in the windows of Orion, while the Solar Array Wing cameras are used to snap a photo of Orion and its crew. We're hoping to see that scheduled before today's midday meal, and the midday meal is currently on the timeline closer to 7 p.m. Central.
Constellation urine, yep.
You also heard a trash location provided to the crew. Obviously, everything that launches with Orion has to come home with Orion. This is a little bit different than what we experience on the International Space Station, where trash can be loaded into visiting resupply spacecraft that burn up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. So everything being properly tracked and stowed, they were providing the crew exactly where they should put any trash that accumulates during the mission.
Yeah, it looks like it's still pretty jammed, dudes.
The flight control team also had reports yesterday from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, as he was exercising, that he was noticing some static electricity inside the spacecraft while he was exercising. And so the team asked if there are any wet towels they can use to place around the Orion spacecraft and help increase humidity.
Is there a Winnebago out there? I don't know. Did you try just jiggling the handle? Yeah, flow seems to be picking up out of the vent line. If you guys squint your eyes, you could see particles flying that way. They are venting. It's just not a lot. It's not nearly as much as what we saw on flight day 1. So, just a little bit of background. There's heaters to heat up these pipes so this doesn't happen. And the heater started making a burning smell, so they shut it off. And the urine in the line froze. And they're trying to vent now, and it's kind of working. They have flow, it's just not a lot. Those little flakes that you see are wastewater. It's frozen pee. Like, sorry, I have no better way to say that. Oh, one almost hit the camera. Oh, dude, it's hitting the solar panels. Ugh, caca. They don't have a dehumidifier built into the air conditioner? Actually, Clun, they do. It's working too well. That's why they're hanging towels on the vents. They're hanging wet towels on the vents so they can get more humidity into the capsule. They have a humidifier. It's just, they have a dehumidifier. It's working too well. Yeah, it was keeping the capsule at like 5% humidity at like 75 degrees. That's like being in Arizona. Yeah, Arizona in the springtime, not in the summertime. Arizona in the summertime is a lot hotter than that. You just be into it, like in the snow. Yeah, right. I'm willing to bet, Sawyer, that that's probably why they're looking for moisturizer, because that capsule is as dry as a desert. Is there contingency operations for depressing the cabin and or doing spacewalks in an emergency? I'm sure there is one, Rarest, but that would be like the last thing I would do if we needed to fix a problem here. I didn't understand the Arizona reference. Arizona's a desert. Except for northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is like forested. But southern Arizona is like Roadrunner and Coyote, sand. Like no humidity. Like the sun will melt things to the ground. Yeah, RP, exactly. An extravehicular activity at this point would be a last resort, guys. I wouldn't do that. So the vent does seem to be working, but it's at a very slow rate. This was nothing compared to the other day. The other day it looked like
integrity on 1 for the dump.
Looked like a constant stream.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if you wanted to know anything from out the window, or maybe you got a saw camera pointed on it.
We do have a camera, but we'll take whatever you have.
It could just be sun positioning, but this does not look like it's the volume of previous dumps. And the particulate is overall extremely fine, with a few larger ice chunks coming out every now and then. But the volume looks less, but again, that could just be sun angle.
Yeah, Reed, we are also seeing less volume with this dump. We appreciate the report. That's helpful for us.
Yeah. Reed's right. It could be the sun angle, but when they vented before, it looked like they had way more flow than this. A weak stream dump is the worst.
We continue monitoring the wastewater dump aboard the Orion spacecraft.
We
maneuvered into
situation.
this position to attempt at melting some ice around the primary vent nozzle. Victor Glover reporting that they appear to be seeing less volume from this wastewater dump than previously experienced, and the ground confirms that our data aligns with that observation.
They've been venting, Tony. The capsule is reoriented, and they're venting right now. If you squint your eyes, you look at the top right, you can see flakes of pee flying away. Yeah, ARJ, that's a really important thing to understand. If the worst problem here is...
This is a test flight, and so every single system aboard Orion is getting tested by humans for the first time. So every day is a learning experience for the teams on the ground, as well as the astronauts who make up the Artemis 2 crew.
Is that what you call this? If the toilet malfunctioning is the worst of your problems here on this deep space exploration capsule, you're doing pretty good. Literally, the toilet and the humidifier seem to be the worst problems here, and finding where the moisturizer is. Like, because it's so dry in there. Like that, these aren't the worst problems to have, to be 100% real. Like, do we see any aliens yet? No, just flakes of pee. If you, like I said, once again, guys, they're dumping the wastewater right now. If you look, you can see little shards kind of going that way from the waistline. That's solidified piss. I don't have a better way to say it. It's pee. You know, the optimist says the glass is half full. The realist says the glass is, or no, the optimist says the glass is half full. The pessimist says the glass is half empty. The realist says that's piss. That's full of piss. It'll blow it off course a little bit, surely, but it's not too bad. They can hop it up on a trajectory correction. It's not a big deal. It does affect the spacecraft, though. When they vent, it does move Orion just a little bit. It's not a lot. It's something you should take into account. The IMUs can pick up the waste dump. So the IMUs on board, guys, are down there. They're at the bottom of Orion. They're actually right by the toilet, which is weird. But hey, whatever. Space is at a premium, right? The IMUs are inertial measuring units, and they can pick up when they can pick up the thrust that's put on the vehicle when they vent. Wanna flush it again? But yeah, once again, if the toilet is the worst of our problems here, that's not bad. This is a... I know it's hard to say that. It's gonna sound ridiculous saying this right now. This is a super dangerous mission. Like, super dangerous. You know, God forbid something goes wrong. You're not coming back until next Friday. So, like, if the toilet clogging is the worst of your problems, like, dude, the space gods are being very generous to you. Like, I can't stress this enough. It's actually a super dangerous and risky mission. Like, NASA's making it look pretty easy right now. Like, I'm pretty impressed. Because, once again, the toilet is only the problem. The toilet, and it's too dry inside. It's too dry, and it was too cold inside of the capsule. And now it's too dry and too hot inside of the capsule. They're dialing in the HVAC systems because they've never flown Orion into space with people on board until now. Like, some of these problems you're not going to be able to figure out. Like, you don't know if the toilet's going to work in microgravity. How are you going to test for that? Right? How are you going to test? How are you going to test for the lines getting clogged down here? Sometimes you just got to go. You just got to send it. As Reed said, full send. Right? Like, this, but it's...
Integrity Houston, toilet is go for fecal use only, and you are go to dump CCUs as required.
Oh, good. If you need to take a dump, you can. Number one, though, they said don't go pee because the lines are still clogged. That's right, Spoon, yeah.
Copy.
Yep. You just heard NASA say that on a mission control loop. You are go to poop. Yep. That's real, man. Real talk.
And Integrity, for your awareness, that dump lowered our quantity by about 15%.
Hey, not bad. All right. So they're hovering around 40, 48, 49% full on the waste tanks?
Copy.
Not bad, not bad. So it did work. It just didn't work as well as they wanted. But it did work.
Confirmation from teams here in Artemis Mission Control that the wastewater dump is complete. Again, the wastewater dump was terminated early last night, and the suspected reason was ice on the primary vent nozzle. This vent is the drain for the toilet and would be great to have space plumbers to unclog. However, our crew is well trained in all systems.
Integrity for PCD conference clarification.
I love how the NASA commentator is trying to like downplay what's going on. Oh, our crew is really prepared for the you know what CCUs are? They're Ziploc bags that they have to go to the bathroom in. Like me, I won't do that. I'll tell you what's going on. Like they're trying to play it up like, oh, our crew is prepared to poop in bags is the end of that sentence. Like sorry, I believe in telling you what's going on and explaining it because one, it's really funny. I'm not going to lie to you. It's really funny. And am I being immature? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. But you want to send people to the moon?
AGA readings when you're ready.
Figuring out this problem is important.
We're ready for AGA readings.
So that's why I'm taking the time to actually explain it to you guys.
Current AGA readings are CO2 2.2, O2 20.4. 78.1 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's right, Gabs.
14.05 psi. We still have an amber low battery light, and during the startup, I did not see any reference to battery remaining.
It's getting a little warm in there. 78 Fahrenheit is, give me one sec.
We copy all, Victor. Thank you.
25 C. 25 Celsius. It's getting a little warm in there. It was 65 when they started the mission. They asked them to warm it up. Refresh the timeline tracker. There are new features. All right. Take a look. Oh, this is the other solar panel on the other side. We're looking at the bottom of the capsule here. Nice view, though. Refresh the timeline tracker. Man, Revs is really doing some work here. Oh, they put NSF and NASA on there. That's neat. Bro. Revs is doing freaking work, dude. I got a guy that started working on this when they launched. And he's like, dude, use this, use this. I'm like, all right. Okay. So right now we're at mission elapsed time, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 2 days, 21 hours, 2 minutes, and 51 seconds. Orion's traveling 2,200 miles an hour, and it is almost 180,000 miles away from Earth. And wait a minute. Boom! How many kilometers is that? 289,382 kilometers away. Traveling at 3,600 kilometers an hour. How's that? That's good functionality, right? Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah, I wish. I'm not used to covering missions.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As you can see, the Orion spacecraft now maneuvering back to its previous position. We were in new attitude, allowing that primary vent nozzle to be pointed toward the sun, help thaw up some of the ice that helps us drain the toilet. With that maneuver complete, we are continuing to move the spacecraft, and
I'll check that out in a second.
The crew inside are getting the opportunity to talk with some of their family members.
Yeah, PFC right now. Private family conference is what's going on. There is a signal handover. Blue screen doesn't mean anything's going bad, guys. It means there's a signal change. The antennas that they're using the Deep Space Network. They're ground-based antennas because, yeah, you need
integrity for encoder.
You need a powerful signal. So sometimes you get a handover between the antennas. Hold on.
I'm getting the exact same signature on the second encoder with
You'd
that
have to ask him,
status
Mir.
light
He's in
coming
here.
on for about
Revs up
5-ish
raise.
seconds and then going away with no Ethernet indicator lights and not seeing it on the network. Does that status give us any hints as to what's going on?
Let me look at it. Adam, give me a sec. Yeah, Rebs, your trajectory is backwards. They're going around this side of the moon, and they're coming out that way. Flip it. Yeah, Adam, that's right.
Copy, Jeremy.
The other piece of data that changed from yesterday is we disconnected from Ethernet port on pub 1 overnight to the docking
I mean,
camera,
it doesn't
then
really matter,
reconnected
but
to that port.
this is just a
I guess
visual
I could try
representation.
recycling that cable just to see if that changes anything. Curious what that status light might indicate.
Yeah, Jeremy, we're about to
Right,
call
hi.
you to ask about the other end of that Ethernet cable, so we will take your recommendation
It doesn't matter,
to
Revs. Don't worry
cycle
about
that
it.
now. On a different topic, I do
Don't
have
change
a
it. It's
clarification on PCD3 for conferences if you want that now.
Yeah, Ethernet cable. Yeah, they're plugging the tablets.
Okay, go ahead with that.
PCDs, guys, are...
Actually, Jeremy, we're going to focus on the 4K encoder for now. I'll have those words for you soon.
Yeah, they got a 4K camera up there for interior shots of the capsule. PCDs are personal computing devices. That's just their Surface tablets, if you guys really want to know. They have Surface tablets and iPhones up there. One of them got fried. The reason why they let them bring personal computing devices is, well, to see how they work. You're not going to know how a Surface tablet's going to work in space until you bring it with you. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure one of the iPhones fried. I'm pretty sure. That thing is upside down because it's being tracked from Australia. Oh, that's right. Bring your own device. Yeah. That's their... Dude, when I mean it's a personal computing device, I mean it's their phones. They let them bring their phones with them.
Just double check that Reed's PFC is happening on time. He hasn't seen anything yet.
That's right, Sussy. Yep. They brought a phone, S Master. I don't think it was their phones. I'm using the official broadcast one on YouTube, Jolly. I think it was Christina's Pi. They tried to hard reset on it, and it didn't work. I don't think it fried it fully. I think it flipped a couple of bits, and now it's not working correctly. EJ Cronkite took the day off. Yeah.
And we see Jeremy logged into VC. Reed's family is ready. We just want to confirm that you see the same.
He's kidding, BJ. S-Master's just being a turkey.
Yeah, Reed is waiting on VC on PCD3. Does he need to log in as him, or?
No, Jeremy, we will dial your VC account to make it work. It should be done shortly.
Okay. And
How many
we
parts
found
do you
the
think is
issue
going to be
with
at the end?
encoder.
20.
It was the Ethernet cable was plugged into the HHP cameras or whatever the ones we use for Ascent. So it should be working now, and we'll get you a view soon.
Dude, this mission control tech support thing's cracking me up, man.
That sounds great. Glad you found it, Jeremy. And we'll take that view only after the conferences. Thanks.
Jar, do you hate shuttles in KSP? No, it's the opposite of that. I got very popular playing Kerbal on Twitch by building
I'm gonna
shuttles.
put the
'Cause I love
encoder
space
that
shuttles.
I got out of Bag 9 back in Bag 9.
It really is, Ando. I don't think it's totally
Copy,
user
thank
error
you.
this time, though. Radiation could zap one of these things. Right, Void? Isn't it funny, dude? It's tech support from 200,000 miles away. Like, you gotta be kidding me, man. I'm sorry, that's so funny to me. That in the toilet, dude. Like, this mission is a freaking meme. This whole mission's a meme. It's ridiculous. But it's really cool, though. Like, I can't stop watching, you know? If the radiation in cislunar space is enough to fry an iPhone, what does that mean for shielding on electronics from on SR-1 Freedom? SR-1 Freedom is built off of a SAT bus that's designed to operate in deep space to start, Albert. It's designed to operate on a satellite that's 23,500 miles up, outside of the magnetic field. Yeah, most of the stuff is rad hardened. And guys, that's one of the reasons why satellites are so damn expensive, because you have to rad harden everything. Radiation will rewrite your code for you. So you have a satellite, you have software, you code your software, right? And the computer isn't reading the code that we see on the screen. That's just a compiler, or that's just a window, right? If you have to compile it, and when you compile code, it basically takes what you wrote and it translates it into binary so the computer can understand it. Computers only understand zeros and ones. That's it. Your code moves to binary. The problem is, right? When you compile and you run the software, you put it on your satellite, you send your satellite up there, radiation can flip one of the ones and zeros, right? It can flip one. It can flip a bit. That's what that is. It'll flip one. So instead of like 11000011, it'll be 11001111, right? And that breaks things. That makes code, that ruins code. It fries things. It can fry electronics, right? Now, there are ways to get around it.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are getting a live look inside the flight control room. Currently, the Orbit 1 team is on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. There on the right of your screen in the white shirt.
That's Jenny right there.
Capcom for today in the center of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Artemis 2 backup Jenny Gibbons. She's the voice you'll hear talking with the crew. And to her right is Capcom Matthew Dunn.
Matty D's. So, yeah, there are ways to get around it, guys. If you guys are familiar, if you're a tech nerd, right? I'm not the biggest tech guy. Like, I like carburetors and cars and stuff, but I know computers fairly well. If you're familiar with RAID 0, that they operate some avionics is run in RAID 0. So what RAID 0 is I think it's called RAID 0. Is it RAID 0 or RAID 1? Chat, help me out. So, okay, so operating in RAID, guys, RAID 1 is mirror, RAID 1 is mirrored. 0 is no copy. There you go. Okay, so it's operating in RAID 1 config. What that means in plain English is that you have three computers all running the exact same code. Or you could have two.
Integrity, you asked if we had some free time to give you a call. I can help you out with something right now.
Copy, Jeremy. We'll be back with you in a minute.
Okay. So a way to get around bit flipping is you have three computers on your spacecraft. They're all doing the calculations. And if one gets bit flipped, the other two will check against it and it'll fix it. It'll rewrite for you. Falcon 9 does that. Falcon 9 and Dragon do that. That's why you don't see this happen too much. But that'll only get you so far. If you get hit with a big enough blast of radiation, it'll flip 3 bits over 3 computers, and that's just the way it goes, right? Or if it flips 2 will check against one and overwrite the wrong one, right? They'll overwrite bad code. So that only gets you so far. There's rad hardening to your computers to make sure they're built out of they're built inside of, like, your computer case is enough to bounce radiation or stop it. Yeah, there's ways to get around it, but it does happen. Like, most of Orion's avionics are rad hardened, so that's not why you're having many problems there. But a cell phone, not rad hardened.
Integrity for activities for Jeremy.
Yeah, Hokey, like I said, I'm not the best at it, but there you go.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jeremy, in your free time, we suggest that you go to the task list and you can choose the cabin speaker assessment or the PWD flow test. And if you prefer not to do either of those, you can always go to the Nat Geo shot list.
Yeah, radiation wrecks transistors, exactly. It's not good for hardware.
Okay, thanks.
It's not, but guys, I want to point this out. Like, it's not an insurmountable problem. You can get around bit flipping. There's ways. We're humans. We're smart. We'll figure it out. Like, we have satellites that, like NASA's TDRS satellites. Some of the tracking data and relay satellites that NASA have up there, they've been up there for 40 years. The space shuttle launched some of them. Like, don't worry about it. Like, there's ways around it. It's just something you got to take into account. And because it's a little bit more complicated to rad harden a computer, right? That's part of the reason why satellites are so damn expensive. It's part of the reason why spaceflight is so damn expensive. Because you have to build not only do you have to build a computer and write a software suite for it, but you have to make it radiation fault tolerant, which is a pain in the butt. Yeah, Hubble's been up there for a long time. It don't have no problems. I mean, it has problems now because it's 40 years old, but it's working. It is working correctly. My shuttles just keep falling over and the direction of thrust is proper and everything is good. I put canards on it to stabilize it. Jar, if you put canards on it to stabilize it, everything is not good now, is it? Somebody got baited. You suck. You suck. How do you know about that? And there's a rad-hardened Z80 I helped build that went into space in the mid-90s. It should still work. Yeah, there you go, man. Hasn't Hubble kind of famously always had issues, not just bit flipping? Hubble had a lot of issues because it's derived from a spy satellite. But spy satellites are nearsighted, and space telescopes are farsighted. So they had to grind a custom lens for it. And the custom lens grinding didn't go as planned. So they had to give Hubble, well, reading glasses. No, custom mirror. Yeah, but if I say mirror, people don't understand what the hell that means, Rizik. I know it's the mirror and not the lens, but you get the idea. You're right, but I try to keep it... That's more just me trying to keep things simple. Logo 10, thanks for the amazing coverage. You helped me make this event a great viewing experience. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, Hubble is like if you took a spy satellite. Spy satellite's designed to see stuff on Earth. The stuff in the universe is a little bit further away. So they had to make a custom... They hot-rodded a spy satellite to point in the wrong direction. And that's what Hubble is. You guys didn't notice it just coincidentally just fit inside of the space shuttle's payload bay? Like, just fit perfectly in there? That's not a coincidence, man. And it's still working, dude. It still works. It's on its way out, but it still works. I hate canards on the shuttle too. Good, man. I was going to say, I'm going to slap you. Hubble will re-enter soon, Jar, but NASA is working on plans to reboost it.
Four CCUs have been dumped. We are complete. Thank you.
F-15s tend to disagree with what? Disagree with what, Chief? They don't have canards because canards are dumb. All right? They're dumb. No, you are wrong. You are incorrect. Canards are stupid. Stupid. Stop talk. Don't type. They're stupid. This is my stream. I'm right. No. They're not canards on Starship King. They're flaperons. Okay? Flaperons. Look to your right and read the name on your PC case. Oh, sure. Yeah, let me read it. Let's see. Let's see what it says. It says drummer is a butthole? That's weird. Why would it say that? I don't know. It's, yeah, and also is a gigantic turd burglar. That's so strange, man. Yeah, I don't know why you put that on the side of my computer case. It's so weird.
CCU to dump in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Can we just go ahead and do that? Will the heaters be configured? Does that work for your plan?
It's such a strange thing to put on it. I don't know. I guess. All right, Mr. Butthole. Like. So weird.
Affirm, Jeremy, our heaters are configured,
Thank
so you would be go to dump.
I don't know, Tester.
Okay, you can anticipate that then.
I don't know.
Copy, we will.
Sick battle station? Thanks, Leo. Believe me. I'm
This is
very
Artemis
good at
Mission
monitoring
Control.
the situation.
You continue to hear calls
In my
from
Bruins pajamas.
Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, his first flight to space, referencing the CCU, Collapsible Contingency Urinal. The crew is using these at this time rather than the toilet as we continue troubleshooting the wastewater dumps. Having just completed one, crew is using these instead of the waste management system.
That was just talking to Jenny. He walked that way. What if the shuttle program never got stopped? The shuttle program needed new orbiters being made every couple of years. The real the first place where the shuttle program screwed up is to not make more shuttles. Because if you had iterated on the shuttle design over time and increased its flight cadence, it would have gotten more reliable. I would argue that not Challenger necessarily, but Columbia happened because they didn't fly it enough. If they had kept iterating on the design, the shuttle could have been made as reliable as a Falcon 9 if we chose to do that, but we decided we didn't want to do that. We decided we wanted to take shuttle parts and then dump them into the ocean to get people to the moon. I mean, trade-offs. Does the coffee come pre-brewed? It's pre-brewed, Connor, and they can heat it up. It's in a bag, like think Capri Sun, like a really space version of Capri Sun. Like you know, you have a bag and you have a
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, you are likely hearing the
right?
crew members refer to their spacecraft as Integrity. It is the Orion spacecraft, and the Artemis 2 crew members named it Integrity, announcing that name last fall. They said the name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success.
It's true, Sad. Is it real coffee? I don't know, Frowlin. When you think Capcom, you see old arcade games. Yeah, right. Batman is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. You know, speaking of coffee, I'm going to go grab some. I'll be right back. Is that a pizza box? No, donuts. Donuts and pie, if you really want to know. Krispy Kreme. I hate Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme donuts. I hate Krispy Kreme donuts. Hashtag not sponsored. Just a masshole. Titan update? Titan's fine. He was here with me this morning, Rizik. So that's pie. I don't know what type of pie. It looks like chocolate pie, and those are Krispy Kreme donuts. They had pepperoni pizza. They had New York style. New York style thin crust. Foldable. Foldable. Very delicious. They had some Brooklyn style in there, and yeah, I like that kind of pizza. Pizza's delicious. Pecan is the superior pie. You know what, dude? I gotta go with an oldie but a goodie. Pecan pie is good, but I like apple. Apple pie with cinnamon. Sorry, man. I like apple pie in baseball. In NASCAR. Am I a stereotype? Oh, crap. Damn it. Balls. Key lime's all right if you're feeling it.
On
Hold
one
up.
for the conferences.
No, they canceled OTC 2, Connor.
Go ahead.
She's still on target. We're good.
From this point forward, if you see any crew member logged into VC, just go ahead and connect the conferences straight to them. We'll likely be on Jeremy's login for most of the conferences.
Okay.
Copy all. That works for us. Thank you.
Booth, how's the toilet situation going? Oh, really bad. They're back to the collapsible contingency collapsible urinals. Yeah, it's going bad. The waste vent lines froze overnight because the heater broke, and they turned Orion into the sun to try and melt the ice that clogged up the waste lines from the heater breaking, and it kind of worked. They're below 50% on the waste tanks, so that's good. So yeah, they are good. They are good to use the bathroom for solid waste, but not liquid. They're using the contingency collapsible
This is Artemis
urinals
Mission Control.
for,
You are looking at
#1.
a visualization of the Orion spacecraft. We don't have views at this time, but hope to regain them shortly.
Yeah.
Currently, Orion is
the
over
liquid waste dump system is not working.
176,700 miles away from Earth and closer to the moon than to our home planet, now just 103,972 miles away from the moon. You can track the location of Orion and its stats at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis.
They must have figured out overnight that it was not expected, King. I just realized that the shuttle itself was more powerful than its boosters. What do you mean? No, it's
We
not.
are eagerly awaiting the lunar flyby day on flight day 6.
I'll take a second, Booth.
That flyby window is targeted to start now in 2 days, 3 hours, and 1 minute.
I don't understand what turning right is, Mob Farmer. I'm sorry. So, Booth, what was the burning smell? The burning smell was the heaters for the waste dumping pipes. So they shut the heater off, and then they tried to dump the waste, and it froze. It froze in the line. Not because the vacuum of space is cold. It's because whenever if you introduce liquid into a vacuum, it wants to solidify because of the pressure drop. So it goes through phase change, right? 3 states of matter: liquid, solid, gas, technically 4, plasma, if you want to count that, right? So you get phase change when you drop the pressure, so it solidifies. So that's why they have a heater in there to prevent the waste from freezing out the dump line. And they shut the heater off because of that burning smell, right? And then the lines froze. Whoops. So All right, to be very clear.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Grits, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Appreciate you. To be very clear, the toilet can separate liquid and solid waste. There's different avenues for liquid and solid waste on the toilet. The waste dump is just for urine. It's just for liquid waste, not solid waste. Solid waste, they have canisters that they have to eventually swap out on the toilet because they fill them up. The canisters where the solid waste goes looks kind of like a beer keg almost. It's a little aluminum canister. It's about this big. They keep the solid waste with them in these sealed containers. You can't take it out of the toilet without sealing the damn thing. That's by design, so you don't make a mess. And solid waste goes there. The liquid waste goes out the vent system, so they dump it overboard. The Orion does not... I said this before, and it was wrong, because I had to learn more about the toilet. I had to go read. This toilet does not recycle. There was not enough mass on Orion, because when you send something out to the moon, you need to accelerate it past 25,000 miles an hour. At that point, mass is at a premium. You have to make the capsule as light as possible, but you also have to make it functional. So you got to compromise. The toilet on the ISS recycles water, but they took that component off and made like ISS toilet light for Orion. So it dumps liquid waste and it keeps solid waste on board. There's no recycling systems like there is on the ISS. So it's funny. The toilet is working great because the toilet is derived from the ISS. And the ISS, people have been taking dumps in that thing for 25 years. No joke. Like, that thing works great. It's the part that's not derived from the ISS. The waste dump system and the heating system that's having teething problems because it's brand new. They had to design it. It was brand new design. That's part of why Artemis 2 is doing this, and it's not landing because Artemis 2 is just shaking down the Orion capsule so they can figure out how all these components work. Any new components that you introduced into the design. We haven't heard, King. Why not dump the poop out into space? I think the mechanism to be able to do that would be too complicated. So go with what you know. Like, yeah, the poo canisters, dumping those, like, yeah, that would require an airlock to do something like that. You can get away with it with liquid waste. You could just have a pipe, right? But the solid waste, okay, like with solid waste, with liquids, right, it's just liquid, right? You can make it go out a pipe. With solid waste, you're dealing with all shapes and sizes and consistencies, right? I hate that I have to explain this, but it's good to learn. Like, think about it, right? It's better to put it into a canister because you're dealing with all different shapes, sizes, consistencies, textures, right? Like, you're dealing with all that kind of stuff, right? Hey, look at that. Thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. So, making a mechanism that can dump that doesn't require an airlock is actually complicated. That's a hard thing to do, right? Think about it. It's tough, right? Am I wrong? Right? You have to make a one-size-fits-all thing, right? And eventually you're building a more complicated mechanism than just sealing it in a container and taking it with you. It's a trade-off. And engineering is full of trade-offs like this, even crappy ones like this. So it's a crappy trade-off, but yeah. Hey, you asked, dude. That's all I'm saying. Thanks for the gifted subs, Locatana. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, this whole mission is this crazy mission sending people back to the moon. We haven't been out here in 53 years. The freaking toilet is stealing the show. And I don't know I don't know how to feel about that, but whatever. Whatever, man. If I can use it as an opportunity to teach people something about spacecraft design, I'm in. I got you, Locatana. Thank you for watching. Do CO2 scrubbers use a different system as the wastewater dump? Yes. The CO2 scrubbers do have a dump line on the vehicle, but it is a separate system. The reason why is because the CO2 is part of your HVAC, and your heating, venting, and air conditioning system, which is part of your environmental control and life support system. So the HVAC is part of the ECLIS on the Orion capsule, right? So it's a separate system, but that it does have a vent. Their CO2 scrubbers dump CO2 overboard constantly, because that's just mass. That's just extra mass, right? That system is also derived from the ISS CO2 scrubbers as well. I don't remember if the ISS, I know the ISS scrubs CO2, but I don't know if it recycles it. I think it does, but I don't remember. Either way, it's an open loop system on this capsule. The dump line is separate from the wastewater dump line. I think they are near each other, if I'm remembering right, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, King, right. That's why Kerbals are better suited for space. No dumping. You don't know that for sure, man.
During the crew's daily planning conference with teams here in Mission Control,
I'm going to guess they're all standardized, whatever they are.
Teams on the ground relayed to
We've
NASA
had a bad
astronaut
experience
Christina
once,
Cook
right?
that any of her HRP standard measures timelined events today could be completed at any time. This crew is the first crew in deep space to participate in the Spaceflight Standard Measures studies. This is an investigation that's been collecting data from participating crew members aboard the station and elsewhere since 2018. And the study aims to get a comprehensive snapshot of astronauts' bodies and minds by gathering a consistent set of core measurements of physiological response. Let's take a look.
You know how your doctor always checks your heart rate, blood pressure, and other vital signs? NASA collects similar measurements on as many astronauts as possible, and that includes the Artemis II crew flying around the moon. These measurements belong to a study called Spaceflight Standard Measures. Comparing information gathered from astronauts before, during, and after spaceflight provides a window into what happens to the human body in space. On their trek aboard the Orion spacecraft, Artemis crew members will track their nutrition, heart health, and immune system, while MRI scans pre- and post-launch will peek inside their eyes and brain. The crew will also participate in tests examining balance, muscle performance, motion sickness, and changes in their microbiome. Since 2018, NASA has been gathering standard measures like these from crews in Earth-based analogs and aboard the International Space Station. But Artemis II will be the first to provide these measurements in deep space. After returning from their mission, the crew will move through obstacle courses. They'll exit a mock capsule and conduct simulated moonwalk activities in a pressurized spacesuit, including practicing walking, using a ladder, connecting tubes to the capsule, carrying bulky objects, and more. Why? Some astronauts feel dizzy, unsteady, and nauseated post-flight, but scientists want to know how soon after landing on the moon could astronauts carry out mission-critical tasks and what workloads they could handle before fatigue sets in. By understanding how deep space travel affects the human body, NASA can take steps towards sending future astronauts to the surface of the moon, Mars, and beyond.
That's a good idea. They're gonna make them do simulated lunar surface activities when they get back. That's actually pretty smart. It's a good call. Can CO2, the waste, be a problem in future flights? Like collision with future vehicles? Thanks for the answer. Murdoch, on this particular trajectory, most of the pee that they dump overboard is going to end up burning up in Earth's atmosphere, if you really want to know. Some of it will hit the moon, but it's going to be inconsequential amounts. Some of it actually... Some of it's going to hit the moon, but not a lot, but some of it will. In the future, though, no, not really. This mission, dude, is to really figure out everything on this and make sure that, like, the toilet doesn't break on future flights, right? Because future missions with Orion are going to be twice as long as this one. And, yeah, you don't want a messy repeat of the Apollo program in that regard when it comes to waste disposal, right? The Apollo program didn't have any toilets. They had CCUs. They had bags.
This is space.
For
I'm
the
in
whole
space.
mission. Guys, it's like a 20-day mission. Hey, Shirley gifted a sub to Murdoch. There you go. But yeah, they're figuring all this stuff out now, so these problems don't happen during an actual lunar landing. Artemis 2 is it's just shaking down the entirety of the Orion system and making sure that everything works. They are using, beads, yeah. Is the extra O2 needed for that negligible, or would all of the LiO canisters would be required for this mission take up too much space? Chevelle, I'm not 100% sure. They chose the beads for a reason for the CO2 scrubbers, dude. Shuttle toilet 1, Orion toilet 0. Aren't they using something called... No, Animal, they're not. I'm not finishing that sentence. So the toilet will be available again. It's... Ator, right now, the toilet is in a configuration where it's good to go number 2, but not number 1. Once again, the waste system that they are having, the waste disposal system that they're having problems with is for pee only. So you can go number 2 in the toilet, just not number 1 right now. If you have to go number 1, they got a bag. Was the toilet an absolute demand for astronauts configuring Orion? I'm going to go ahead and guess probably yes, Frelin. So the toilet's good for going number 2, but not number 1 right now. Like, once again, fellas, I don't believe in sugarcoating things. I'm just telling you what's going on, because this is important. It's important to understand. Part of shaking down the capsule is making sure the damn crapper works, all right? For a longer mission into deep space, that could be a real problem if it doesn't work. So this is why they do this mission. This is why this mission is happening, so that you could figure this stuff out now so it doesn't happen later. How do you do 2 without 1? Cientic, I'm always reminded of that famous line from The Dark Knight where Joker is talking to Batman and he goes something like, every poo-poo is a pee-pee, but every pee-pee is not necessarily a poo-poo. Yeah? What do you think about that, Batman? Actually, no, I don't know if he said that, but, you can... No, What do you think about that, Batman? He's a very wise man, yep. Well, yeah, maybe he didn't say that, I don't know. It's in the director's cut. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Never change? Yeah, all right, I got you. If it completely fails here, can they test the design on the ISS before Artemis 3? So, Driados, the ISS has the same toilet, but the parts that are failing are the ones that are specific to the Orion capsule. So the reason why the solid waste system is working is because it's the same as the ISS toilet, from what I understand. It's the urine systems. Now, on the ISS, once again, they recycle it. The recycling system is not on Orion because it's too heavy. It's too much mass, right? Remember, there's no weight in space. You say mass, you don't say weight. Weight has nothing to do with it, right? So the particular system where they're having problems is the waste dump system. They just dump. It's an open loop system with going number 1. So I'm not sure how good that's going to be for testing on the ISS. You don't want to dump urine next to the ISS. It'll just stay there. Like, we want to minimalize debris around the station. So I don't think that they're going to do that. Like I said, and that, Driados, that feeds into it. People are asking me, like, why do they have so many problems with the toilet? How the hell are you going to test this? How do you test it? How do you test a toilet that's designed to work in deep space when you're not in deep space? Right? There's some of these systems some of the critical systems on Orion, there's no way to do that kind of testing down here. So eventually you maximize your odds of success and go. So in this case, maximizing your odds of success is sending them up with a bunch of CCUs, which is contingency collapsible urinal bags, just Ziploc bags. That's the contingency, right? So you don't know how the toilet's going to work, so you hedge your bets just in case. And that's paying off. That's minimalizing risk for the mission. And that's what a good test flight is all about. Just test it in a vacuum. Where? Just coming in here. Is there a press conference in an hour? What do you think they're going to talk about? If this question is obvious, sorry, I'm dumb. Champ, these daily press conferences are talking about the status of the mission. They're going to talk about the toilet. That's going to happen. But they'll also talk about a bunch of other things. There's a bunch of other things going on, like with the mission, taking pictures, etc., etc. No extensive simulations can run it. What are your simulations based off of, Jermaine? Everybody's like, oh, well, everybody thinks like, oh, you can just run it in CFD. We could just do a CFD simulation. There's no CFD simulations out there for deep space, right? What are your CFD parameters? Do we just have an overarching thing about how things work in deep space? Like, oh, we'll just take those parameters and plug them in, right? You're not going to know 100%. Like, there's no, like, unless we want to just go put this toilet in a vacuum chamber and then spray piss all over the side of a vacuum chamber. I mean, personally, that's not a bad idea, right? But also, that doesn't necessarily simulate the conditions in space, right? Like, we could take one of our really, really expensive vacuum test chambers, put the damn toilet in there and have it roll. Like, all that would do is just spray doo-doo all over the side of the vacuum chamber wall. You might learn something. I don't know, maybe. Pretty sure the guys that run the vacuum test chamber don't want that. Like, that sounds like it would get messy.
If you're just joining our coverage today, thanks for tuning in. We are live 24/7 throughout the Artemis 2 mission, all the way from prior to launch until splashdown and astronaut recovery.
Poop testing, let's go.
Today we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn 2. This would have been a very small maneuver using the reaction control system thrusters on the European service module. However, that burn was canceled. It was deemed unnecessary. We have a great trajectory already thanks to the translunar injection burn that was completed on flight day 2. That's the burn that set us on a course for the moon and helped us leave low Earth orbit for the first time in over 50 years.
Yeah, Poison, that's for sure. Now, Lava Eagle, if you want to make the
Canceling
argument
that burn
that we
also allowed the team some time today to reorient the spacecraft and assist troubleshooting with some of the wastewater dump issues they experienced last night. They did conduct another wastewater dump earlier and were able to clear up a little bit more of that system.
She says it way more eloquently than me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'll tell you what's going on. One, because I think it's funny. Two, because it's real. I like raw, uncensored NASA. Like, I don't like the, like, cleanly NASA. Like, this is dirty business. This is a tough mission. It's a hard job. All right? I'd prefer people being real. NASA Glenn has a vacuum test chamber in Plumbrook, Driados. It's for testing spacecraft. Now, Lava Eagle, once again, you said there won't be much difference between testing it in low Earth orbit than in deep space. Yeah, that's right. Should we have tested Orion in low Earth orbit more before we sent it out into deep space? Yes, we should have. Yeah, we decided we didn't want to do that because it was too expensive. And now you're paying for it with doo-doo. Just saying, if we launched this to Leo to low Earth orbit on like something like Ares 1X or something, you would have figured these problems out a long time ago. But so by the time you went to the moon, you wouldn't have this problem. If we tested it on orbit, this would take another year. Yeah, Dorian, yeah, where we're at currently, yes. I'm talking about if it's 2010, it probably would have been better to test it in Leo first and then do these missions. But yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago. You're not wrong. Merry Christmas. Poop. Happy Easter. Your poop is clogged. Here you go. What about testing the toilet in a vacuum engine test stand? Mach 20 turds? I mean, Drew, that'll do something. I'm not sure it's going to give you the results that you want, but I guarantee you the results would be funny. It'd be pretty funny seeing Duty just shoot out the back of a engine of an upper stage test stand. That would be funny. I would laugh. Like, I'm frustrated. I missed the NASA stream on Twitch. So, guys, from what I understand, now keep in mind, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I do believe that the NASA Twitch channel is going to go live again for the close pass on the moon. I heard that. I don't know if that's 100% right. That sounds correct, though. When the NASA Twitch channel goes live again, you can get the drop for the NASA badge over on Twitch. That's what I was told. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen, but yeah, if you're looking for drops, dudes, yeah, I don't have them. I'm sorry. I didn't get the memo. I'm not cool enough. NASA didn't deem me cool enough to have it. It's probably because I'm sitting here talking about poop all day. Whatever. That is what the pinned comment in the channel says, also for entry descent.
Integrity on one. Any chance for a 5-minute private with the flight director?
Okay, they're going for the PFC is private flight director conference.
Yes, sir. We're setting it up.
Yeah, Kat, that's right. NASA Plus is only live for big mission events, not continuous. Yeah, that's weird, man. I'm not doing that, Rebar. I'm not doing that. What is PFD? Private Flight Director Conference. That's when they talk to they're talking to Jeff Radigan. Jeff Radigan's the lead flight director for the Artemis 2 mission. If they show a shot of Mission Control, you'll see him. He's the he has a dress shirt and a black tie. He's the guy that's running the show here on the Mission Control side of things. Canards of the future. Yeah, the future of dumb. Yeah, canards remind me of dumb. Yeah. Clonimus, yeah, I agree. Yeah. I didn't realize your stream has been up for nearly 38 hours. Your poor computer. It's fine. So Artyom, the only reason the uptime right now is at 37 hours, 46 minutes is because I had to reset it after 48 hours. The uptime is closer to like 70 to 80 hours at this point. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Emily, yeah. See, you know how it'd be. Real ones know.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard that call from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis 2 spacecraft, down to the ground,
yes,
asking if they would privatize one of the loops. Again, almost all of their communication does go out publicly, so it's not uncommon for them to request the opportunity to speak with the flight director or flight controller teams on their own.
Yeah, Serge, you're asking about, is Orion powerful enough to abort right now? No. It was powerful enough for an abort contingency to get home faster post TLI burn for about 6 hours. After you got six hours after your translunar injection burn, Orion no longer has enough fuel to be able to hit the brakes and turn around. You're stuck on this lunar trajectory. That's why TLI was such a big deal, dude, because going for it committed Artemis 2 to the full 10-day mission. That's a big step because there's no undo button at this point. That's what I mean about this mission being dangerous. There's no undo button. There's no abort contingency from now on. You go to the moon and you come back. That's the fastest way home. And, you know, like, it's funny because we have there's such a strange dichotomy going on here, right? Like, on one hand, this is a super dangerous mission. On the other hand, the toilet doesn't work. Like, poo jokes. Like, so weird, man. How big is Orion? It's 5 meter wide, Pigeon. It's pretty big. Full send, baby. I thought they fixed the toilet. No. Dorian, the toilet is halfway operable right now. It's good for solid waste. It's not good for liquid. They had some problems with the heaters. The heaters for the liquid waste evacuation system were not working. They started making a burning smell, so they shut them off. And then the liquid waste heater, when they went to dump liquid waste overnight, it froze. So they had to roll Orion into the sun to try and melt the ice on it, and it kind of worked. They did dump some waste, but yeah, the toilet right now is currently inoperable for liquid waste, but operable for solid waste, which they don't dump. They keep solid waste on board. The reason why they keep the solid waste on board is because of the mechanism to dump that overboard would be a little bit more complicated, and there's no mass margin for it, meaning it was too heavy. The correct NASA metric is 2 minivans. Yeah. Orion has it's 316 cubic feet, or about 9 cubic meters of habitable volume. It's pretty big. About the size of a walk-in closet. That's a lot of space for a spacecraft that's designed to go this far. You know, the reason why I say walk-in closet is because the Apollo command service module was about the size of a broom closet. Like, it was a broom closet. Can you imagine? Or like a closet where you'd put your coats. You imagine? You and 2 of your best friends are stuck in it for like 2 weeks in a freaking broom closet. Yeah. There's not a lot of space on that thing. Orion is a little bit more roomy based off of what we learned from the CSM. It's like a janitor's closet. Yeah, there's not a lot of space in there on the Apollo one. Orion has plenty of space, dude. Yeah, no, plenty of space for 4 people. All this talk about pee has put me off for yellow-colored popsicles for life. I mean, grape popsicles are where it's at anyway, Jellybean. Don't worry about that. I just realized that them keeping solid waste doesn't add any weight. It's just, yeah, law of conservation of mass, Chando. Yep. Okay, the guys can pee in the bag. What about women? It's not sexist at all. The bags are designed to receive fluids from men and women, if you really want to know. It's actually a super trick design, the CCUs, but don't worry about it. Like, I don't want to get into that much detail. You can go look it up. Oh, yeah, somebody linked it up. Yeah. All right. We're already here. I'll just show you. This is what the CCUs look like. Don Pettit posted this, which... Yeah, Don Pettit's a NASA astronaut. He would post this. So that's what they look like, guys. There's one for men, there's one for women. And
he said I'm going to start the stream for
that's how you go.
Voice checks. We're not in config, but it'll still give you an idea.
Copy. We'll be ready for you.
Now, I want to add that there's enough of these on board for the toilet to be inoperable for the entire mission. So we're okay. It's fine.
Integrity, we have a good video feed of you.
Okay. All right, you got a good video feed. Show us. Speaking of that, I'm going to go take a leak. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Houston, confirm you're not getting any audio.
And Integrity, we believe that we were getting your audio. Let's try one more time. Integrity crew, I copy your 5 count loud and clear. You're sounding good.
I'm back. You have an onboard shot yet or what?
Integrity, we would like a 10 count, if able, in view of the camera to sync our audio and video. Thank you. Copy, Christina. We would have taken either direction, but we prefer the blast-off direction. That looks like a really good audio and visual sync for us, so thank you. Copy, sounds good.
Nice pants. Thank you. I'm just going to snack here for a second. I'm going to mute the mic. Oh, right when we have onboard. Cool. Here we go. Onboard shot. You see Victor Glover down there in the bottom right. Christina center. Jeremy Henson top left. You could tell because of the way it is. The way his jacket is. And that's pretty neat. And Reed.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by the Artemis 2 crew. They are setting up for a public affairs event. Today they'll be speaking with NBC and CBS.
Oh boy.
We are now 2 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the Artemis 2 mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years.
Houston, Integrity for photos. We have photos on PCD 1 of the CCU.
Copy, we'll grab them, thank you.
They took pictures of the pee bags with that tablet right there. That's what that meant.
And Jenny, FYI, we will have a few more after the PAO conference as well.
Copy, we'll keep an eye out.
Vic's got the guns out again, bro. Bro, you're in a spaceship. Don't take the guns out in a spaceship, dude. We got to work out soon. Yeah, we'll work out when they work out, DJ. We got to do our push-ups today. So Christina was using some chapstick there. The reason why is because they've had humidity problems inside of the capsule. It's too damn dry in there. Last humidity reading from Victor was 78 Fahrenheit, or about 25.5 Celsius. At like the humidity was in the single digits, guys. That's why you see them like using chapstick, because it's dry as heck in that capsule. But that's, once again, getting the HVAC system nice and happy for human habitation is not something you're going to figure out until you get
Orion
there.
is setting up for today's public affairs event. This look inside the Orion spacecraft: on the left, pilot Victor Glover, and on the right, mission specialist Christina Cook, both NASA astronauts.
Yeah, we can't see that. Do they have humidifiers? Generally, no, guys. Humidifiers on a spaceship are bad because you can get mold on the spaceship. That's bad. Mold inside of your spaceship is a no-no. You generally want to keep things drier, but not 5% humidity. You don't want that. That's like way too dry. But you won't have to worry about mold getting in anywhere, you know. Mold on space stations is something you have to deal with. That is a thing. It's a closed environment, and if you keep it humid, mold will happen. Vic has 3 watches on, because one is probably UTC, one is probably Central Time, and then it looks like he's got an Apple Watch there. Oh no, that's not an Apple Watch. That's a heart rate monitor. That's an iPhone. Somewhere Tim Apple is going, yes, you know. Yes, I said Tim Apple. That was on purpose. Hodge's house requesting dinner ideas. Pizza. Do it, Bree. Do it. Yeah. Yeah, I was listening. That's Archer. Is that what it's called? That's what it's called. Monitor astronauts' well-being, activity, sleeping patterns, and interactions. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get their steps in, though. You know what I mean? Why not get their steps in for the day? Or week. At this distance and speed, do clocks experience the effects of space-time? Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah. Time dilation's absolutely a thing. They're way far out of the grav well. Technically not. When they get back, they're going to be younger than they should be. They're aging less than we are on the planet right now. Fun fact. It's not much. It's basically an inconsequential amount, like maybe a couple of seconds younger, but it's still a couple of seconds younger. Isn't that weird? They proved that this happens.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson
Scott
Space Center
Kelly,
in Houston, Texas, on
because they're
flight
identical
day 4
twins. They sent one up to the space station for a
Artemis
year, and they brought him back
mission.
down. And one
As
aged
mentioned, the
more
crew
than the
inside
other.
Orion is getting set up for a public affairs event that will take place in just about 7 minutes. The
It's
clients
probably,
today are NBC and CBS.
guys, it's probably not 1 to 2 seconds. It's probably a little bit less than that. Maybe a second at best, guys. It's not a lot. But yeah, it does happen. Time dilation is a thing. Einstein's relativity theory, man. It's like I was saying before. Damn Einstein with all of his rules. Why did he make all these rules? Why'd you make spaceflight so hard, man? With your damn rules. You suck. Not really, but Still funny to say.
Shortly after today's public affairs event, we will be transitioning over to the mission status briefing here at Johnson Space Center. That is targeted for 4:15 p.m. Central Time. If you're watching on YouTube on NASA's stream, you can continue to watch on this feed to watch the news conference. But if you're interested in continuing to get live views from the spacecraft, you can transition to the other live feed available on NASA's YouTube. NASA. Again, our coverage continues 24/7, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Bruin, it's not a lot, but they are technically aging less. They're further out of the grav well. Gravity makes you age, guys. Fun fact. Weird, huh? I thought it was speed, not gravity. Yeah, saying gravity makes you age probably isn't the best way to say it. As you approach light speed, if you're going faster. But yeah, I mean, no, relativity and stuff, dude. Something like that, Jelly Bean. Something like that.
It does. And Houston, as we get ourselves put back together, just make sure this scene and voice still looks good. From our perspective, the camera might be a little tilted, but it might be good.
Copy, Reed. Still looks good to us.
Adams, you saying Christina's hair does not get in the filtration? Yeah, they're most likely it's going to get caught in the vents, not the filters. Like, see the vents right there? Now, keep in mind, that's an inlet vent. Air's coming in through that vent. But, yeah, the outlet vents, they kind of look like that. So, yeah, don't, if anything, it's going to get stuck in the vents, not the filter. But yeah, I mean, once again, that's another thing to solve, right? You know, we're not sending all dudes to the moon base. Ratio would be terrible, right? Like, got to think about this stuff. what control panel is mocked up behind Capcom? So these monitors here are all different telemetry. It's the telemetry that's being shown on these. This thing right here and that thing right there are the radios. That's the radios. So we have Jeff Radigan right there. Jeff is the lead flight director. He's running the show right now. You have your capsule communicator. That's Jenny Gibbons.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Jenny Gibbons is the backup crew. She's Jeremy's backup from the Canadian Space Agency. But I'm going to shut up. Let's go.
Houston, from inside Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NBC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Tom Costello with NBC News. Are you hearing us okay?
Hey, Tom, it's great to hear your voice all the way up here, 155,000 nautical miles from Earth. How are you doing?
I'm well. Congratulations on your mission so far. I'm told this is the farthest interview ever conducted in history, and I'm wondering, how does it feel right now to be in a place that nobody has been since 1972?
Honestly, it is unbelievable that we in 1972, just being up here and seeing how difficult this is and how hard the team is working. We do have a little bit of echo on your call. We'll try to turn it down when we're answering, but this is a magnificent accomplishment to be up here, to see the moon, to see the Earth, and to know that we are between those two celestial bodies, and you can see it when you look out the window. The Earth is almost in full eclipse, the moon is almost in full daylight, and the only way you could get that view is to be halfway between the two entities. It is truly awe-inspiring up here.
Well, now we know where the speaker controls are.
The images you guys have sent back are absolutely spectacular, and when you look at the moon that you're headed for, and that gets closer and closer, what are your thoughts?
Well, last night we did have our first view of the moon far side, and it was just absolutely spectacular. I think that one of the interesting things that happens when you look at a moon that inherently just looks different is like the darker parts just aren't quite in the right place, and something about you senses that is not the moon that I'm used to seeing. And sure enough, we got out our lunar targeting information, and we matched up, and we're like, yeah, that is the dark side. That is something we have never seen before. We must be, no kidding, like Reed said, somewhere between the Earth and the moon, getting a view from a different place and putting up something that has meant so much to so many cultures, scientifically, spiritually, culturally, for so long, seeing it in a different way, and just pairing that with how much we miss and love our families and knowing that they're looking up and seeing the same moon, it's a pretty amazing feeling.
And when you look back at Earth, you've sent these breathtaking images, and it's Easter weekend, of course. What are your emotions as you look back at Mother Earth?
Well, before I list off a couple emotions, there's been a lot of disbelief up here, just the fact that what we're seeing, where we are, it's hard to wrap your mind around. Like, I mean that sincerely. It really bends your mind. And the emotions that come along with that, there's a lot of happiness. Just to have experienced these unique things just brings you joy as a human. We're explorers at heart as human beings, and we really feel like we're exploring out here, and it brings a lot of excitement. And then, right away you are humbled. The fact that 4 of us get to be out here just brings you to your knees. The thought that we get this experience, we're doing our best to show it with the camera, but you can't do it. I know those photos are amazing, but let me assure you, it is another level of amazing up here. And there's a lot of gratitude for the teams of people that made this possible. And then the final emotion is hope for humanity's future, that we can do this right now means we could do so much more.
You guys are a long way from home. You may not realize you've become superstars, rock stars, while you've been gone. And I'm wondering, you've been able to talk to your families. How are they doing with you so far from home?
Well, just from what I overheard from some of the conferences and then what I enjoyed watching with my family, I think there's a lot going on. It's been interesting to hear what they have witnessed on the news and in social media, but also their launch experience. I got to hear the first story that they saw, what they felt and what they were thinking, and then what they wanted to know from me. And so the family conferences were great. It was so awesome to hear people talking to their families and then to speak with my family. And there's a lot, and I'm actually still processing. Mine was just about an hour ago, and I have a lot to go write down in my journal.
And I just want to tag on. I have my family conference right before Victor, so we had ours today. Christina and Jeremy had theirs yesterday, and I was just so jealous of them yesterday. I was so happy for them, but I was so jealous. And then this morning when my two daughters came on, and it was just the three of us talking, it was surreal. Just we're up here, we're so far away, and for a moment, I was reunited with my little family, and it was just the greatest moment of my entire life.
I'm just curious, you guys, you have all been dreaming of this moment for so long. Can you sleep in space when you are finally at this moment that you've been so excited about and working for so long?
Now, that's a good question.
Well, we do love sleeping up here, and such a long initial day that I think our bodies are ready to sleep no matter what. Most of us have been sleeping really well. For me, sleeping in space is one of the most comfortable ways to sleep, and it's very deep sleep, very peaceful sleep. Sometimes when you first get up here, you have a little bit of a sensation that something's wrong as soon as you wake up. Maybe you're falling or you don't recognize your surroundings, but it's great. I mean, honestly, being human up here is one of the coolest things about this mission. We are just people trying to get by. And for example, we might go look at the far side of the moon and take in its awesomeness and then go, maybe I should change my socks and try to dig around for a pair of socks. So this is the dichotomy of human spaceflight.
How will you describe this moment to your families, your grandkids, many years from now?
You kind of left me speechless with that. I think, it is weird when you're the four humans doing this. We're not doing this for reasons. Jeremy's answer was great. Like, if we can unite the world, that's awesome. But we're just the lucky four that got to be on this mission. We were in the right place at the right time with our international team, and we're up here doing this. I don't think any of us have really thought about legacy or any of that sort of thing. I do think it would be really neat someday if I can sit around with my grandkids, or maybe Ike's grandkids, or Christina's, or Jeremy's, or somebody somewhere, and tell stories of these times up here, because some of them are going to be unbelievable. There's beauty, but there's human elements too, and I just think it'd be fun to share in this human adventure. The key part of human exploration is the human, and coming back and sharing the story, and we're going to try our hardest with every single person on planet Earth.
So listen, Al Roker is awfully upset that he couldn't be here. Any messages to Al Roker and the Today Show family? They are watching every moment of this.
I have to be honest, I'm a little sad Al's not doing this interview too. It's great to talk to you, Tom, but I mean, Al, we had so much fun running around KSC with him, and so I hope he watched the launch, and we look forward to talking to him when we get back. Love you, Al.
Yeah. He was with me the whole time. You all look great. We're wishing you a great trip, and we want to see great photographs from the far side of the moon. Thank you, Integrity.
Dude, Reed Wiseman is a freaking national treasure, dude.
Thank you, Tom. It was great to be with you.
Funny.
Go back. Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the NBC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from CBS News.
Integrity, this is Mark Strassman with CBS News. How do you read me?
Mark, we have you loud and clear here in Integrity, 155,000 nautical miles away from Earth. How do we sound?
You sound fantastic. Congratulations on all your success so far, and thank you for the amazing images that you sent back from space. My first question, I hope a couple of you will take a stab at. I mean, so many people on Earth are living this moment through your experiences. So on a personal level, since leaving Earth's orbit, What have you been most struck by, and what has been the biggest surprise?
Actually, not a bad question. All right.
Oh, I definitely think the thing that I have been most struck by was, I'm going to steal Jeremy's answer right here, but on Translunar Injection Day, before we did that Translunar Injection burn, give me a second for the technical, and then I'll get to the artistic, but we're 30 miles from Earth, and then we got to come down to just 100 miles from Earth and do that Translunar Injection burn, and then we head out to the moon. And just that entire time, I mean, you could look away from the window and then look back, and Earth was bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And finally, Jeremy goes, I'm not sure if we're going to go around it or hit it. I mean, we're going right at the Earth. That Translunar Injection burn, we were just 100 miles up. That's not anywhere near the height of the International Space Station. We were under the International Space Station. They were just screaming right above the clouds, and that burn went off. And then just moments later, we look back, and we're already 30,000 miles from Earth heading to the moon. Like, blew us all away.
You know, Mark, I think one of the things that has struck me, there's so many amazing and so many profound things that we've seen and felt on this mission. But something else that just stays with me is a lot of us were excited to see Jeremy's expression or reaction to looking out at Earth from space, being the first-time flyer. But the difference between Jeremy and someone who's never flown, but all of us, all four of us, and someone who's never flown is essentially equal. The three of us space before, I think, feel just as amazed to be up here and to see some of the sights that we've seen. And so even though we lived on space station for a collective 2 years, we have seen and felt things that we have never felt before, from that ride, that wonderful ride on SLS, to being that 38,000 miles from Earth and just seeing some amazing views.
I think we've all been on a trip where we wish we had packed differently. Now that you're pushing deeper into space, is there something you left behind that you wish you had brought with you?
Actually, decent questions here.
You're hearing a lot of brainstorming in the cabin right now. The resounding answer is we feel very well taken care of. There's not a whole lot we would live without. That typical forgetting your sunscreen or your bug spray on vacation. They thought of everything. We've got it all. My initial response was my family. I would love to have them up here, but then I might actually never come home. And yeah, I really can't think of much. The other joke was we think we had a radiation hit on one of our computers and took it down. So maybe we would have packed a spare computer. Other than that, we're just so well taken care of. In fact, so well taken care of that sometimes we forget. You can easily just get your presence here in the cabin and forget exactly where we are.
I want to ask a question for all the young people watching. Take Kruger Middle School in San Antonio. They are studying the science and the engineering of the moonshot, along with what it takes to be an astronaut. What is your message to all the kids watching and fascinated?
Yeah, I was sharing with some people yesterday, you need to identify your passions in life. We all are attracted to something out there that, just kind of fired up. And then just to recognize that everybody has something of value to offer. I mean, that is just a true statement. And we as humans, even the four people up here doing this, we have self-doubt. We've had it in our pathway as well. And so I know all those youth out there too are thinking, no, I can't do that. Every once in a while, you're going to have that. And so share your passions with others. You're going to be amazed at how they help you. They're on your team, and they're going to help you accomplish the things that you're interested in doing. And the reality is humanity needs those contributions. So just get after it.
Victor, I have one for you. Apollo 8 had a memorable Christmas Eve reading from Genesis. Do you have a message you'd like to share from space about Easter Sunday?
I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought that up, though. I think these observances are important, and as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, the beauty of creation, I think for me, one of the really important personal perspectives that I have up here is I can really see Earth as one thing. And, when I read the Bible and I look at all of the amazing things that were done for us who were created, it's, you have this amazing place, this spaceship. You guys are talking to us because we're in a spaceship really far from Earth, but you're on a spaceship called Earth that was created to give us a place to live in the universe, in the cosmos. I think maybe the distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is special, but we're the same distance from you. And I'm trying to tell you, just trust me, you are special. In all of this emptiness, this is a whole bunch of nothing, this thing we call the universe. You have this oasis, this beautiful place that we get to exist together. I think as we go into Easter Sunday, thinking about all the cultures all around the world, whether you celebrate it or not, whether you believe in God or not, this is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing, and that we got to get through this together.
Well, for someone who didn't have anything prepared, that was really quite extraordinary. Another question. During the lunar flyby, you're going to have radio silence for about 40 minutes. You'll be on one side of the moon. Everyone else on Earth will be on the other. You'll be focused on the mission. What do you hope the rest of us are thinking about?
I also haven't had anything prepared for that question, but I think things that come to mind for me are thinking about togetherness. When people talk about that Apollo 11 first moon landing, there's the two that landed on the moon, and then there's the one, Michael Collins, stayed in orbit, and he did orbits around the far side of the moon alone with those losses of signal. And people asked him the rest of his life what that was like. And in the end, for me, it leads back to gratitude. Gratitude that out of this huge universe, we get to live together on Earth, planet Earth, and what an anomaly that is. When I saw Earth for the first time on its own out the window, I was struck by the blackness around it. If you can just think about what it means to be together and what it means to be apart from your loved ones during that time and reflect on that, maybe we'll all come to a realization.
We've all watched a waxing moon from Earth. What's it like to watch the moon grow from space?
Well, before I get to the moon, something that I've just been really taken by is the waxing and waning Earth from our different perspectives. It's just been a little surprising to me. I just assumed it's sort of like the moon is consistent, almost from day to day. You don't notice a huge change from one day to the next in how much of it is lit. But from 1 hour to a few hours later up here, we can see a completely different Earth as this orbit changes, especially when we are close to Earth. That was really surprising to me, from like crescent to full Earth. We woke up that first morning on TLI morning, it was a half Earth, then it was a full Earth, and then it was a no Earth. Yeah. It was really amazing. To watch the moon grow is exciting. That's our destination. That's where we're locked onto. When we're done with you today, we're going to get into some review of some of the science we're going to be doing and shifting our mindset to the Earth or to the moon. And I'm pumped to do some of those observations, some time up close and personal with the moon before we set our sights back at home.
Can I add one thing? And I'll just add, yesterday we were looking out the docking hatch, which is off the camera to the top side, and we were just starting to see the moon, and it just looked different, and we were catching glimpses of the far side, the side that you can never see from Earth, of Grimaldi, of Oriental. We were just starting to see around Grimaldi into that far. And as for humans who have looked at the moon our entire lives, it just looked different out the window, and that is wild. It just really put our place in the universe in perspective.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I think all of you should be grateful that Christina is such an expert space plumber. We'll see you when you get back.
We are. Thank you, Mark. It was great talking to you, and we are grateful. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Well, that was cool. That was pretty damn cool.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
That was pretty sick. Why is there voice delay only from Earth to Orion and not from Orion to Earth? It's delayed both ways. It's just the way the audio, just the way we hear the audio. Yeah, it's going out and back. But yeah, that's a good question.
Discovery, go at throttle.
How many hours is the flyby? 40-minute blackout on the far side of the moon. Yeah, it's gonna. Hey, Max, 11-month resub. Any idea who that is? Wayne Gretzky. I don't know, it's a guess. Geddy Lee. Please let it be Geddy Lee. That would rule. We get audio and video at the same time. The crew experiences the delay. Yeah, the delay is both ways. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Dear humanity, please never stop to amaze me. Sincerely, a human being.
Isn't that cool, man? That's pretty cool. They have no communications at all for 40 minutes during the lunar flyby on Monday, Ivan. Yeah, nothing.
Copy, thanks, Reed.
It's Hayne Whale. Yeah, one man. We're at NSF. We're more focused on the technical side of things, you know. But yeah, there's some great answers. Vic's answer about Easter made me really happy. That was the right way to do that. That was the right way to do it, and that's cool, man. That's real cool. I totally have a man crush on that dude, and I don't care. That's cool. You're a Chad. You're an absolute giga Chad. Like freaking national treasure, man. Good stuff. I mean, man, did NASA break the mold with this crew or what? Like, these are the exact 4 people I want on this mission, man. You know? Like, that's the exact... These are the exact 4 people I want in that damn capsule right now. Like...
Integrity Houston for a PCD conferencing clarification.
You have a stream schedule for tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be here all systems, but I'll keep the stream running. That's right, Bram. The Apollo astronauts, very much, were the best product of their times, dudes. And that's why being an astronaut is cool. And not to parrot Jared Isaacman's words, but you know, I really hope that that looking at, you know, kids see Jeremy Reed, Christina, and Victor, and they see that and they say, that's what I want to be. I don't want to be a damn influencer. Take it from somebody that's in content creation. I would much rather be an astronaut. Abso-frigging-lutely. Right? You know, you ask kids nowadays, they want to be a YouTuber. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. But trust me, content creation has its damn limits. All right? It has its limits. I'm saying that as somebody that's been doing this for a long time. You know, being a content creator you can end up limiting yourself. Like, look at how many people get burnt out doing this, right? Or move on to bigger and better things. You know, if you're going to set your sights high, don't set your sights low on being a content creator, even though there's nothing wrong with that. But we want more people being astronauts and engineers and scientists. That's what we need. You know, that's our job, I think, as somebody that's older, to really, really make sure that kids don't... Okay, let me be very, very straightforward. I don't want kids wanting to become frigging YouTubers. We want kids becoming astronauts, baby. All right? We want astronauts. We don't want freaking TikTokers. Okay, we don't want Instagram influencers. We don't want that. That's crap. No. That's caca. We don't want that. We want astronauts and scientists and engineers. And space plumbers, baby. Space plumbers. The trades making their way into space. That's what we want. You know? How about YouTubers in space? That's all right. That's fine. You know, like, I really hope that, you know, younger people see this stuff and they're like, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Yeah, Jack. The 40-minute flyby. Dude, Michael Collins did that by himself. Can you imagine? You are completely alone on a spaceship. No contact. Nothing. Honestly, as somebody that, you know I talk a lot here, but I'm generally kind of introverted in real life. Like, I'd like the solitude. That would be nice. I'd sleep. It'd be the best sleep I've ever got. Did you serve in the military? No, I've never served. Jerv Curve. I do support veterans, though. Yeah. I believe in doing that. Never served, though. There you go, Alleviate. That's good stuff. And he was pretty happy about it. Yeah, right? I want to be a space cleaner, I believe. As a person that is in the next generation, I want to be an aerospace engineer and get into designing and engineering these kind of things. Spacecraft design is cool, man. And there's only going to be more of a demand as we go further into space. So stick to it. The key here for the younger people, guys, the key here is persistence. Okay? Anybody can decide that we want to become an aerospace engineer. And then, you know, like, if you want to do that, you're going to be faced with challenges. Don't stop doing it. All right, just because going gets tough, just keep doing it. The key is persistence. All right, being able to finish stuff. Just keep going. That's hard for a lot of people. But if you're younger and you want to be an aerospace engineer, going through, like, say you go through it and it's a lot of math and the math is, just keep doing math. If you just keep doing it, you'll get better at it. Persistence is key. There you go, Ballin. Nice. Persistence is key. My Twitch stream here didn't get popular because I streamed once and got big. It got popular because I'm here every day teaching people about space. All right? If you want to talk about it from the content creation side of things, there you go. All right? Persistence is key. Doing it every day. You got to live and breathe this stuff. And that's the key. That's one of the big keys to success. Just keep doing it. I don't say do the same thing every day, but that's the idea. Snickerlickers, RS-25 manufacturing and assembly engineer. It's worth it. Yeah, baby. Dude, those RS-25s worked excellent. You know what, Snick? I know a lot of people don't hate on SLS, and I've been saying, no, we should keep doing it for a long time. And I really hope after this, people realize how good that thing is. It's a pretty good vehicle. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Practice makes perfect. That's right. Isn't that the definition of insanity? Yeah, Bumba Fett, that's why I didn't say that way. No, just be persistent. Seriously, that's the key that I've learned as I've gotten older. You know, people fail because they don't finish. They're not persistent. All right? If you keep going and just keep doing it and just wake up and say, yeah, I'm just going to keep going, right? Even though I failed at said task, you'll eventually finish it and you'll eventually complete it. And that's the difference between failing overall and succeeding and failing, right? A lot of people fail in what they want to do because they're just not persistent enough. Just keep doing it. You know, just keep going. Where's the sound? Why aren't we getting sound here?
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Mind if we read your last question? What's up? What happened with
continuing
the
to
moon
test
base
out
funding?
every
I
bit
don't
of
know.
Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
Dude, that's one of my big things. Guys, part of the reason why I sit here and I keep doing this is because I know, dude, put your money where your mouth is, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys to go get aerospace engineering degrees and tell it stop and then stream 1 day a freaking week. No, I'm here to show that persistence pays off. Anyway, press conference.
Texas. I'm Sandra Jones, and we are here today to discuss the Artemis 2 mission and the ongoing historic first ever crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft. Here to provide a status on the mission thus far is John Honeycutt, manager for NASA's Space Launch System program, Judd Freeling, Artemis 2 flight director, Debbie Korth, Orion deputy program manager, and Kelsey Young, lead for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. We'll start with some brief opening remarks from each of our briefers before we jump into questions here in the room as well as on our phone bridge. If you are dialed into our phone bridge, please press *1 to submit your name to the queue. If you do feel your name has been called already, please press *2 and you can withdraw your question. Once your name is called, please do state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct your question. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to John for his opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Yeah, I think most of you know that I've kind of been on a hiatus from my SLS job for the last 7 or 8 months and running the mission management team, but we'll talk a little bit more about SLS as I get through my opening remarks. It's good to be here with you all today, be back with you again as we continue the Artemis 2 mission. You know, first things first, integrity remains on a free return trajectory and is on the outbound transit towards the moon with Lunar flyby day 6, which is Monday coming up. So very excited about that. As you heard yesterday, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. I can tell you they've been incredibly busy. I know you've been watching coverage of the mission. I think you'll agree. It looks like they're really enjoying their work, and you know I can tell that in their voice when we're listening to the voice loops. And then all the imagery that we've been getting is pretty incredible. So the crew took this image yesterday. We got an image. Does it go? Come on up there. Stand by. So they took this image yesterday. On the far left, you can see features of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes. Until yesterday, only robotic imagers have seen this region of the moon. And then in the next image, you can see Commander Reed Weissman getting a view of the Earth from Integrity's window. That's quite a bit different than what he saw from the International Space Station. That's absolutely beautiful. From a mission management team perspective, we continue to meet daily to discuss status and get updates from the flight operations team, Orion, consider mission risk throughout all those conversations. We get an update on payload utilization and then discuss any anomalies and any necessary actions. Currently, coming out of the meeting today, we're working through a couple of items that you're going to hear more from Judd and Debbie. They can discuss those. None of those were any increase in mission risk or impacts to the mission. The team has not asked the MMT to take on any additional risk so far. As part of today's meeting, we did get an outbrief from the SLS team. You know, Judd said a couple of days ago that it looked like things went perfectly through launch, and the data certainly bears that out for SLS. The bottom line is the SLS rocket performance was, again, just like Artemis 1, in fact, a little bit better right down the middle. And our insertion accuracy was within less than 1%. You know, I've talked off and on relative to things that are important to me throughout the mission, primarily with entry interface, right? Because that's the big one that gets us home and gets the crew boots back on Earth. But it certainly it doesn't go without mentioning that the first step in that is getting the rocket ready, and then the next step is having a SLS deliver the spacecraft to the point in space where it needs to be. And so it did that with 99.92% accuracy. That was a big bullseye, and I'm very happy about that. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Judd.
Okay, thanks, John. Let's see, on the back half of Cruise Day yesterday, they performed a CPR demo just to figure out where would be a good spot in Integrity to do CPR if they needed to do that. They had a public affairs outbrief. We also did a test of the search, acquire, and track mode of the Orion communication system. So that's if Orion, for some reason, loses its pointing knowledge, then it can go acquire communication with Earth on its own. Crew did check out of their med kits. They did some also a Nat Geo event there. They also had, we also did a DSN emergency comm test again to test out the ranging on the emergency comm system to make sure that was all working. Everything went well. Jeremy also had another CSA public affairs conference, planned medical conference. During the night, we tried to vent the wastewater tank that's attached to the toilet. We had problems with that due to a suspected blockage, we think probably due to ice. So we directed the crew overnight to use their collapsible contingency urine devices, just like they did on flight day 1. Let's see, this morning we had our normal planning conferences. We also had the private family conferences and also the private psychological conferences that were planned. Additionally, we did we're going to do another test of the PWD and take videos of that just so we can get that data to the engineering teams. The planned trajectory correction for today, OTC2, was canceled because, again, Orion is doing such a great job. We had great insertion accuracy. We had a good TLI burn. So we ended up canceling that. A benefit of canceling that, too, a side benefit, it allowed us to put Orion space capsule in an attitude that will put sun on the vent of that wastewater tank to see if we can try to heat that up and get that wastewater vented. We were partially successful. We got about half of the tanks out of half of the urine out of those tanks. So we'll continue to troubleshoot on that. Later today, we'll do the manually piloting demo part 2, which will test out the 6 degree of freedom versus the 3 degree of freedom modes of the capsule, so we can get detailed information on how those behave. We'll also, the crew will videotape the exercise device so we can get engineering data on how that exercise device is working. We'll also do another VIP event for the Canadian Space Agency. We'll do some imaging, taking pictures out the window, and then the crew has their planned medical conferences. That's all I have, and I'll hand it over to Debbie, and she'll talk about the Orion systems.
All right, thank you, Judd. So yeah, I'm pleased to report that the Orion spacecraft, it's in very good health, continues to operate nominally on its way to the moon, so no major anomalies that we're working at this time. I'm going to pull up the first image, if you could, of the exterior view of the spacecraft. So this is a beautiful view of the Orion with the sun shining off of that Ciox tape that covers all of those TPS backshell tiles. We actually yesterday performed a routine external inspection of the entire spacecraft to make sure that it's healthy for that return trip when it needs to come back home. And again, please report, found no damage to any tiles, no major tape removals or anything, so it looked really good. We did side-by-side comparisons to Artemis 1, actually looks quite a bit better than even Artemis 1 did at this point in the mission. We also, this image here, I guess I should mention, is from our optical communication system. So it's been downloading gigabytes of data throughout the mission. So this is one of the high resolution images that we got of Orion throughout the day so far. Let's see. We are still continuing to troubleshoot the urine venting, as Judd mentioned. I did have a partial successful venting after the maneuvers that Judd mentioned, getting some sunlight on that vent. The vents are located, the primary vent's located near that umbilical, that white block you see at the bottom there between the crew module and the crew module adapter. And so we think it's probably been seeing more shadow than anticipated. And so by heating that up, we were able to get some of the urine out, but clearly didn't solve the whole problem. So continuing to troubleshoot that. Should mention, this is a common occurrence. We saw these kinds of events on shuttle as well. So we have some tools in the toolkit. We'll be looking out on what else we can do there. The toilet itself is operable. This is a test flight. We're figuring out how all these systems work together, but it is operable, and we have redundancy to get us through the mission. Let's see. I guess we'll go to the next photograph. This is actually inside the spacecraft. It's maybe a little dark to see. We had the crew members turn the lights off or down low so they can actually take some really great images out of the windows. So I'm not sure if you can see, but I think Jeremy may be taking some photographs out the window, and Christina's back there working on the PC on her laptop computer. So anyway, a beautiful view of the inside. Most of the daytime pictures we see are really lit up, so it was nice to see the crew performing some of the other operations in the capsule. So I guess the spacecraft continues to operate nominally. Our team remains hard at work, making sure we're testing out all of the systems, getting through all the flight test objectives, and continuing to work the minor things that we have on our list. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kelsey.
Yeah, really pleased to be here today. We're now 2 days away from the lunar flyby, which is planned for Monday. So as we just heard earlier, the moon is now closer to the crew than the Earth is. So we're really gearing up to support the flyby. April 1st was an exciting day to launch because we have some really exciting observations planned for the day that the crew will actually fly by the moon. I actually have a visual video to show you guys of, in just 1 minute, the entire several-hour flyby. So if you could pull that up, that'd be great. When they start the flyby, they'll be able to see big chunks of the near side. That's the side that we can look up at night when they're observing the moon, and be able to see that near side as well. As they get closer, they'll start to focus on that near side, far side transition. Again, the far side is the side of the moon that always faces away from our own planet. So as they get closer, they'll be able to see features that human eyes have never before seen. Earlier, Orion was mentioned. This was a really exciting scientific destination. They got eyes on it yesterday from pretty far away. They'll have an opportunity during the flyby to spend a lot of time checking it out. You see Earthset that where Earth disappeared behind the far side of the moon, and you're about to see it pop out the other side, of course, in Earthrise. And then a really interesting opportunity we have for Monday's flyby is we will actually, from the vantage point of Integrity, the sun will pass behind the moon from their perspective, creating a solar eclipse from a perspective that is very, very unique to this mission. It will be a roughly 53-minute eclipse, and then they'll see sunrise where the sun pops out the other side of the moon. There's a lot of science objectives baked into what the crew are going to be doing during the flyby. Those science objectives were developed by our lunar science team. I think we can go to a video of where the lunar science team is currently stationed in Building 30 across campus here in the science evaluation room. We developed a set of 10 lunar science objectives that were based on our lunar science and planetary science driving questions in lunar and planetary science. And as a result, we developed a targeting plan for the crew to follow on Monday. They're actually reviewing that plan today. They all have about an hour book kept on their timelines to review the plan for Monday. And we're looking forward to hearing their observations and ultimately, of course, seeing the photos that they downlink. The crew has spent many, many months training in a variety of different environments to make these really scientifically impactful observations. And so we're really excited as we're getting closer to the moon for all of this really wonderful lunar science the crew are going to be able to do for us. I'm excited to hear your questions.
Okay, great. So now we'll open it up for questions here in the room. We'll start here in the front row with
Dude,
Marsha.
is this not badass or what? This is badass. This whole thing
Hi,
freaking
Marsha Dunn,
rules. We got to do this
Press.
more.
I'm sorry, I have to ask some toilet questions.
Your mic's on.
Marsha Dunn, Associated Press, with some toilet questions, if you don't mind. I'm assuming right now the toilet's no-go for number one, but okay for number two. Sorry to have to ask this. And how many backup bags, do you have, the contingency pouches? Because I know you use so many to try to fill up with drinking water. So you got plenty enough of those, and how frustrated are you because you thought you got it fixed and here we are again?
Yeah, so the toilet is it technically will work with number 1 right now, but we just want to keep the tanks half full right now until we figure out what's going on with the vent line. Absolutely, it'd still go for number 2. As far as the collapsible contingency urine devices, each crew member has 2 of those, but they can be either vented overboard, which we've proven that still works, or we could be collected in contingency water bags. But we don't anticipate that we'll have to do that since we can still vent those units overboard.
Thank you.
The urine tank that is in the vehicle is only about the size of a small, like your office trash can. So we want to make sure we can empty it out before we put anything else in there.
Thank you both. Next up, we'll take a question from Eric Berger.
Hi, Eric Berger, Ars Technica. 2 questions. I guess the first one's for Mr. Honeycutt. You guys come out here and everyone's sort of calm, and we see on the video things are calm. Can you just kind of take us inside the MMT or sort of behind the scenes and just talk about, is everything kind of as calm sort of as it appears? Like, is everything under control? Because, if I go back to sort of the shuttle days, it was kind of the same kind of thing, but behind the scenes, you find out that it's fairly frenetic. So I'd just like to get a little bit of sort of view of, because it looks like you guys, it looks like things are going really well. And then a question either for Judd or Debbie. You mentioned the 6 DOF and 3 DOF control tests today. For Artemis 3, Artemis 4, a nominal mission, how much of the flying on those missions will be manual versus do you anticipate it being almost all automated unless there's some kind of contingency necessary? Thank you.
Yeah, so, I've been accused of not worrying or getting excited about things and kind of even keel, and I see that in the rest of the team in the meetings every day. Now, we spent a great deal of time training, and the training team gave us some really hard things to work throughout training. And so I think it's a tribute to the amount we trained about and how good the teams are working together. I've been very pleased with the way that the Orion team, the MER team, and FOD have been integrating across each other prior to coming to the MMT. So we got pretty crisp stories. So we've had some things to talk about. The MMT's asking good questions across the board. I think I'm getting really good answers from the technical teams that are in the room presenting. So I don't have any doubt at all if we run into something that gets a little tougher, I think things will still remain calm. I think the teams get ahead of it before they get to the MMT and generally come back with good recommendations.
As for your second question about manual versus automatic control on future missions, the anticipation is that most of the time the crew will be using automatic mode, but whenever we're trying to rendezvous with a target vehicle, that's the time that we would be using a manual mode so that we have that, visual cues to closing rates and things like that so that we can, rendezvous there. So I don't know, Debbie, if you want to expand on that at all.
No, I think that's pretty much covers it. I mean, I think part of the demo is really seeing how the handling qualities might degrade if you ended up in a 3 DOF situation versus 6 DOF, and we plan to fly in 6 DOF. So this is all about, like I said, a test flight, figuring out how this vehicle handles. And I think this manually piloting demo, we've got part of it coming up, and then there's another part later in the mission to just really understand how it works if they do have to take over manual control in any kind of situation.
Thank you. Next up, Joey Roulette.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I just wanted to quickly follow up on that question for Debbie. You said no major anomalies on this mission. Is there anything that you guys are tracking that are not typically major, I guess, but that were off nominal? And I'm also curious to hear, what everyone thinks about the internet's fixation on the toilet issue. The internet, they love space toilets for some reason. I'm just curious to hear, your guys' perspective on that and how you perceive that. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think space toilets and bathrooms is something everybody can really understand. And we're flying it for the first time. Apollo didn't have that kind of technology in the vehicle, so it's it's always a challenge. They still have challenges on space station with toilets. It's just a very complicated thing to accomplish. So some of the things we're seeing, we're not totally unexpected. The icing events is things we've seen before. So I think we've got ways to work through that. We just got to figure out how we can, point the vehicle the way we need to. There's other constraints with pointing the vehicle for power generation and thermal protection of the vehicle. So how do all these things work together? And you can only test that once you get the vehicle up in space for the first time. So no issues there. Other small things I just mentioned, there are a lot of little things we're working every day. I wouldn't say anything major. The crew did detect a kind of a smell coming from the UWMS or the hygiene bay area, but not a biological smell, something. So we're trying to figure out what could that possibly be. So we have analyzers on board, we can look, but we're not seeing anything off nominal in our power systems, our thermal systems. So, we'll be looking into that to make sure we can understand what that might be. I can't think of anything really else. There's like a lot of little things, but that's probably the only other thing that we've got teams really looking into at this point.
I think the fixation on the toilet is kind of human nature, right? Everybody knows how important that is to us here on Earth, and it's harder to manage in space. So it's, I'm interested in, I know we're in a good state right now, but I would really like for it to be in the best state that it can be for the crew's sake. They're kind of like, it's a little bit of camping in space already, but then it makes camping a little bit tougher when you don't have the full capability of the toilet. But, they're okay, and they're trained to manage through the situation.
I love John Honeycutt. That guy
rules.
rules.
With Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Regarding the demonstrations on the proximity operations, rendezvous, and eventual docking with HLS, what's the current thinking when HLS is flying, whether Orion or HLS would be the active vehicle, which active, which passive? And then I had a separate question about Orion, considering this being the first flight of a crewed vehicle, compared to the other systems. There haven't been that many, a handful maybe. How would you compare this performance on the first flight with some of the previous Dragon, Starliner, maybe even Shuttle going back? Thanks.
So I'll take the first part. Whichever vehicle the crew's in will be the active vehicle. And so if Orion is rendezvousing with HLS, for instance, Orion would be the active vehicle. And then when they would come back from the moon, then HLS would be the active vehicle rendezvousing with Orion. As to your second question, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of information on some of the earlier or the more recent crewed vehicle test flights and things that they experienced. I would say Orion's performing remarkably well. So we are pleasantly surprised. We're hoping that this is what we were going to see, but we did fly a lot of redundancy in our systems in case we didn't. So as far as those comparisons, I'd probably have to defer to someone who knows more about what happens, directly in Dragon and those other vehicles.
Okay, our next question's here in the front.
Hi, Philip Sloss. One question for Judd. Are you going to plan on doing an OTC3 burn, or is it possible to delete that as well? And then for Dr. Young, just to clarify, the eclipse, the 53-minute long eclipses, where is that in that 3-hour flyby window? Thank you.
So currently, OTC, the outbound trajectory correction number 3, we do plan to do that based on our current numbers. So, and we'll do that with the SM reaction control system.
And the eclipse, so the fly-by-day profile will look like a roughly 5-hour period where the crew is observing the moon. Like in the video you guys saw, they'll see the illuminated surface of the moon. And then a short time after Earthrise, we will kind of have a break in lunar viewing attitude where they'll be doing some other tasks before then pivoting back to look at the eclipse. So the 53-minute eclipse is roughly, an hour after Earthrise at the end of the flyby window.
Thank you. Next up, Jackie.
Hi there, Jackie Waddles with CNN. Another question for Dr. Young. I just wanted to ask, because the president's budget request came out yesterday, and we saw another proposal to cut 47% of NASA's science budget. I just wanted to ask you, how are you thinking about how that changes the agency's science initiatives and even some programs that help support Artemis, even though I know Artemis had an increase in funding. And also would just love to know how that's affecting employee morale and what you're doing to kind of keep employees happy. Thanks.
Our briefing today is focused on Artemis 2. Our budget numbers are available online at nasa.gov/budget. If you guys have any additional questions, you can reach out to Public Affairs after about the budget. Thanks. Let's go to another question in the second row. Yes.
Thank you. Tarek Malik with Space.com for Dr. Young. When we spoke back in September, there was a lot of uncertainty about what the crew would be able to see during the flyby coming up, and I imagine that kind of came down to the launch on April 1st. So I'm really curious, given that they're going through their targets today, their geography and whatnot, what you are hoping, I guess, to see, or what they're looking at the most in terms of what they have to practice, and then how do you keep them not looking at the moon outside of that 5-hour period as they're on approach and on the way out? Thanks.
Relatable question. Absolutely. So it was a really interesting challenge, and we did speak back in September about how to scope the flyby, given that, what targets will be visible to them are entirely dependent on when exactly they arrive at the moon, right? At any given moment in time, 180 degrees of the moon is illuminated and 180 degrees is not. And so what we did was we actually built a list of targets or features on the lunar surface for the entire 360 degrees of the moon, because we knew that once they launched and we realized when they'd get there, we'd be able to narrow down what was visible and from there prioritize based on our science objectives. And so as we were getting closer to this April launch window, we were building out that target list of how we would prioritize, launching throughout the April launch window. And then ultimately, of course, we launched on April 1st. So actually yesterday, the science evaluation room, the room that was showed earlier on screen, you can bring it up now again if you'd like, they were working to basically finalize that list of lunar targets that will ultimately go up to the crew and be executed on Monday. So what the crew are studying today is like the 80% solution. It's a study guide, and then tonight the final targeting plan will get uplinked to them, and they will review that prior to the flyby on Monday. And so we really, in that way, are able to maximize the science that we're getting out of the flyby by waiting until we know exactly when we're going to get there and maximizing the science out of that specific illumination profile that are presented to us. So I'll say that, the last part of your question about kind of where has the most effort gone into, I'd say we had done a lot of planning for months on the targets of interest on the illuminated lunar surface. The eclipse we really started to focus on in the last few weeks, and so we put a lot of effort into fleshing out those prompts, because ultimately the crew, to execute this plan, will be looking at their lunar targeting plan on their crew tablets and executing target by target by target based around prompts that the science team provides to them. So we put a lot of effort in the last several weeks into eclipse planning, in addition to continuing to flesh out the lunar targets in their own right.
We are going to take a few questions from our phone bridge next. If you are on the phone and you have a question, reminder to please press *1 to get into the queue. We'll start with Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
For taking my question. This is another science-related question. You talked about maximizing the science. Could you talk about, actually the science questions that you want to address, for example, with the eclipse? I'm not clear. Have people seen an eclipse like this before? And if not, what will the astronauts be able to contribute that would tell you something about, the sun? What are the actual science questions? And similarly, with the lunar targets, I guess, people on the street might feel like, well, don't we have a lot of pictures of the moon and orbiters and things like that? What are the actual questions? What is being maximized in terms of what you'll be able to know based on what the astronauts are doing? Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad somebody asked me about science objectives. Absolutely. We have, like I said, 10 lunar and planetary and solar system science questions for the mission that ultimately feed our targeting plan. So I'm going to take your question in two halves. The first part of your question was eclipse focused. Yes, Apollo crews saw similar eclipses, which again, in this context, means that from the vantage point of the crew capsule, the moon is blocking the sun from view. What's different about the eclipse for for the crew here is that, for us, I don't know if any of you saw any of the total solar eclipses over the last few years. Actually, we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the North American eclipse from 2024. What's unique about viewing eclipses from the Earth's surface is that from our vantage point, the moon and the sun in the sky appear approximately the same size. And that's why you can see that beautiful ring of fire when the moon moves, takes center stage in front of the sun. Of course, Integrity has a much different view than we do. And so the moon appears much, much, much larger in their view than it does from us here on Earth. And so that's why in that visual you saw earlier, the sun appears as a relatively small disk. And that means that instead of the ring of fire eclipse that we see here on Earth, they'll actually see the solar corona, but only part of it. And so we have science questions designed around looking at solar activity at the time of the eclipse. And so they'll actually be able to make, unique observations on Monday, April 6th, and what the sun is doing at the time. We've included prompts for them to describe the features that they can see in the solar corona, which can ultimately help solar scientists understand these processes in general, especially given the unique vantage point that the crew are going to have relative to our orbiting spacecraft here on Earth and our observers, our scientists here on Earth as well. Jumping to the second part of your question on just non-eclipse related science and lunar science, we took our driving science questions from our community documents, our Science Mission Directorate decadal surveys, which represent the highly prioritized science objectives that the entire community are driving toward. And what we did is prioritize them based on what Artemis 2 and our mission profile are really uniquely able to accomplish. For example, human beings are really good at making nuanced color observations. We have amazing camera data from decades of orbiting spacecraft, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. I'm based at the Goddard Space Flight Center. I love LRO and all the data it's been able to tell us about lunar science. However, the human eye, especially when it's connected to a well-trained brain, which I assure you these 4 people have, are capable of just in literally the blink of an eye making nuanced color observations that Apollo observations told us can tell us something scientifically. When Jack Schmitt on Apollo 17 saw orange soil and he collected that sample, they launched back into orbit and saw that same orange hue from when they got from the surface to when they went to orbit. That told us something that volcanic processes were active on the lunar surface much more recently than we had expected before. We're looking for the crew to take time during their flyby, let their eyes adjust to what they're seeing, and call out any of those subtle color nuances, especially on the parts of the far side that have never been seen before by human eyes. And we're able to ask more intelligent questions because of what Apollo gave us and because of what those orbiting spacecraft provided to us. Another example, and I swear I'll stop soon, you've got me all excited about the science, is photometry, and that's essentially taking advantage of different illumination conditions throughout the flyby. And so the analogy I like to give, and we actually ran this exercise with the crew in training, is imagine a sandbox. You know that when you go to the beach, sand is not perfectly flat. There's texture, there's different particle sizes. Turn off the lights in a room, look at that sandbox, shine a light shining directly on top of it. What you'll see is color. You'll see the shades of color and albedo on that surface. Take the same light source and move it to the side. You'll lose all the color nuance, but you will see topography and morphology. Comparing those 2 angles allows us scientifically to really understand lunar surface evolution. And though we can't move the sun in this mission, we can move integrity. And so by looking at the same targets more than once throughout their flyby, they'll be able to make observations about the same targets in different illumination conditions that would take some spacecraft days, months, weeks, years to build up. And the fact that they're able to see that in the duration of several hours can really help us dive deep on some of our really high priority driving lunar science questions.
Thanks, Kelsey. Next up, we'll go to the phone bridge. We have Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Dude, I could listen to Kelsey all day. She's awesome.
Thank you so much. I think this question is for Debbie. I wanted to check back in about the isolated helium feed that was brought up yesterday. Just wanted to make sure that second line is still holding up okay. And I think I was a little confused about the answer that was given on the redundancy of that system if the second helium feed that's being used right now goes down. What did it mean that you don't need to regulate? I'm just wondering if I could get some more clarity on that. Thanks so much.
Sure, yeah. So as mentioned yesterday, I believe we did isolate one branch of our MON line as a part of the SM prop system. And we have not exactly determined what is happening there. We saw a little bit of pressure rise, which was higher than, or not in family with what we had seen in previous testing, and so we isolated that branch. The secondary branch is completely redundant and is completely operable right now, so we have no concerns about being able to operate the prop system. The remaining burns that we have actually don't require the helium pressurization into the MON system tank. The MON system tank is now holding an amount of helium that it already needs. It backfilled the prop it already used up with the helium, so it's already primed and be ready to go for the remaining burns that we would need. If we did have an issue on that branch, we can always go back to the other branch. Using the other branch is not precluded just because of this item that we saw, this feature. We just decided to isolate that one and use from a health perspective, use the healthiest branch for any remaining burns. Those burns are really small. I'm sure Judd could speak more to what we have left to do, but that's why we said we don't need the helium pressurization anymore, because the MON tank already has the pressure in it that it needs to execute the remaining burns with, I think, 4 to 5 times more than we would actually need based on the predicted burns.
Yeah, I'll add, so the trajectory corrections that we have, we skipped the first 2. We got 4 planned remaining. Each one of those we budgeted maybe 30 seconds or so for, and we're really only seeing we only need, probably 10 seconds at most. And so we've got plenty of ullage is what we call it. So plenty of pressurization in the system to not have to use the helium, even if we had a problem with the secondary line.
And I guess I should also mention we are also protecting for an off-nominal type of board situation. In that case, you may have to use a pressurization system, and the second branch is perfectly healthy to accommodate that as well. So we have not lost any redundancy or fault tolerance in our system. We decided to isolate the one branch that we didn't like the behavior and proceed with the rest of the mission on the secondary branch.
We'll take one more question from the phone before coming back into the room. Next up is Joseph Howlett with Scientific America.
Hi, yeah, this is for Kelsey. I'm curious if there's a particular lunar feature or another that you're excited to get human eyes on. Is there something that in particular that you're looking or hoping for the astronauts to see? And then also, have they gotten photographs of any other celestial bodies besides the moon already, or is that planned for the next couple days?
Yes. If you ask, 100 lunar scientists what their favorite features are, I'm sure you get 100 different answers. I think I'll maybe cheat and give a couple. I think Oriental is obviously extremely compelling. This is an impact basin that plays such a critical role in not just lunar science, but in planetary and solar system science. It's the type impact basin we use to understand impact processes across the solar system, which is one of the most ubiquitous processes across the entire solar system. And we've never had human eyes on by far the majority of it. I will say, a little bit closer to home, the crew is really excited about that target, and they're really excited about, understanding its significance in lunar science and planetary science. So I'm really eager to hear their descriptions specifically of Oriental, just given the excitement that the lunar science team has and that the crew has. We also, when we were training the crew, we gave them a Big 15 lunar geography challenge. So we gave them 15 features across the entire surface of the moon that at any given time, no matter when they launched and what the illumination was, they'd be able to see at least 5 of them at the time. And so if you can, know these 15 features, you will always be able to orient yourself on the moon. One of our targets that they'll actually look at twice on Monday is Ohm Crater. That was one of the Big 15. They've used it as sort of this, quizzing themselves. We actually literally made them flashcards for understanding lunar geography. And so I'm excited that Ohm made it into the targeting plan and that they'll actually get to see it twice under different illumination conditions. So there's a lot of really exciting potential for the observations. And, frankly, what I'm the most excited about for Monday is hearing those descriptions starting to come down from the crew. They've practiced for many, many, many months on visualizations of the moon and getting their eyes on the real thing. Really, really looking forward to them bringing the moon a little closer to home on Monday.
Next up, Will.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Question for John Honeycutt. In your mission management chair role, we heard early this morning when the crew first woke up, early days, but it sounded like there may be some weather in the splashdown zone that's being watched at this point. I wonder if you can give us the assessment at this phase of the mission, how the splashdown recovery is looking, and then putting your SLS hat back on. You mentioned earlier in your remarks, the rocket performed pretty straight down the middle and even better than Artemis 1. Even given that, are there some tweaks or finesses that you'd like to see between this rocket that just flew and the rocket that will fly on Artemis 3? Thanks.
So I'll take the first question as far as entry weather. So it's a little too far out right now for our models to converge, but I'll tell you our meteorologists have been monitoring what we think the models are going to do, and we're essentially in between two systems. And if those systems either speed up or slow down, then we might have a case where the weather might not be good in the San Diego area, and we might have to go a little bit more uprange into the Pacific. But again, those models it's too far out to know that. So we'll get better models Monday or Tuesday, and so that's when we'll plan to send the recovery ships to the proper staging area in planning for entry. And so, John, you want to talk about them?
Yeah, it's still a little bit early in the data review process, and so the numbers that I've got right now are based on the limited amount of data that we've got. I think the resolution will continue to get better, and if it points to something that we need to go do to change on the rocket, we'll go do it. And for instance, we had to we learned something in Artemis 1, and we went and put the strakes on Artemis 1, and they did their job fantastically. So, we'll be vigilant going through the data, and whatever the data turns up and we need to address it, we'll be ready to go do that.
Thank you. We'll take another question here in the room.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. My question is for John Honeycutt. And K-Rod Cube, the Korean CubeSat, carried on Artemis 2, unfortunately failed to establish communication. And despite the setback, it was a meaningful first step for Korea's participation in an international crewed lunar mission. Looking ahead, what kinds of opportunity will future SLS mission offer for international partners like Korea to participate beyond CubeSat ride shares?
Yeah, so given where we are on the mission that is being planned for SLS and the architecture that the administrator and the associate administrator talked about over the last couple of weeks, I'm not aware of anything that they're doing. That doesn't mean there can't be something coming up. I would just say that the capability, if called upon, especially in the configuration that we're in for Artemis 2, if it's needed, I think it'd be ready.
Next up, another question in the room.
Hi, Alejandro Turnbull from Space Scout. Over the course of today, we've heard that Christina might have had a little bit of issues with her computer, her personal computer, and just wondering if any of you could speak to what those issues were and what you're doing about them, and then also how you're going to take those learnings from that, as well as Reed's viral issue with his email from the early part of the mission, and apply those to future Artemis missions and personal computers on future missions.
Yes, so Christina's portable computing device, it failed. I mean, it's a computer failure, so it's not usable anymore. But we still have three, that Reed, Victor, and Jeremy have, and so she's able to swap out and use, borrow their computers for any uses that she may have. As far as the email issues, again, that's just because we're not connected to, the internet or to a sync all the time. We have to do manual syncs, and sometimes those files get corrupted. So I wouldn't say it's a real big issue. We got it corrected, and so it's not unlike issues that we see on the International Space Station. Sometimes we have to do some IT support, and I would say that's just nominal. We understand how to work those and carrying those forward.
Another question here in the room.
Hi, Katrina Miller from the New York Times. This question is for Kelsey. Can you clarify that there are parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes that will be seen by the Artemis 2 crew? And then I'm also curious if you have any words to share on the cultural importance of seeing the far side of the moon with human eyes.
The reason there are parts of the far side that have never before been seen by human eyes are that it's because that when Apollo missions launched, they prioritized launching into windows where the near side was illuminated, because that's, of course, where the Apollo missions landed. And so for when Apollo astronauts were orbiting the moon, the far side, they of course orbited over the far side, but it was not illuminated at the time when they were in orbit. Also, they flew much closer to the moon than Artemis 2 will fly, and therefore the horizon views of their spacecraft did not permit them to see the poles. And so we have a really unique vantage point with the Artemis 2 mission where the crew will actually be able to see the whole lunar disk. This means that they'll be able to see the poles, and they'll also be able to provide scientific context for their observations. Some of the really neat things about lunar surface processes, especially impact cratering, is they can toss material hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers across the surface. And because of this unique vantage point that Artemis 2 has, which is so much farther away than we experience with Apollo, they'll actually be able to provide context for those processes that are so influential across the entire lunar surface, where one crater in the northern hemisphere can shed material all the way down into the southern hemisphere. We're looking forward to the unique views.
Back in the room, this gentleman in the black cap.
Thanks. Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight magazine. I have a question for Debbie Korth and a question for John Honeycutt. The question for Debbie Korth is, which future Orion vehicle will be the first to benefit from changes mandated from the evaluation of the Artemis 2, performance of Orion on Artemis 2? And for John Honeycutt, you have less than 2 years before SLS is to launch with the Centaur upper stage. Can you give us an idea of what are the most important technical milestones between now and the launch that have to be met in order for the Centaur to be integrated into the SLS to carry another crewed vehicle?
I'm sorry, in what stage are you talking about?
The Centaur.
Oh, the Centaur stage. The Centaur stage?
Centaur, okay, yeah. Centaur, okay, not Centaur. Centaur.
Yeah.
Stage, yeah.
So, when I took this mission management team job, we were in the beginning stages of already kind of starting to look at that. So we've looked at it from a perspective of what kind of adapter we would use for it. Right now we use the launch vehicle stage adapter to adapt to the ICPS, which is basically the old Delta stage, right? So we've done some work and some studies, and the team has, and I really don't know what they've done over the last 6 months. I know they've made some progress, but I just don't have an update on it. But I think the primary thing for us would be, building a new adapter to be able to integrate that stage, and then making sure that we get it integrated well with the launch, with the mobile launch platform and the tower, which early on indications say that's not going to be a problem.
I think on your question was what spacecraft will be first to benefit from what we learn off of Artemis 2. And I think it probably depends on what we learn. I mean, we anticipate we'll learn things that will feed into Artemis 3. So we have Artemis 3, 4, and 5 spacecrafts all in various stages of production at our factory at the Kennedy Space Center. So we are within the first, shortly after the mission, getting the data back, within 60 days, have the flight test report that we can look at and say, what did we learn, and start seeing where we can feed it in. So, depending on if it's something super critical, we'll force it into 3. If it's something that we, it's a nice to have or a tweak that we could wait till 4 or 5. So I think it really depends on what we learn and on where we'll actually feed that in first.
We're going to hop back over to the phone bridge with Micah Maidenberg in the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. A question for Kelsey Young. I think you touched on this a bit, but could you just elaborate a little bit more on how the crew is trained to describe what they're seeing on the lunar surface? how do you get everyone to provide the best possible descriptions of what's in front of them, given the science objections? I mean, are they learning specific vocab or trained to really dial into specific features on the lunar surface? Thanks so much.
You guys are asking me all my favorite questions today. We train the crew in a few different ways. First and foremost, in the classroom. So I want to make it known that astronauts have to sit in the classroom and do homework as well, even ones that are going to the moon. So we sit in the classroom with them. We teach them better science objectives. We try to really keep it hands-on and have them integrate a lot of description practice. A lot of we get their hands on rocks, even though this crew isn't going to the surface. It's important to understand what the material looks like that they're going to be describing. We also take them out in the field. We took all 4 prime and 2 backup crew to the Icelandic highlands, and we, had them practice descriptions there as well. Really what we're trying to do is, of course, just build their toolkit, right? I mean, we're not trying to train them on the ground for a specific flyby because we don't know exactly what moon is going to be presented to them when they get there. So what we're trying to do is, turn them into field scientists. They're parts of the lunar science team in our eyes. They're the field scientists, the explorers, doing the scientific exploration, and we want to prepare them to be able to do that. And so, really critical for this, our team and the crew has been getting them also in the mission simulations with, the rest of the flight control team, where we actually show them, renderings, visualizations of different flyby conditions and have them actually practice giving them descriptions. Then our lunar science team will go back, listen to those descriptions, and provide feedback. I can tell you that, just having this crew describe visuals of the moon, visuals of the lunar surface, will give you goosebumps. And so they are absolutely prepared not just to give really scientifically compelling descriptions, but also to bring that experience verbally to us watching here on Earth. And so, yes, we started small with the vocab, but by the time they launched, this crew, they are absolutely invested in our lunar science objectives. They really understand them, and they understand the features that they're going to be asked to observe and why they're being asked to observe those features. I also want to point out that, as members of the science team, they're the in situ explorers. They're the ones that are empowered to understand our objectives and execute accordingly. So we've, made sure to tell them that we are giving them a science plan. We are giving them guidance that is tied to our science objectives. Our science objectives. You can feel free to flexibly execute that plan if you see something else that pops out to you. And to encourage them to do that, we also have some targets built into their lunar targeting plan that are called crew choice. So they get to choose their own adventure and what pops out to them as the scientists doing the exploration. And the last thing I'll say is that, the morning, the crew morning after the flyby, we'll actually have a crew conference with them specifically focused on science. And to us, that is not a debrief, that is active data collection. The same way field scientists in the field, they take notes, they describe what they see, they have to sync together before they head back to the lab and forget everything, the nuanced observations from when they were actually doing the data collection in the field. So we are really looking forward to that crew conference where we can ask them follow-ups, we can synthesize, have a synthesis discussions on what they saw across the entirety of the flyby. We've actually simmed this, practiced this a few times with them, and just having 4 brains on the discussion at the same time so they can kind of build off of each other is really scientifically impactful. So this crew is absolutely ready to deliver on the lunar science objectives, and the lunar science team is just trying to set them up for success the best we can.
Our next question on the phone bridge is from Leo Enright with Irish Television.
Thanks very much. I'm a TV guy, so I'm interested in the TV pictures. I was wondering if somebody could talk about what we might expect in terms of live television during the flyby. I mean, I assume the optical comm system won't be available. It'll be turned in the wrong direction, I presume. But, will we get the SAW camera imagery, or will the crew be shooting stuff out the window, or what can we expect?
Yeah, I think I'll be back tomorrow to talk about the details of the flyby itself. But the quick answer is that yes to all of those things. So we will be getting SAW camera video streaming during the flyby, except of course the loss of signal when they go behind the moon. We will also be hearing from them several times an hour verbally on what they're seeing out the window. So really looking forward to hearing those descriptions in real time. They'll be recording the rest on board, but we'll hear a few times an hour from all of the crew members on what they're experiencing. And for parts of the flyby, we'll actually be able to go on board with them with that camera you guys have been seeing over the last couple days. I will say that most of the lights will be off inside the cabin because that's how we get good imagery of the moon. But we will be able to kind of take that ride along with them. And yes, they will be taking pictures. They'll actually be using 3 Nikon cameras, 2 D5s and 1 Z9, each equipped with a different zoom lens to capture, varying features. We pick the lens that's best for the objective. So you'll be seeing a lot on Monday, real time, and tomorrow I think I'm on tap to explain a little bit more about how the crew are structuring themselves during the flyby and a little bit more about what we're going to be seeing.
And I would add that the optical comm is only really available during the crew sleep period, so don't expect the high-res video, but you will have, as Kelsey mentioned, the SAW cameras through our nominal low-rate video.
And we're looking forward to take advantage of that optical comm to get down some great photos overnight.
All right, we'll go to another question here in the room.
Jerry Rothwell from Lightbox. You mentioned you were tracking the burning odor that Jeremy Hansen mentioned this morning. I wondered if you could say a bit about what the possible causes of that were and whether they're a concern.
Yeah, you meant the dusty heater smell. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah. So that was the smell I referenced, that we had some report of a smell that we don't understand where it's coming from. So we did actually look at our power data, our heater data. Nothing looks anomalous. We have an anomaly gas analyzer that we can use to check the constituents of the air. Nothing showing up. So we don't know exactly yet. We're still troubleshooting where they might be coming from. The teams are looking at some data we had on the ground where that same similar type smell had been reported, and think it might be more mechanical in nature, some tapes and some other materials that might be off-gassing, but really early in that investigation, so don't think there's any hazardous condition. Those gas analyzers have come back with everything fine. So just trying to figure out what could possibly cause them. So the teams now are looking at some ground testing we can do with some of these materials to see if it really is what we think it might be. Also sending up an additional questionnaire to the crew to get a little more details on what they smelled and when and how that correlates with other activities that were going on at the time. See if we can have any correlation between other events and that smell that they noticed. So we're still in the middle of investigating.
Another question here in the room.
Hi, Dan Linehan with the Naval Postgraduate School of the U.S. Navy. And I have a couple questions about flight testing. And I guess in orbit, they did a spacecraft flight test, and they're about ready to do another one tonight, like you mentioned. And Reed and Victor are both naval aviators and test pilots. And maybe you can explain a little bit, why they were chosen for this mission, their expertise and what qualifies them to fly this first mission, and a little bit about the envelope expansion that they'll be doing.
So, yeah, as to the reason why they were chosen, exactly because they were test pilots, right? And so that is a key aspect of understanding a new vehicle is the handling characteristics, and so they speak that language.
I guess in terms of expanding the envelope, it'll be the first time we're actually flying the spacecraft. And so, during the RPOD demo that was earlier in the mission, we got great verbal feedback from Victor on every step of that demonstration and understanding is the vehicle responding the same way the simulators do that we're doing on the ground? Is it, the same kind of response time and feel of the vehicle so we can improve the simulators if we need to better match the vehicle and make changes there. So getting that verbal feedback from him on how it's performing and how that matches our expectations and our models and our simulations is what we'll use to see if we can expand the envelope at all.
And we are going to head over to the phone bridge to Robert Perlman with collectspace.com.
Hi, for Dr. Young, I know the far side is the prime focus, but you said in watching the visualization that they would have some time with the lit near side. Are any of the Apollo sites going to be in view as they start that flyby?
I can come back with that tomorrow. I think they might be right at the beginning, a couple of them, but I will confirm that and come back to this group tomorrow. And yes, they will see a significant chunk of the near side, including some features that are visible to all of us if we go out and look at the moon at night, especially with binoculars, but even some of the features they'll be looking at, binoculars not necessary, you'll be able to go out and connect with them in that way.
And we will take one last question here in the room.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for taking my question. This is for everyone, and just a quick one. 50 years from now, what do you hope people will say this mission made possible?
I would hope that people would say that this made possible a continued presence on the moon, that we are now living and working on a regular basis on the moon in 50 years.
Yeah, I guess Judd stole my answer. So, absolutely. I mean, this is the first step, and that's all of our hope and dream. I think everyone that's sitting at this table is that this is really going to lead to having that permanent presence and get people living and working on the moon. And it won't be such an anomaly that we'll have people, flying around there doing the great science.
Yeah, I have to dive into the science for a second. I think I'm glad you picked the time horizon that you did of 50 years, right? Because think about, where Apollo was 50 years ago, and scientifically how far we've come in that period of time, understanding not just the moon and the solar system, but our own planet. We didn't really understand plate tectonics at the time when these missions flew 50 years ago, right? And so Apollo played such a big role in helping us understand not just the moon, but our own planet as well. One thing that Christina says a lot that I just get, happy feelings every time she says it, because it's one of my favorite fun facts about the moon, is that the moon is a witness plate for the whole solar system and for our own planet. What the moon has experienced, we have experienced. They're basically in our backyard. But here on Earth, we have plate tectonics and oceans and vegetation that has obscured big chunks of the history of our planet. It is preserved on the moon. It is waiting for us on the moon. That period of our planet's history that we can no longer get here, even if we go to the deepest parts of the ocean, is there on the moon. And Apollo samples really helped us unlock that discovery, especially in the near side equatorial regions where they landed. The South Pole, the far side, very different geologically, geographically, and chronologically from where we visited with Apollo. And just thinking about the scientific discovery that those missions unlocked over 50 years ago, my hope is that we are sitting here 50 years from now, and not only have we made those scientific advancements, but just like in Apollo, this next generation of explorers and scientists are inspired to contribute. I'm sure people across NASA would say that the Apollo missions got them here to this agency working on this mission today, and I am just so optimistic for what this is going to do for the next generation and for the kids watching at home and the kids 50 years from now who are looking up at that sustained presence. This mission's just the first step.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there, I've had the pleasure of listening to these answers and thinking a little bit, but we've seen a lot of things throughout our history, especially here in the United States and probably even across the world, but I'm focusing on what we've done, spaceflight in the U.S., right? And there's been a lot of technology development that's kind of spawned off of the things that NASA did when we've taken on these hard missions. And so, 50 years from now, I would hope they would say, boy, are we glad that they went back to the moon and they stayed.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us for today's briefing. We have set up a frequently asked questions page if you do have a question that perhaps wasn't answered today, but we will be joining you again tomorrow for another mission status briefing beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, and we do hope we'll see you there. But for now, that'll do it for us here. Thanks so much.
Dude, that was one of the better NASA press conferences I think I've ever watched. I've never gotten so hyped up from one of those before. Dude, Kelsey, the science, she was awesome. So good, dude. I was getting fired up over here. I'm like, I want to go fight a bear right now. Like, let's go. Like, it's good stuff, man. Dude, the crazy part about it, guys, is that NASA is full of people like this. There's just full of people like Judd Friedling and Kelsey and John Honeycutt. They're just full of people like that. Everyone I've talked to that works at NASA is like that. Every single one of them, dude. That's why you got to put these melon farmers to work. Put them to work so they do. Look at them when they're in their element. Isn't it so good? It's so good. Oh, I love it. Makes me so happy. Back to the moon to stay. Dude, John Honeycutt's a treasure. I love that dude. Oh. Being from Montana, I highly recommend you don't fight a bear. I know, but I feel like I could. That's what matters. No, yeah, you're probably right. Oh, God, that's cool, man. 404 day Snickers. Yeah, right. Hey, where's the moon? Moon not found. But dude, that's awesome. I think her enthusiasm made following journalists ask more scientific questions. That's right, man. NASA's full of people that are into it like that. It's so cool. Right? Admiral? Yeah, dude. So good. Yeah, something like that, Andrew. No, it's not even just Kelsey, dude. I'm telling you, NASA is full of people like that. They're full of people that just, dude, they got it. Like, it's just top shelf scientists and top shelf engineers. Sorry, I'm getting like too hyped up. Dude, they're all like that. Every single one of them, man. Just you got to put them to work. You got to let them do their thing. You got to let them do stuff like this. You do stuff like this. Look at the science that we're going to get out of this. It's so good. Ah. Michelle, maybe it's too personal, but your grandpa on your dad's side worked for NASA from 63 to 2018. Won't get into details as to why, but I only got to meet him once when I was very young. From the information I found, he worked on Voyager, Cassini, Mars rover, Viking, Tidris, Pluto, Maven, along with numerous military GPS communication satellites. He flew P-47s in World War II. He didn't retire until he was 93 because he loved what he did. Yeah. Chevelle, once you get bit by the space bug, you're screwed. You're screwed. Because you're gonna, dude, this happens, all right? It happens. You get into space, all right. What I like to tell people, dude, is like, okay, I'm a Twitch streamer originally. Like, I mean, we're streaming on YouTube. I still am a Twitch streamer, but, you know, I played a lot of video games. Played tons of video games growing up. Like, you know, you get into a video game, you play it for a long time. Like, let's take Minecraft, for example. Everybody knows what that is. You know, first time you dump into Minecraft survival, you play the snot out of it. You won't stop playing, right? Like, and you just keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And then you beat the Ender Dragon and then you're like, all right, cool. And then, you know, you binge it for like 3 months and then you're done, right? Spaceflight is like that, but you never beat the Ender Dragon. You just keep going. It is an endless rabbit hole of new information. You will always learn, and you just binge it like you'd binge a Minecraft play, and you never stop. Like, that's the space bug. Like, once you get it, dude. It doesn't go away. Once you unlock those wrinkles in your brain, it's hard to unwrinkle them, right? You never catch the dragon. You never catch the dragon. You never catch the dragon, right? Like, that's the space bug, dude. It happens. I have it. I'm like terminally ill with the space bug, right? Like, I never want to stop learning about this stuff. It's my all-time favorite thing. Nothing is cooler. Nothing is cooler, right? Maybe except, like, you know, the original, me listening to the original lineup of Leonard Skinner, right? And, you know, Jesus is singing lead vocals with giant angel's wings, right? And I'm in the first row, and I am out of my mind, all right? That might be cooler, but also spaceflight rules, right? Like, it's the best, dude. I like to picture my astronauts in a tuxedo t-shirt because, you know, it says I want to be formal, but I'm here to party, all right? Because I like to party. I like my astronauts to party, too. Nice sum up. Hey, I try to... Pooter, that's the other thing, dude. I try not to take myself too seriously. Like, I know I love this stuff. I know I have an obsession with stuff. I try not to go full crazy space nerd. I like take myself down a peg or two. You know, like... I'm not like totally nuts, just a little bit, you know. Because the exposure to the harsh elements of space react to space bug fever. I think they make it worse, Hecky. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Leonard Skinnerd, man. Pronounced Leonard Skinnerd. Man, I would have liked to see the original lineup, dude. But hey, airplane maintenance is key. Am I right?
Your crew note, which is the
Allman Brothers are good
Science
too.
Lunar Targeting
I'd do that
Package.
as well.
It's the one during flyby, and that is your message 3.04.04.
Yeah, Jar, that's right. Yep. P.I. Staker. Yes, Mr. Staker. What's up, Clavic? We're always, yeah, I know, Toothless. I know. You guys are good at that. So I do it before you do, you know.
While we were in our daily briefing.
Okay, yeah, we see that there. Let us have a look at it. That should answer it all. Thank you.
Right, Daytown? It's awesome. It's so cool. This is what NASA needs to be doing.
While we were in our press conference, some of the crew members remained working aboard the spacecraft. Jeremy Hansen was testing the fill time.
Integrity Houston for stowage.
God, that press conference was so good, man. Dude, I guarantee you that press conference is going to make all the highlight reels and all the documentaries that are about this mission. I guarantee it. That was legendary. That was so cool. That press conference is going into the history books, man. So good. Oh, God, I was getting so hyped up from it.
Did you say a bag number?
Negative. It is in one of the blue JSBs.
Okay, thanks. That's what the syllables were. Thank you, JSB. And we did discuss, I think we will just use the deployed syringe we've been using for water ops and keep the other one pristine.
Would have started doing backflips. Yeah, man.
Okay, we like that plan, Christina. Thanks.
No fight bear is bad. All right, that's fair.
Thank you.
Hey, Ren, what's up, dude?
Again, while in our briefing today, Jeremy Hansen was testing the fill time with the potable water dispenser, filling some food and drink bags. Victor Glover got the chance to exercise using the flywheel device, conducting some resistive exercise workouts. At this time, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen have moved into the Lunar Flyby Planning Review. So they are taking a chance to look at their lunar targeting package and at some of the targets that they'll be expected to photograph and describe during flyby on Flight Day 6. They've been studying and training for this flyby for an extended period of time now. However, the visibility of the features on the moon is dependent on the launch day and lunar illumination. So the science team here on the ground has been working on determining which targets they should look to see and describe, as well as capture.
Raleigh. Thumb it down now. Here. Have some juice. You're thirsty. Dang, so dang thirsty. Dude, Ren, yeah, the toilet's being a pain in the butt, man. The toilet is operable for number 2 right now, guys, but not for number 1. The liquid waste evacuation system is not working. They got it semi-operable, but yeah, it's not great right now. But other than that, guys, mission's going really well. You have the space bug. Yeah. Why is the main engine tilted? You know what? Let's check the mission timeline. Let's go over here. Hey, good dog. Gifted a sub to Zeus32. Thank you. Let's just check our mission timeline here. Where are we? ESA. Actually, Rev's put... We go here. FTO, DFT2 with DFTO without attitude. They're coming up on European Space Agency flight test objective. I'm not sure what it is. I'll bet you it's something with the service module. I didn't get if that was them messing with the 6 DOF or the 3 DOF thrusters. It probably is, if I had to guess. But then again, it might be the manual piloting over here. How's the day? Oh, Beats, watch that press conference that we just saw. Guys, like, once again, if you just popped in, you're just checking this out now, there was an awesome press conference that was packed full of information about the mission. Really, really good stuff. And my favorite NASA guy, John Honeycutt, was there. The good old boy. He's like, yeah, we do a lot of good things in space. They're pretty good. I'm like, yeah, all right, man. Sargar, welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. Is that the person who made this website here? Yeah, Topical. That's Revs Up Rays. He's a viewer of mine. Yeah, Revs is a good people. He put this together before after the mission launched. He's been just working on this, while the mission's going on. He started when they were over here, like behind my head. OTC2 got moved. It got canceled. Yeah, Orion has fair seas, guys. There's not a lot of surf. Space surf is a thing. Like, solar winds can blow you around. Now we need Mark to talk about splashdown weather. He's a launch weather officer, Draco, but yeah, that'd be sick. But yeah, guys, just in case you're
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have now reached exactly 3 days since the launch of Orion.
Yeah, we just passed 3 days mission elapsed time, dude. Pretty cool. Yeah, the Elgato does not play nice here, but whatever. As long as it's working, I'm cool with it. So they're doing a flight test objective.
We're now 3 days since the launch of the Artemis 2 mission. The spacecraft has traveled quite a distance. We are 182,238 miles from Earth. That distance continuing to grow as we get closer and closer to the moon. Our intended destination now just 98,970 miles away. Orion and its crew passed the halfway point between the Earth and the moon yesterday evening.
Well, guys, we get close to splashdown, I can talk about weather conditions. All right, man. Yeah. Did they say anything more about the smoke smell from the toilet? They can't figure out what's doing it, but they've smelled that smell before. So, Ren, the smell is coming from the heater, whatever it is. It's coming from the heater, but they don't know exactly where it's coming from the heating system. Like I said, they encountered that in testing on the ground. But, yeah, they just shut the heater off, dude. You don't figure it, like, think about it like this, dude. That part of the system is, you're getting it back. So right now it's probably better just to not use it and just use the bags, right?
Houston integrity for AGA.
And then when you get it back, just check it and see what went wrong.
Go ahead for AGA.
It's a smelly smell that smells smelly.
When we went to read the AGA readings post-exercise, the unit was off OFF. We think maybe that was due to a low battery. I just powered it on to watch the bit happen real time, but I do think we are going to be changing the batteries.
Copy, Christina. We were expecting that to come along today, so you can find the new batteries in the F2 small with a purple label. There should be batteries inside some bubble wrap in there.
Copy. We'll look and get them changed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, they got Krispy Kremes over there. Somebody ate the pie, though. There was pie there. Somebody ate it. I'm not sure. I missed that one, guys, because I was talking to you guys. I'm not sure what those batteries were for. Yeah, KRVic, right? Better to just shut the sucker off, dude. Just inspect, shut it off. You got the
That
bags.
call coming to
use the bags,
the Artemis
and then
mission
figure out what
control
went wrong when
team
you get the
here
capsule
in
back.
Houston from Christina Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist for the Artemis
EAGA
2
reader.
mission.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. The anomalous gas analyzer. Oh,
On
that's
this
what they're
flight,
using
to
to
help
sniff for
monitor
that burning
the,
smell.
Gases in the cabin.
okay.
The crew is equipped with an anomaly gas analyzer. And because Victor Glover just completed exercise, they were expecting to conduct an anomaly gas analyzer reading. They do so before and after those exercise portions. As you heard, Christina Cook mentioned that
Stop yawning. You stop this, Mr.
the reader
Man.
was off.
Stop yawning.
It
We
needs
saw
new
it.
batteries,
Don't do
as
that.
was confirmed by the flight team here on the ground.
I saw that.
Those anomaly gas analyzer readings help the teams understand how the ECLIS system is working, the environmental
what's
control and life support system.
Can we just call it the Smellerator 3000 or something? We'll just come up with vice script names for. We'll come up with vice scriptisms for all the stuff. Gas
We have
sniffer
a few
3000.
other timelined events for today. Of course, the timeline has shifted some, being that we are not performing the outbound trajectory to burn, as it was deemed not needed by the mission control team. During today's daily planning conference, we heard the team call up to Christina about the cognitive assessment test.
Master 9000.
This is a
Yep.
simple reaction time test that can be used to provide an objective measure
Timeline
of
has shifted.
fatigue. That's something she'll be able to do on her portable computing device. We are also looking forward to having the crew framed in the windows of Orion while one of the solar arrays is pointed toward the cabin and gets a picture of the crew and their spacecraft.
That's going to go so hard, dude.
Additionally, today we have the manual piloting
I love
demonstration.
this stuff, man.
We saw some manual piloting aboard Orion just a few days ago when NASA astronaut Victor Glover commanded the spacecraft to maneuver around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Sweet, dude.
This is the first time anyone has manually flown Orion, and he was testing its capabilities ahead of future missions to help us understand how the spacecraft flies ahead of missions in which we'll need to dock to a lunar lander. Other crew members will get that chance today, performing attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control.
It was. I got nerd chills, man. We printed the vehicle yet? No. I need an Orion, dude. I only have Dragon. I need an Orion now. I want a
Currently,
poster
Commander Reed
of Orion
Wiseman
on my
and
wall.
Mission
I love
Specialist
this
Jeremy
spaceship.
Hansen are
This thing
reviewing that
freaking
lunar
rules.
flyby plan, looking at the targeted timeline for that lunar flyby day. This afternoon, Victor Glover and Christina Cook will get the same opportunity to review that flyby plan.
Yeah, Topical, I got you.
Yesterday afternoon, the crew was able to configure the cabin for how they expect to fly on lunar flyby day. They were able to find their positioning at the windows and stow things as needed to make sure they can move about the cabin freely during the time at which they'll be observing the moon.
Missy, Starliner or Orion? Is that a real question? Orion, baby. Lockheed. Lockheed don't miss. It's Lockheed, baby. They don't miss. They don't miss. Freaking Lockheed Martin. You can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin. Just saying. Star Schmamaron, that's awesome. Give me 1 second.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's timeline for the crew, we do have an OTC 3 burn planned, outbound trajectory correction 3 burned. Of course, we have waved off the first 2 of these. We do anticipate using that OTC 3 burn tomorrow just to further refine the trajectory of the spacecraft around the moon.
Yeah, I got Krispy Kremes over there, Hydro Manny.
However, tomorrow, after post-sleep, the crew will get into their Orion Crew Survival Suit System demo.
I'm pissed I'm going to miss
You probably recall seeing them launch in these crew survival suits. These are the orange suits that they launched in and will splash down in. They'll use this demo to test out how these suits would work in a survival situation if necessary.
Space cake. Thanks, Postal. Gotcha, Nader. Dude, isn't this cool, man? Spaceflight rules. When NASA does it, they don't miss, man. Like, I love the commercial missions, dude. I love them. Like, you know, DM2 was legendary. And all the crew missions, I love every single one of them. But it's not this. It's not this. This kicks so much more ass, dude. It's so good. Oh, I told you it hit different, man. This for a lot of people out here, this is the first all in-house mission that they've seen. All in-house NASA mission. No commercial partners. It's just NASA doing their thing, man. Isn't it so good? Dude, do you know why, like, Chris B over at NSF, Phil Sloss, me, Sawyer, why we're all shuttle fans? Every shuttle mission was like this. Every shuttle mission was just a treat, man. It was so special. And this is even better because this is going to the moon. Oh, it's just so good. Dude, I want another one. I want another Orion tomorrow. Let's go. Launch another one now. Like, dude, put another one of those big orange rockets on the damn pad. Let's freaking go. I want another one next month. Let's do this. Like, it just hits so different. It's so good. And don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on commercial. I love SpaceX. I want Dragon to fly more. I want Starship to fly more. But this is different, man. It's a different vibe. And it's just, oh, it's so good. There's no bull crap. It's just, let's do the mission. Let's get it done. Let's learn something. Oh, I can't get enough. I miss this so much, dude. I missed it so much. Like, it's been gone for 15 years since the end of the shuttle program. And I just, you know, since STS-135, just right back in that element, dude. This kicks so much ass. It's so cool. Man. Hey, thanks, AJ. Right on, man. I love this stuff, man. I live for this. If I could eat it, I would. Not the spaceship. Don't eat spaceships. That's bad for you. I know, Ponzister, I am. Tell me something I don't know. Dude, I could do this every day, man. It's so good. Something like that, Beastie. If that's what's going to push us further into space, like, I would argue that a space race is probably not the most sustainable way to go, but we're here, so screw it. Screw it. It's fine. You weren't excited for Crew Dragon missions? No. That's not what I said. The Crew Dragon missions are awesome, and bro, it's not like I'm not going to watch that either. But it's just, that's not a the commercial missions are great, but they don't hit like this. Like with NASA, you know, SpaceX ain't going to tell you if the toilet isn't working, right? They're not going to tell you that. And the toilet has broken on Dragon, for what it's worth. Not that that's bad, but, like, that's all part of the mission. The transparency with NASA is what makes it so good. That's something that commercial partners don't really have to do, right? NASA will just tell you what's going on. Oh, yeah, the toilet's clogged. Merry Christmas or Happy Easter, right? Like, and that's cool, man. There's just full transparency. You can ask whatever you want.
This is a live view outside
It's
the
so
Orion
good, man.
spacecraft
It
from
just
a
hits
camera
different.
mounted on its solar array wing. Each of the solar arrays has a camera on its tip and give us views of the spacecraft, allowing teams to take a look at the exterior of the spacecraft as well as give us amazing views here on Earth. Now, I mentioned tomorrow we're expecting the Orion Crew Survival System suit demo. We also call those OCS suits, OCSS. During that demo, which will last several hours, the crew will configure the cabin, put on their suits, and perform suit leak checks. They'll also pressurize those suits for demonstrations of the suited nutrition and hydration contingency operations.
We go to the moon. We
They
protect
will
this.
still wear their suits while they install their seats and ingress those seats. These suits are designed to protect Orion in the event of a depressurization of the spacecraft. Being that this is a test flight, teams on the ground are taking every opportunity possible to test out all of their systems on Orion.
Do you know what the red and green lines are? Radiation is not playing nice with this GoPro. Actually, that's not the GoPro. That's the Wi-Fi. So that's the signal we're getting from the GoPro. Radiation is kind of screwing it up. These cameras, guys, that you see on the saws, on the solar array wings, are GoPro Hero 11s. And they're using Orion's Wi-Fi to get this picture. So that artifacting, those lines that you see here, that's not actually the GoPro. It's not actually radiation frying the GoPro. If there was radiation frying the GoPro, you'd just see a dead pixel.
The Oxsuit demo is the main...
You just see the dead pixel, right? That's actually the connection that's causing this artifact. That's radiation passing between the signal between the GoPro and the capsule. That's the Wi-Fi. That's the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is getting squirrely. But that's normal. That happens. So guys, this crap going on here, that's about as normal as getting wet if you're on a sailing ship or you're on a boat or whatever. Like that's about as normal as getting wet. This happens. That's space water. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not water. It's radiation. But yeah, radiation, you're flying through a sea of it right now. Janet, what are you asking? What do we breathe in space? What is we can breathe in space, but the government tells us we can't, so we don't escape? Complete sentences is my answer to that. I'm not sure what you're asking. Hey, Lava, any cool news from the past 3 hours? Yes. Lava, go back, watch today's press conference. John Honeycutt was there. Judd Friedling was there. And then there was a lady, she was a doctor and her first name's Kelsey, but I forget her last name, reporting on the scientific objectives. Oh, they moved the camera a little bit. She was reporting on the science objectives for the mission. Holy crap, dude. She went off and it was legendary. Like she was telling people about like what different science objectives they have, what different parts of the moon they're going to see, the solar eclipse, etc., etc. It was gnarly, dude. It was one of the best press conferences I've ever watched. I meant if.
Houston Integrity, quick question on secondary, you're in lined up.
What if we can breathe in space, but the government tells us we can't, so we don't escape? I would not try doing that, Janet. That's not. I mean, if you want to test that, go ahead, but I'd keep my helmet on.
We will always go to do a secondary line dump, correct?
All right, drummer, good night. Dr. Kelsey Young, thank you. Yeah, she was awesome. Love you. Go watch, and that's anybody. Go watch that press conference. It's so good.
We're checking. We're going to talk it a little bit more, so we'll get back to you shortly.
Yeah, Dr. Death, yeah, they really shut her down.
Okay, then the near-term question is, are we go right now for a secondary airline dump?
Affirm, you're go right now for a secondary LEM dump.
Yeah, okay, Rick, it's not bad. Honestly, it's just a coincidence, but the crew's sleep schedule is not that far off. The crew's sleep schedule is not that far off from mine, so it was like off by a couple hours. Very easy to adjust to. So I'm actually good. I'm good. I'm gonna be good. I'll be good till the end of the mission. It was that first day that did that split sleep between the perigee rays burn that really kind of it messed me up for a second, but I'm good now. I'm fine. Boo, give me a second. I gotta listen. Yes, Norris, that's what that means. I've been, since the split 4 hour on the first day, guys, I've gotten 8 hours of sleep every night. Yeah, Rise Against, wasn't it great?
Houston, integrity for AGA.
Go ahead.
Okay, right.
Yes, ma'am. New batteries are in. I got the message we have greater than 10 hours. And readings from the end of exercise, CO2, 1.0, O2, 20.2.
Good.
14 PSIA, and 76 degrees.
Good.
Question for you,
Good.
Where
Perfect.
do the used batteries get stowed?
That's right on the money,
are they
dude.
trashed?
Copy those numbers, Christina. Thank you. You can stow the used batteries in Fox 1, the large bag with the brown label.
Hunter, thank you for the $5 super chat. The deorbiting Amir got you interested in space when you were a kid. Taco Bell offered the world a free taco if a piece hit a target in the Pacific. I remember that, dude. That was pretty funny. Yeah, guys, cabin readings seem to be on the money. We got 21% O2, 1% CO2, which means we're sitting 78% nitrogen at 14 psi on the dot, 76 degrees. Perfect. That's really close to what you're breathing right now. That's real close. Little bit of a higher CO2 concentration in there, but on a spacecraft, it's harder to circulate the air, right? There's no wind, there's no gravity to put gases down low or up high. So that's why the HVAC system is so
Integrity,
important
Houston,
to circulate.
we would like to confirm that exercise is finished.
Yeah, Duke, exactly. We know about that. 1% CO2 is a little on the high side, but it's not going to make that much of a difference. Not at 14 psi. You're good to go. So, for instance, guys, 1 atmosphere. So, like what you're breathing at sea level right now.
Jenny is confirmed exercise is finished.
Oh, I got to exercise.
Copy. Thank you.
So 1 atmosphere is what you're breathing. More or less, that's atmospheric pressure at sea level. 14.7 psi is what's at sea level. They're at 14.0. Really good. Our atmospheric composition on Earth at sea level is 79% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, 1% stuff you probably shouldn't be breathing, like CO2, greenhouse gases, stuff like that. So they're at 21 ox, 1% CO2, which means they're at 78% nitrogen, which is 78% nitrogen, 21 ox, 1 CO2 at 14 psi. That's real good. That's real good. That's fine. Yeah, that's pretty much, you wouldn't know the difference between between here and on Orion. The inside of the capsule is pretty much 1 atmosphere. It's real close. Yeah, I haven't done my 10 today. Yeah, like I said, Marcon, that's why they're reporting it. That's why they're using the AGA, the Smellmaster 9000, as we're going to call it from now on. We're going to come up with vice script names for things. The Smellmaster 9000. This is old Smellmaster 9000. Yeah, that's why they're constantly reporting it. They're going to take that
This
info
Artemis
and
mission
they'll scrub more
control.
CO2. They'll run the
Heard the call
systems
to
to
the
scrub
crew
more
confirming
CO2.
that they are done with exercise for the time being.
So what they're trying to do is dial in the HVAC systems so they get it as close to Earth's atmosphere, like what you're breathing now, as they can. That's why they're constantly sniffing with the Smellmaster 9000. So they picked up a high reading, so they'll tweak the environmental controls.
They are done with exercise means that the team can maneuver those solar arrays back into their
turbo
sun track
sniffulator.
position.
NASA reports CO2 levels in inch mercury. It's in HG. Huh. They sniff it. They sniff it in mercury. Okay. All right. What's he munching on? I don't know. Who's that? All right.
Integrity Houston for secondary line dumps and a couple of other cats and dogs.
You did 15 push-ups and you're fat? Yeah, maybe, Connor. I kind of hope it's Getty Lee or something. Or like Wayne Gretzky.
All right, Reed, we talked about it down here,
and
garage. We are going to give you a go for the rest of the day for secondary line dumps and look at what we can do to extending that further. The one exception to this is that we request that you do not perform a dump when we are taking our SAW selfie prior to midday meal because our SAWs will not be configured correctly.
You don't want to dump into the solar panel. It's probably, yeah, you don't want to vent into it. It's probably bad for it.
Okay, sounds good. Just tell us when we need to hold on secondary line dumps. Thanks.
Secondary line dumps is the CO2.
We will remind you.
They scrub the CO2.
In addition, I wanted to let you know that we have a burn plan update for you. So in slots 7 and 8, we have one new abort option. You should see titles abort flight day 5-2, and then the same name plus RTC last.
Yeah, don't take a dump when you take a selfie, chat. NASA just told you. It's a good rule to live by.
Okay, copy. We'll take a look in a minute.
Thanks, Reed. And then did you hear anything when we did the prop PCA flushes earlier today?
Negative. We did not hear anything in the vehicle.
All right, we copy. Thanks for letting us know. And then finally, a stowage location for Christina. We tried to track down that Honest brand of hygiene item, and there is none, but there is another brand of lotion in the common hygiene kit. You probably already have it out.
Okay, thank you for that. And confirm you got good HHP streaming.
We do not at this time.
Is there any delay? Yeah, Pip, I can look up the exact delay if you want. So Deep Space Network now will show you what antennas NASA's using on the ground to communicate. Right now they're using Canberra, Australia. The big uplinks on the 70-meter antenna. We're looking at a 2-second delay. You have 2.02 second ping. If we go down here behind me, I'll switch back over to the other side. You're looking at 6 megabits a second, minus 110 dBm, 10 by 10 to the 17th kilowatt. So, 1 times 10 to the 17th. How many kilowatts is that? I don't know. It's in scientific notation. They're communicating on the S-band frequency at 6 MB a second. Oh, 0.2 kilowatt right there on the up signal. Yeah, this is low power. That's what's coming back from Orion.
Integrity, we are on board with good streaming. Thank you.
We got more onboards. So, here, let me see. That's a 2-second ping. A 2-second ping for Orion being 300,000 kilometers away from Earth. It's 294,719 kilometers above the surface. Or 183,130 miles above the surface, traveling at 2,000 miles an hour. It's better ping than some Aussie gamers. Do they have a relay? No, Red Panda, not yet. Intuitive Machines has the contract to build the Lunar Relay Network, but they will enter a 40-minute blackout period Monday afternoon when they're on the far side of the moon. Cool part is, so it's free return. They're entering the moon retrograde, right? I know you know this. They're entering the moon retrograde. It's a retrograde insertion with a 180 ejection angle. So they're coming in on the front side of the moon. Moon's going to fly by. They're going to go around it, and it's going to shoot them out the back, and then Earth's going to pick them up and bring them home. Yeah, standard free return. Well, I say standard free return. It's a standard free return if you play Kerbal a lot. Red, and you and I play Kerbal a lot. Canberra to Madrid.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft.
So, yeah, on the exit of the back transit on the moon, Red, there's going to be a solar eclipse.
You heard some communications between the crew
the moon's going to
aboard
eclipse the sun,
Orion,
so that dude, the
and
pictures
the
are going
ground
to be
teams here in Mission Control.
mint.
You probably heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call out the new burn plans.
What happened if they miss?
There
You're not
are
going to miss
always
the
burns uploaded
Amber,
to
it's
the
gonna pull you
crew
in.
aboard Orion. These are just in case, essentially. She mentioned a couple of abort burn
that's a
options.
3.5
We are not
audio
targeting
cable
any abort at this
See it
time.
over there? You could tell
But if we were to
that's
get
because
into
of the
that
way it is.
situation, they have already uplinked those plans to the crew.
I don't wanna
This
be
is
in front
done
of Jerry.
throughout
I
the
wanna be
mission
over here.
as Orion's status and distance from Earth changes.
Nikon. So, camera nerds, which one is this? Is it D5? Or they have D5s and Z9s, right? Which one is that? I think that's the Z9. Or is it a D5? Hey, Ray, what's going on, man? When are they reaching the lunar sphere of influence? Perk, that would be Sunday night. Sunday night Eastern. Does it say it there? I can't tell what that means. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we
You've
got
likely also
visitors.
heard this crew refer to themselves as Integrity, or
We have a
refer to their
visitor.
spacecraft as Integrity.
And I saved you
For the
some
Artemis
pizza
2
crust. No, come
mission,
here.
the
Come here. Get
crew
over here, you
named
dope.
the Orion spacecraft Integrity and revealed that in fall of 2025. They shared that it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission access.
This is
So
Titan,
when you
Chad, you don't
hear
know him.
teams
He's my
here
boy.
and Mission Control Houston calling the crew and referring to them as Integrity, that's exactly why.
You're hungry. You're always hungry. You're like a garbage disposal. You're like a garbage disposal. Did you see that press conference?
I did, but I was using the mixer at the same time,
Oh,
so
okay.
I only heard bits and pieces of it.
Get up here, you dope.
I heard how excited you were about it.
It was super cool. Will you move over here so they can see you? He's like, I must eat! I must eat food! I must eat my food! All right. Hey, relax. Give me your paw. Okay, there you go. That's a boy. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. All right, that's enough. He wanted to come see me? He wanted to come see me because he remembers that there was food in here.
He remembers that there was food in there, and then I keep bringing him out and taking him here, so I'm like, maybe he's just like, this is where I go now. I don't know, but I just thought it was cute.
That's the puppet. Come here. Give me your paw. Give me your paw. That's a good boy. All right, gentle, gentle, gentle. Hey, relax. Gentle. That's a good boy. Good job, buddy. Good job, my bear. Hi. Can you say hi to all these people? No? No? All right, yeah. I don't have any food anymore, so you're done.
All right, Tyke, let's go with home.
All right, go with Mama.
Come on, buddy.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, my boy. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? He doesn't want to leave. What are you doing?
Titan, come on, buddy.
Come on. Come on. Here, take that so you have him lick it.
No.
No.
Good idea. Come on.
Come on. He knows there's food. I hid pizza and he knows it's here. He can smell it.
Titan.
Here, fine. You do it. Fit. There, you stream. You're good. Don't you wanted to stream. You're the one in charge now. What? The camera's over there. I'll just... What are you doing? Get off my chair, you dope.
This is my stream now.
What? Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you doing, you crazy dog? It's a dog eclipse, yeah. Over there. The camera's over there. He's like, I'm being good. Give me food.
There's food in that bag. I know there is.
There's coffee grounds in here. You don't want this.
I do, though.
Come on, let's go. Come on. Get off of my chair. Thank you. Come on, let's go. Come on, come with Mom. There you go. Good boy. Go with Mama. Did that just happen? He's barking at my door now. You know, someone just clicked on this stream and opened up a lot. Like, they're like, oh, let's see some live Artemis coverage. Why is there a dog in space? He's still here. He's scratching at my door. I'll be right back, dudes. Give me 1 sec. This way. Can't open the door. You're in the way. Look, you still want it. You're doing it. Just, I'll find a new trash bag. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Fine. Get up here. Sit. Stay. Good boy. How's the space mission going? I've been a little preoccupied. Vic seems like he's having a good time. I don't know. Okay.
Houston, integrity for stowage.
Go ahead.
Do I know the Soviet test dogs? I like that, yeah.
JSBs from lockers D and E are
Where are you
temp
going?
stowed in the, or deployed rather, in the Eagles net.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah, Pat, he's been growing. Yeah, Conan, most likely. Yeah, Jeff, Titan's heartworm free.
Integrity Houston, we are moving the solar arrays for the SAW picture activity. We'll let you know when they're in position.
They're gonna move the solar arrays so they can see Orion's windows, and the crew is gonna be in the windows, and they're gonna take a selfie. Now, normally I think taking selfies in public is a little weird, but for this test, I'm cool with it. Yeah, yeah, they're taking a selfie in front of half the planet. How rude. Yeah, those are acceptable selfies. I agree.
As we have this view inside the Orion spacecraft, on the left is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and in the center of your screen, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. You just heard the call to the crew that the solar arrays are in motion. Ahead of taking a photo, we're looking to get a picture of the crew in the windows of Orion. Photos are the priority of this event, so we'll stand by to see if we still have streaming, but regardless, we will be very excited to share those photos with you as soon as we possibly can. Make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on all social media. That would be at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Integrity Houston, our saws are in position to take this family portrait. So sometime in the next few minutes, we'd love to invite you to the windows to get it done. Thanks.
Oh. Did they get it? Just started. All right, cool. All right. When it comes to the backside of the moon lost of signal, what does the future relay system look like? Honestly, Eddie, something in rectilinear halo orbit should do it. Dude. Dude. That's sick.
Houston Integrity, can you just confirm, do you want us in 4 windows or the 2 middle windows?
We want you to start in 4 windows, so 1 face per window, and we'll see how that looks and go from there. A reminder to set your cabin lighting pretty bright and perhaps illuminate your face so we can see as much as possible.
Okay, we understand that. Before we take our makeshift T-shirt off of there, let's just make sure you can see Christina in window 4 right now.
Checking.
Dude! Oh, that's so cool. Come on, they got to flip this on. Flip this onto the high def.
If you look closely right now, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
That's right. We can see Christina in window 4.
Dude!
Christina was taking a quick picture of that solar array wing camera as it looks back on her in Orion.
Okay, and you can see read in 3, and you want us to remove window 1 cover then, it sounds like.
Yes.
Finally gives you a sense of scale. I told you Orion's big, Elm, right? You see him in it. It's a big capsule. There's a lot of space in that thing. Lots of space in this capsule. Yeah. Fully closed bathroom. Yeah. New Orion capsules are in early this year. You run out of CCUs? No, I have trees. Trees are my CCU. Yeah, Mario, she's big. I really wish they switched this over to the better bit rate.
All right, without illuminating our faces, all 4 of us
5.4
are in the picture. So, Jenny, we're going to hand it over to you to let us know what we need to do.
All right, copy. We're checking.
We are checking. Over. What, like in the back of a Volkswagen? No. We are checking. Over.
All right, everybody, we're taking the picture, so say cheese and stay still for about 30 seconds while we perform this photography bracket from the saws.
Okay, we'll freeze in 3, 2, 1, mark.
The Integrated Communications Officer, or INCO, is helping take this picture of the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. Now all smiling in the windows of the place they've called home. Orion is currently 183,883 miles from our home planet Earth, 97,452 miles from the moon.
Can I unfreeze yet? You can see Jeremy in the window. See that? Yeah, that's pretty neat.
We've had some great views both inside the spacecraft as well as outside, but this is the first time that we're getting to see the crew and the spacecraft in the same photo. As mentioned previously, we are taking pictures right now, so the streaming quality isn't as great. We look forward to sharing these pictures as soon as we possibly can, and make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on social media.
It's taken a little longer than we thought. Thanks for holding. All right, everybody can relax. That was great. Thank you so much. We all look forward to getting your Christmas card come December. Thanks.
All right, sounds good, Jenny. Thanks.
What? Hey guys, I don't know if you got your exposure rates right. Get over it. Fucking dog, dude. Stop it. You're being loud in front of all of our guests. No, you don't tell me what to do. I'm the human. You're the dog.
As you heard from Capcom, Jenny Gibbons,
Dog
we've
wants
got the
freaking
pictures
pizza.
we're
He wants to
looking
eat the
for.
pizza.
We are now maneuvering the solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Integrity Houston, we are doing a data rate change, so we'd like you to cut the HHP stream when you're ready. Thanks.
I'm trying to listen. Be quiet. This dog, man, I swear. What? What's wrong? What? Are you begging? You don't beg.
And Integrity Houston, just to remind you, that was our last moment where we could not perform a CCU dump. So if you need to do a dump for the rest of the day until crew
Star Destroyers, two of them headed right for us. Chewie. Oh, that's not it. Give me the hydro spanners.
Copy. Thanks, Jenny.
What is a CCU dump? They're the bags that are full of piss.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the flight control room. This is the Orbit 1 team under direction of Flight Director Jeff Radigan.
Well, it could be pee or piss. It doesn't.
He's at the top of your screen in the white shirt. Joined by Capcom Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and backup for the Artemis 2
Is that
crew
the last
mission.
jettison? Think? Yeah.
Gibbons is talking to fellow Capcom Matthew Dunn. This view coming from outside the capsule as the Solar arrays are reconfigured into their sun track position.
Dude, the solar array cams are the real MVP
Just before
of this
the
mission.
crew turned off the
those are
camera
so cool,
inside the
dude.
cabin, we could see they were getting ready for their midday meal. Some of the items on the menu today include sweet and sour pork, rice, broccoli, fiesta chicken, tortillas, berries, cashews, chicken and peanut sauce, pasta and shrimp, and a lemon curd cake. Sounds pretty good to me.
What? No, I'm just gonna have more pizza. Oh, now you want to be my friend? Titan has OpNav. He has optical navigation. Look. You be a good boy. You be gentle. Give me your paw. There you go. Gentle. Gentle. Good boy. Okay. Hey, gentle. Gentle. Give me your paw. Good boy. Gentle. Gentle. You know you're supposed to chew it. It's better for your digestive system. No, guess not. What breed? Titan's a mutt. He's a rescue. He's, let's see, cattle dog, boxer, lab, and super mutt. It's called super mutt. We got his genes traced. Super mutt is just a combination of everything, but he's mostly cattle dog, lab, boxer, mutt. That's what he is. He's a good boy. Mostly a pizza dog, yeah. He is dog. Shouldn't have much genetic issues then. Dude, this dog, so he had heartworms, right? Because he was a stray, right? But we got rid of that. This dog is strong, man. He's got strong genetics, dude. Like, physically, he is a very muscular dog. He's 100% purebred good boy. He is a good boy. He's a shredder in a Hoover mix, indeed. What time zone do they observe in space, if any? So, Rug, this particular mission is using Central Time. It's using CDT because Mission Control is in Central Time. It's a little bit easier for the people that are on the ground doing the mission. The ISS, because it's an international partnership, is on Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, they're on GMT because it's US, Russia, European Space Agency, and Japan. So we just They aggregated the time and just said use GMT. GMT is proper time? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever, dude. All right. Where's ISS mission control? So there's multiple mission controls for the ISS panhandle for every international contributing partner. There's Japan's mission control. There's Russia for Roscosmos. There's ESA mission control. I believe ESA mission control is at... No, I was going to say S-Tech, but it's not S-Tech. I forget where it is. I think it's in Toulouse, in France. I think. And then there's so ISS mission control is in Houston. It's actually in the next room over to the people that are commanding this thing. Isn't it near Munich? I forget where it is, dudes. Yeah, I don't remember. There's only one time, Texas time. It's Texan time. Darmstadt, that's where it is, Deadbringer. Yeah. How do you know all this? Self-taught, Cableman. You pick it up over time. I've been doing this for 15 years, man. So, on the International Space Station, you have two principal operators, guys. There's all those different mission controls, but there's two big ones. So, there's two segments to the International Space Station. There's the ROS, so the Russian operational segment.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are coming up on MET 3 days and 1 hour into the flight of Orion. I'm joined here today by Dr. Jacob Richardson. He is the deputy lead for Artemis 2
and then there's
Lunar
the
Science.
USOS.
Thanks for joining
so Houston controls the ISS in Moscow.
So can you tell me about your role
and
about the team members who make up the Lunar Science team?
Yeah, so I'm only one of many people here. I'm the deputy lead of Lunar Science. Somewhere behind me is our Lunar Science lead, Kelsey Young, and she is right now sitting here as our science officer on shift. We also have about 40, 50 different people who are a range of different scientists and visualization specialists, engineers, people who love and know about the moon, and are here to support this really wild mission to go and look at the far side of the moon.
Fantastic. Well, we're very excited about that as well. So we have two rooms here, the Science Evaluation Room and the Science Mission Operations Room. What work happens in each of those and how are they different?
Yeah, that's a good readback. So the Science Evaluation Room, we call it the SIR, and that's where we support our science officer in real time during the mission. Up there right now, we're actually finalizing our plan as we speak to send up to the crew on what they're actually going to be looking at the moon. Now that we've launched, we know exactly what moon they're going to see, and that means that we can plan everything right now. We're doing it just in time, and it's going to be up there soon. So that's the Science Evaluation Room. The Science Mission Operations Room, we call that the SMORE. That's a couple of buildings over, and they're the first people to look at the mission data that comes down that's for science data ever. So it's the crew that sees the pictures first, that takes the audio first, that takes supports the data capture, and then the first people on Earth that really evaluate it are in that SMORE. And they're busy every single day. So far, we've gotten a little bit, a trickle, and we're about to get a flood of amazing lunar data.
We're really, really looking forward to seeing that imagery as well. So you talked a little bit about knowing what the crew will be able to see during the mission. And I know that is dependent on lunar illumination and on the date that we launched. So how does that lunar illumination shift the targets that we're going to see?
Yeah, so the moon rotates a lot slower than Earth. Every day, the Earth rotates by 360 degrees. Every day on Earth, the moon rotates about 10 or 12 degrees. That means that different craters, different basins, different volcanic units are visible, like you said, depending on when we launch and when we arrive at the moon. This is a really special view, thanks to this amazing April 1st launch. We're not only going to get spectacular illuminated views of the moon, but we're also flying through an eclipse where the moon is between the sun and our friends up in space, and they're going to be able to see things that we've never intentionally viewed before by crew, and I can't wait to see what they see.
Us either. We're going to be streaming the entire thing, so everyone make sure you tune in. So how has the team been assessing and preparing both before launch and since launch for this flyby?
Oh man, the crew has, ever since like a couple of weeks after they were announced, we were with them in, and this is years ago, we were with them in the classroom, teaching them their lunar fundamentals. They came out to Iceland to look at some of the weirdest rocks we have on Earth, just so they can learn how to describe mountains from far distances, how to describe regolith, that's rocks and stones, and how to describe outcrops, just so they can be field lunar geologists for us, because they're the 4 geologic emissaries on our team that actually get to go to our field site, the moon. After that, they've been practicing here in Orion simulators. They've been looking at an inflatable moon that we've hung up for them. They've been doing every single thing under the sun to study their moon. And just earlier today on a PAO interview, we heard them speak to some really small craters, and they knew their names. We're really excited that they know places like Grimaldi. Obviously, they know Oriental, but they know so many other places on the moon that they are personally excited to observe.
We are also very excited to hear about that. They're going to be calling down a lot during the mission as they report what they're seeing to the ground. And I know they're also going to be taking some recordings that will be downlinked later that your team will be able to analyze. But a pop question for you. Today during the press conference, Kelsey Young was asked, what are you most excited for the crew to see? So do you have a personal target that you're most excited for them to see?
Oh my gosh, what am I excited for? So you'll have to tell me what Kelsey said, because we were really busy at that point. We saw her talking, but we're finalizing our science plan, and we're really busy up there. That said, I'm personally excited for the near side views. Something that we don't always get with a lot of these planned launch dates, but we got because we launched in early April, is that the near side is completely illuminated when they start their flyby. That means that everything that they see is the same stuff that we're able to see when we look at the moon. We're going to have the shared view, and there's so many volcanic terrains there. There's so many craters. There's so many mountains that we can see from Earth with either our naked eyes or with binoculars that the crew's going to share with us. And I'm excited to share that view with the crew at the beginning of that flyby.
That's fantastic. So if you're on Earth and it's nighttime where you are, we can look up and see the same exact view that the crew is seeing at that time.
Yeah, really it's for a lot of folks, it'll be evening as well. So if you're in Australia, during the evening, you'll be able to see the moon. If it's nighttime and you're in Asia or anywhere where you're kind of close to the Indian Ocean, you'll be able to see the moon really well. So this will be a treat for our friends in Africa, Asia, Australia, Oceania, and anyone who can't see the moon, you still have to follow our coverage for sure.
Absolutely. And for those of you that can, what another cool way to feel connected to the crew. So Dr. Jacob Richardson, thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait for Flight Day 6.
I can't either. I'm here with you.
Dog, man, I swear. Titan has been here the whole time, yes. Dude, look at that. Oh, man, that's cool. Titan wants more pizza. He's not hungry. He's not fulfilled yet. Yep, they're moving the saws backwards. Let me check on the mission timeline here. Let's see where we are. Yeah, right now they would be doing the outbound trajectory correction too, but Orion's right on the money and has pretty fair seas, so to speak. So they're going to move into mealtime here if they already haven't. They did work out, so should probably do that. They're reorienting. Oh, man. That was weird. They're reorienting Orion into the bias XSI configuration, or negative XSI configuration, meaning they're pointing the engine at the sun, and putting the heat shield between the sun and the crew for less radiation exposure. Reckon they'll ever show the OEM firing. OEM? The OMS engine? This thing? Yeah, maybe. Isn't the far side going to be approximately half illuminated when they pass beyond the moon? Yes. Yeah, we might get that mechanic, but the solar panels are in a weird spot when the engine fires, so. Oh, man, sorry. I know you're excited to see everything come flyby, but is there anything you could say specifically that you'd be excited to see image-wise? Personally, I want to see the moon eclipse. That's after what I heard Kelsey Young say about it, I want to see that moon eclipse, dude. Oh, nice, Lava. That's great. Why did they flip the solar panels? Less stress when they're firing the engine. So the saws can move forward and back, and they move them forward when the engine's firing, and they move back when the engine's decelerating. Yeah, less stress when they're firing the motor. Yep. Mm-hmm. Have we seen such a lunar eclipse from a probe before? Saad, probably not from this angle that we're gonna get here, but yeah, they've seen them before. Ooh, saws, yeah. Solar array wings. That the shadow of that is what I'm talking about. The saws. So the solar array wings on Orion, there's 4 of them, right? And they can go forward and they can go backwards, right? And then they can also rotate. Like you can rotate the panels like this. So they can push them. They can put them into the sun no matter what the orientation of the capsule is. It's actually a really trick design. It's pretty good. What's special about the eclipse? So take a chance. When they're on Monday evening, they're going to come out from the far side of the moon, and they're going to see an eclipse where the moon is in front of the sun. That's going to get you really, really, really unique lighting conditions for the moon, and they're going to photograph the moon in a way that nobody's ever seen it before, which is pretty rad. Yeah, it's gone up. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. It's gonna be pretty awesome. What are you doing? What are you doing, my boy? The side that's gonna they're gonna see the moon kind of from the side. So here, a better way to show it would be to show NASA eyes. Here we go. So, a cool thing about NASA eyes is that we can fast forward. So, they're going to get close, right? This is a little ways into the future here. So, Orion's going to get close like this. And then she's going to go around the far side of the moon. And if you see the sun's that way, the sun's behind the capsule here. In this shot, right? And then they're gonna... Moon's gonna pull them in. It's not... It doesn't work with this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Right? See, the moon's gonna pull them in. Right? And then... So check it out. Here... This is on the 6th, right? They're on the far side of the moon. They'd be out of communications blackout here, but for about 40 minutes back here, you see how you can't see Earth from where the capsule is? This is what they're going to see. You're going to see some gnarly freaking pictures. This is the part of the moon right here. See where that's all lit up? That's a part of the moon that nobody's ever seen. Nobody's ever seen that with their own eyes. This part of the moon was dark during the Apollo missions when they flew around over there. Right? Like KSP. So they're going to come out from the far side of the moon, right? They'll get a reacquisition of signal here on the 6th. Like I said, Monday evening on the East Coast. Right?
Integrity Houston, we are 5 minutes out from a forward link LOS. We'll speak to you in just over 1 hour on Madrid.
Where are they at now? I'll show you in a second, Ricky. Then when they come out...
We copy. If we need anything, we'll make calls on the blind for the next hour.
Sounds great. Thanks, Reed.
So see the sun over there? When they come out on this side, right? You got a lunar eclipse. The moon's going to be eclipsing the sun, and they're going to see the sun come up from behind the moon. When you take a picture like this, it's going to give you really, 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 really unique lighting conditions. That's going to look ridiculous. Nobody has ever seen with their own eyes. Nobody's ever seen that, ever. Ever. Not from this angle. The Apollo missions kind of saw something like this, but nothing as crazy as that. LRO is over there. It's in a low orbit. It wouldn't be able to see this from this angle. What about with their L5s? Yeah, maybe. And then they'll leave lunar SOI, right? See? And the reason why everybody marks it as a figure 8 is because that's what it looks like.
This is Artemis Mission Control. It is 3 days, 1 hour, and 15 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. You just heard a call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons up to the crew on Orion. They won't be able to hear from us for about an hour. However, we expect to continue to get calls from then. We are on the Deep Space Network. This is also referred to as DSN, and this mission is the first time in over 50 years that humans have been using this network.
It's called a free return trajectory.
On your screen, a live view of the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, our destination, now 96,575 miles away.
Are they past the Van Allen belts? Oh, yeah. They've been past the Van Allen belts for a couple of days. The belts are... right at like it. Well, hold on. Let me select Earth. Earth. Haven't seen it in years. Like right here, the belts are they're pretty close to Earth. The magnetic field. Like Tidris is way outside of that. They've been out for a long time. You can imagine how precise it must be. Dude, when they canceled OTC 1 and OTC 2, last I heard they were 0.8 meters a second off, that's like 3 feet per second within your target speed, which is bananas. That's scary accurate, dude. Why can the crew talk to Houston, but not Houston to Orion for 1 hour now? Deep Space Network handover, dude. At least that's what I thought they said. Boreal, did you hear it exactly? I'm sorry, I was trying to make sure I show this correctly. But see, this is the free return trajectory. They'll get close to the moon, and then the moon will just zing them right back towards Earth. The reason why it looks like a figure 8 is because if you traced its line, it makes an infinity. It makes an 8 if you look at it from a certain angle. See, it goes out there and comes back. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's going to look pretty sick, Eddie. Couldn't we just send a LiDAR system to plot the backside of the moon? Yeah. Guys, so once again, these goals, taking pictures of the moon and stuff is secondary goals here. Those are, I mean, you might as well while you're there. This mission isn't necessarily about humans seeing stuff for the first time. That's just a bonus. This is really more about establishing the way to get out there, to get people out there so we could get them down to the surface. right? You got to get to the moon, and then you got to land on it. This is the get to the moon part. DSN Madrid slewing horizontal for acquisition. This is really more about shaking down that Orion capsule than it is anything. But once again, if you're sending people out there, you're going to see, you might as well give them some cameras and might as well come up with some good science objectives and see stuff you might not have seen before. This is about testing the damn toilet. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has been out there for a long time. It's been out there since 2009, I think. Oh, that's mapped everything on the moon. It's just, yeah, you're only going to get so much. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter doesn't give us a way to get out there. The Orion capsule does. That's what really this is more. That's what more this is about. Question about the laser on Orion. What are they planning on doing with it? So there's two types of laser systems on Orion, dude. There's the OpNav and the OpCom. Okay. Excuse me, I ate too much pizza. So the OpNav system is the optical navigation system. And I was going to point it out, but the signal handover happened. Bless you. You sneezed, my little boy. You sneezed. The OpNav system is a laser that is well, it's not a laser. It's just more a camera that they use to take pictures of the moon and stars and stuff. And Orion can use those pictures to figure out where it is. The OpCom system is a laser communications device that they use to beam. Yeah, this is not Star Trek. This is real. They use to beam high resolution pictures back, tight band, beam them. You know, like Star Trek style. That's a thing. Let me see if I can find the correct angle here. So there is the SM umbilical. Let me just look at a picture. So the SM umbilical is right there, which means this is the upper starboard side saw. So that means your now. So there's the worm logo. Okay, hold on. Okay. It's hard to make it out. The OpNav system is on the back here. It's on the back of the heat shield housing rim right here. That is a laser communications device that they use to beam photos back. Those are the optical communication systems and the optical navigation system. DSM is switching to Madrid only. Receive. Canberra available now. Let me see. Yeah, it would be at the bottom of the picture. Yeah. Not visible from this wing. Yeah, you can't see it. That's what I thought you could, but it's not the right side. So.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of Orion, looking at the moon. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. Again, we won't be able to make any calls to the spacecraft for the next hour or so. They would be able to call down to us if need be. Obviously, we are still receiving video from them.
I know you've been doing this for a long time, but how do you know? How do I know so much? I read. People help me out with it. Guys, like when I've been going to bed, guys, I have white papers open for the OpNav and the OpCom systems, and I was reading about them because people linked them yesterday. Boreal linked them yesterday. At this point, DSN Canberra still hears Orion, but Madrid cannot hear or talk. Until the Madrid antenna is at 10 degrees above horizon, Mission Control can't transit. Yep. Can't transmit. Yep. Aren't the lasers for self-defense from the Decepticons on the far side of the moon? Oh, yeah. You could do that with it. Yeah.
Still to come today for the crew aboard Orion is the manual piloting demo. The manual piloting demo consists of performing attitude maneuvers using the rotational and translational hand controllers to compare the 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom attitude control. This will be the second time the crew has had the opportunity to pilot Orion themselves. Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and pilot on the Artemis 2 mission, manually flew Orion on flight day 1, shortly after launch when the spacecraft separated from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This was called the Proximity Operations Demonstration, and during that approximately hour-and-a-half window, Glover commanded the spacecraft to approach and make small translational maneuvers around that ICPS. There is a faux docking target on the ICPS, which has now been disposed of. This was a test to allow the crew to practice flying the spacecraft and give reports back to the ground on how Orion flies manually, all in preparation for our future missions to the moon, during which we will need to dock to a lunar lander.
I'd have to understand more about why they want to do that, Deadeye. I'm not sure.
And a recap, if you haven't been able to tune in today, the team opted not to execute the OTC burn, also known as outbound trajectory correction burn. There was a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn yesterday with a second one today. Both of those were waived off as the trajectory achieved by the TLI, or translunar injection burn, has been deemed sufficient.
6 degrees of freedom is rotation and translation. 3 degrees of freedom is only rotation. So, okay. Yeah. Boreal, are you on a PC? Yeah. Okay, so Boreal, there, if I'm understanding this right, so this is kind of more in my ballpark here. So 3 DOF control is yaw, pitch, and roll. We understand that. If I had to guess, they're testing this to see if there's any imparted translation rates on the vehicle during pitch, yaw, and roll rotation rate inducement, right? Like they're gonna try to rotate the sucker. They're probably gonna do this. They're probably gonna roll the thing, and they want to see if it pushes it forward, back, left, right in any direction. Correct? This is to test out the rate controller to make sure that they have the pulse width modulation on the RCS dialed in correctly. Yes, these are words, okay? Exactly, they're looking for uncommanded rates. See, this is my ballpark, dude. I know exactly what that means. Guys, so look, in space, there's nothing to keep you in that orientation, right? Yes, this is a body armor thing. It's good. So what they're going to try to do, if this is your capsule, right? You have the thrusters that can make you go forward. You have the thrusters that can make you go backwards, right? Those are the real thrusters that they tested that during the ProxOps demo. So if this is the upper stage, they separated from the upper stage. They turned the capsule around, came back close, rotated the stage, came back close again, rotated like this, and then left, right? So with this test, what that was using rotation and translation, right? With this test, what they want to do is make sure that if they go to just rotate the capsule like this, that it doesn't make it translate as well, right? So obviously you want your roll control thrusters to do this. You want to do this. You do not want your roll control thrusters to make you do this, right? See the difference? This is just a straight rotation. This is not a straight rotation. That's rotation and translation. You moved, right? That's what this test is about. I know that very well. Yeah, they want to make sure it pivots versus swinging around. And that is tough to dial in. That's tough to dial that in correctly. But I guarantee you they'll dial it in after what Victor does here, right? So they want to rotate. When they want to rotate, they just want, like, if this is the center axis, they just want to rotate like that. What you don't want is this, right? You do not want that when you yaw the spacecraft. What if it swings? If it swings, they'll change the thruster configuration. It's not going to, but if you've heard them over the past couple of days, like talk about stowing stuff in the right place and talk about talk about stowing stuff in the right place and putting things in the right spot, that's because that all feeds into the balance of your thrusters and stuff. That's really important to get that right. Jupiter will be in frame of their photos when they reach the side of the moon on the 6th. That's cool, man. They're also simulating simulating loss of 6 DOF control according to the press conference. Oof. What's the center of motion? So Orion's center of mass is somewhere around the heat shield, dude. It's well, actually, it's not exactly. Orion's center of gravity is pretty much like right here. It's right here somewhere, but it moves. It absolutely moves. As the service module drains fuel, the center of gravity will move forward, and that's why they have clusters to be able to compensate for that. Also, they have trim thrusters to be able to compensate for when the center of gravity moves in front of your translation thrusters. But with rotation, your rotation for yaw and pitch are these back blocks. These ones are for translation. These, yeah, those are for up and down, up, down, left, right. These ones are for forward and back, right? And when those ones, 1, 2, 3, and 4, fire in unison, that's forward and that's back. When these ones fire in unison, like if you just fired those two, that would pitch the capsule down. You fired the two on the bottom, it'd pitch it up. That one right there, those two, when they fire opposite of each other, that's yaw, right? And then the roll control thrusters are built into Orion itself. See, they're built into the command module. Those are your roll control thrusters. The reason why the roll control thrusters are built into Orion right there and right there are because you need those for when the service module separates. When they go to re-enter, the SM is going to separate, and you still need some thrusters to move you around during re-entry. You don't want to dead stick a re-entry. That would be bad. You don't want to subject yourself to the whims of physics. As you know, if you can help it. These roll control thrusters help steer the capsule down when it comes in. Is the service module reusable? Nope. One-time use, unfortunately. I agree. It'd be cool if it was totally reusable, but yeah, it's not. So, Hecky, how they recalibrate if they need to change it, if they're looking for imparted rates, how they would recalibrate it is changing the pulse width modulation. So these thrusters, these things, the thruster blocks, they have two settings, on and off. That's about it. Right? And how they throttle them, so to speak, is they change the rate that they pulse. They change the rate that they turn on and off. If you know anything about cars, it works very similar to a car, like a car with a computer that's controlling electronic fuel injection. Like a car would use a cam phaser, and it would pick up on the computer would pick up on the cam phaser signal to discern RPMs and then fire the fuel injectors at the same time. But remember, like if you step on the gas, your engine's going to rev up, right? And the fuel injectors, the pulse width modulation will increase. It'll fire the injectors more, right? They can do that with those engines because those engines are controlled by fuel injector solenoids, similar to a car. They like I said, they have one setting, on and off. That's it. Just flip the solenoids open or flip them closed. So the rate at which they pulse, right? You can dial in, you can fine tune your thrusters and dial them in, which is why Victor is doing this test to begin with. They want to rotate on the center of mass and not the docking port. Yes. No, yeah, you would always want to rotate about the center of gravity, Finn, because if you don't rotate on the center of gravity, you're going to do this, right? You'll swing instead of just rotate. See, that I know all about. I mess with stuff like that in KSP all the time. And spacecraft design, read a lot about it. Doesn't Orion have an offset center of gravity? Yes, it does. You have to take that into account, even though you have symmetrical thrusters. You could take that into account with symmetrical thrusters that go by making thrusters on one side pulse more than thrusters on the other side, right? If your center of gravity is lower to one side, you make, or whatever side it's biased towards, you really pulse those thrusters more than you'd pulse on the other side. This is all what's called control systems engineering. Yeah, control systems engineering is hardcore, dude. But you got to get the spacecraft to fly straight. If it's not maneuverable, you ask Barry Wilmore about that. He knows plenty about not maneuverable spaceships. The RCS on the command modules for re-entry only. All RPY translation in flight are on the ESM. You sure? You sure? Well, you're doing a PhD in controls at Ohio State. There you go. Any more burnt poo smell? No, Brewer. They shut the the heater system off, and what happened was what happened was the freaking line, they shut the heater off because it was making that burning smell, and the heater was the lines that go to the waste dumping system. So the waste dumping system froze. It went to dump the pee overnight, and it clogged up. So they had to move Orion into the sun to get it to melt all the ice so they could dump the pee again. So yeah, more fun times with the toilet. Just like Apollo, you can roll, pitch, and yaw and translate on SM only. Yeah, okay, cool. I have many leather-bound books. My library smells of rich mahogany. Landers are under construction, Razzie, yeah. Did the maneuver to melt the urine work? Yeah, it worked. Yeah, it was all right. Hang on. The dog went into the shop. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm back. Oh dear. Do we have link? No, no comms link. All right, hold up. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Link's there. Currently looking at the moon from my window and amazed there's 4 people out there in a capsule. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's really cool. How are things going? Things are going great, dude. Are they already building Artemis 3? Yes. Most of the rocket components have been manufactured, Manturas. According to Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator, the guy that's running NASA, all they really needed was the launcher to put it all together. The reason why they didn't start putting the dang thing together is because this thing was sitting on the pad with the launch pad. They had you can only put one rocket on the launch pad when it's designed for one rocket. Sounds like NASA needs 2 pads. Yeah, I know, it does. What's the difference between Artemis 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? So, Matt, 1 was an uncrewed test flight of Orion out to the moon. That was in November of 2022. This one, April of 2026, well, lost the signal. Yep, there we go, signal handover. This one is the first crewed flight of this thing that went out to the moon and back. Artemis 3 is a low Earth orbit demonstration where the Orion capsule will launch into space and it will dock with the landers that they're going to need to land on the moon. And then Artemis 4 is the first landing with said landers. Artemis 3 should be happening in 2027. And Artemis 4, which is a landing, should be happening in early 2028. And Artemis 5, which is also a landing, should be happening in 2028. Beyond that, NASA doesn't have the funding just yet for 6+. They've started working on the long lead items for those missions, so like engines, Orion capsules, etc., etc. But yeah, they're not there yet.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a look at a visualization of Orion and its current position in relation to the moon, now 95,707 miles away. We are in a forward link LOS with Orion, meaning we cannot contact the crew members. These are planned and tracked loss of signal, but they could call down or contact us if need be. However, they are in their midday meal.
No, Hecky, they shouldn't.
You can track the location of Orion yourself by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis.
I hear Italy is partnered with NASA for Artemis 4 and 5. Will they be helping install habitation modules on the moon? Italy will be contributing in some way, shape, or form, dude. They contribute a lot of the hardware for the service module and Orion, dude. Lava, you missed yesterday's flame trench. In case you talked about the proposed NASA budget, you must be a blah, 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 blah. To cut it, what are they doing? Dude, I don't really want to talk about it, man. But, yeah. Can we save that for, like, after the mission, dude? You wish you were an astronaut so bad. You want to poop in a bag? Okay. Is the Orion capsule reusable? The capsule part is reusable, Nader. The components, a lot of the components on the Artemis 1 Orion are flying on integrity, dude. Yeah. They took out a lot of the systems on 1 and put them into 2, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So some of the components on Orion, I forget which ones. I think like the displays and stuff were the same ones that flew. They've already been to the moon, which is pretty cool. Yeah, when they got the Artemis 1 Orion capsule back, they basically took the whole thing apart to inspect it and understand how it works. They took all the components out of it and then they put them in this one. That would suck if you had gastrointestinal problems in space. Yeah, Airbender, there's no doubt there. The food that they eat is pretty mild on your stomach. Like, they're not eating Taco Bell when they're up there, dude. You know? So, yeah, yes, it would. It would suck. You know, you wish they would do with SLS, they would do some type of smart reuse. Yeah, Space. Smart reuse with SLS would be really good. Oh, wait, we did that for 30 years. Yeah, so you're saying inadvertently that you wish the shuttle was still flying. Yes, I agree. The shuttle is smart reuse for SLS. Think about it. It is. We could be doing these missions with a shuttle. You could do it with a shuttle. The Orion capsule would have a little bit of trouble fitting inside of the shuttle's payload bay, but you could do it. Sure, why not? Caveman, yeah, maybe. Just make a thicker shuttle. Put more C's in the word and you got it. Yeah. The orbiter was there to basically get the engines back on every mission. Yeah, the shuttle is smart reuse. It's a partially reusable second stage. That's what it is. Oh, we should be getting another signal here. Do we have an AOS on Madrid? Yeah, but we're not. There's the handover from Canberra in Australia to Madrid here. There we go. There's the up. Or nope. That's they're talking to Europa Clipper on 55. Azimuth 135, elevation 7. Okay. Smart reuse is a bit different though. Yeah, of course. It's smart reuse with people and payload. A shuttle that looks like the Beluga. Oh, God. Receive only. They need to elevate. Yeah, they're below 10 degrees, so they can't receive just yet. What is JNO? That's Juno. The Juno is a probe that's around Jupiter. Juno is sending and receiving out of Goldstone, out of California. Madrid 65 is communicating with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Which is, yeah, that's pretty cool. That one's orbiting around the moon. And Artemis 2 is going to the moon, but we're waiting for, see this, the signal that's going up? We're waiting for one of those, right? We're waiting for one of those antennas to do that. Until then, we just got a downlink with Orion. How about the Mars rovers? So, Jim, on the Deep Space Network, they wouldn't communicate with them directly. They would be communicating with MRO, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and the Reconnaissance Orbiter acts as a relay down to the rovers. A little tidbit: DSS-14 in Goldstone got knocked out by a high wind event last year. Should be repaired by May, but she has long-term maintenance scheduled in August until 2028. Yeah, that Goldstone 14 is that's a big antenna, dudes. Real big. That's another 70 meter, isn't it, Oriel? That's a huge antenna. Reusable liquids would be insane. That'd be pretty cool. They are planning for lunar communication sats. Intuitive Machines has the contract to build the lunar communications system, the lunar relay network. And in the future, we'll be able to get signal on the far side. You see the DSN communicating to MRO sometimes. Yeah. If you see it communicating with something called MRO, that means they're communicating with basically with the rovers on Mars. The MRO is the relay. So is MAVEN, MVN. So yeah, anything that we have orbiting around Mars right now is a relay down to the surface, so we could communicate with the rovers down there. Curiosity and Perseverance. Oh, we got downlink, so we're getting a live shot again. Oh, they stopped communicating with the Europa Clipper. Red Rocks. Yeah. Dream Chaser inside the shuttle. At this point, dude, Dream Chaser's about as likely as flying as the space shuttle again, man. See last. Are they there? Oh, Monday. EJ is causing massive congestion with Artemis for the rest of the JPL missions. Yeah. Just intercept a message to stop driving in circles. Curiosity. Yeah, Death. OTC 1 and 2 were canceled. They didn't need them. Orion has pretty fair seas going out to the moon this time around. That doesn't mean it'll be this smooth in the future, but sure does bode well for the thruster system, doesn't it? And they relay off of the other Artemis around the mission. That's the Artemis Themius mission. It's not a relay satellite, dude. Jessica, I knew you explained it last night, but why does the moon look so small up there compared to within the atmosphere again? It's because gas diffuses light. Think of our atmosphere. Think of our atmosphere like a giant magnifying glass. So when the moon is low on the horizon, you're looking through more atmosphere to see it. So it magnifies it. It makes it look bigger. But if you go outside during the day and you see the moon straight up, it's really tiny.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a beautiful
gas
view
refraction
of the moon from Orion. This view coming from a camera mounted on the solar array wing. There are 4 solar array wings with cameras mounted on each of them. The crew aboard the spacecraft woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. Since then, they completed their post-sleep period. They also conducted some public affairs events. Their schedule was shifted a little bit today, as we did have the cancellation of the OTC2 burn, the outbound trajectory correction burn. If you recall, yesterday's flight plan also
That's
called
right,
for an
Mikey.
outbound
You got it.
trajectory correction burn. That was canceled as well. Both of those burns were deemed unnecessary as the translunar injection burn was very accurate, and we're on a great trajectory to head around the moon.
I like your channel. Thanks for the coverage and the excitement. No problem, witness. I love this stuff,
Canceling
man.
the OTC-2 burn today also allowed the team some flexibility on the timeline to maneuver Orion into a different attitude, positioning a primary vent valve in the sun, which helped to loosen up some ice around
Not
a
yet,
vent valve
Ansel.
that is used for
Soon.
the wastewater dump.
Valve my dump.
Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. They are in a forward link loss of signal, meaning we cannot contact them at this time. However, they could contact us if needed. These loss of signal periods are maintained and tracked here on the ground, and we expect to regain that in about 30 minutes. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You could probably hear some background noise as the Orbit 2 team is starting to filter in the room and transition into their
Jeff.
role for the day.
That's Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He's kind of running the show here. That's Capsule Communicator Jenny Gibbons. She's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. Yep, shift change. So those desks that we were just showing are right here. That's Flight Director, Capsule Communicator. Right here, you have your ground control systems here. You have your science desk here. Kelsey Young is
Still to come today,
over
the
there.
manual
That's
piloting
her
demo
desk.
during which the crew members will use the rotational and translational hand controllers to manually fly the Orion spacecraft.
NASA should set up a DSN relay in MEO so we don't get these losses. A lunar relay network would be good enough. Are those PCs on 24/7? Whenever a mission is going, Tom, yeah, absolutely. Where's my dog? How did you get behind the green screen? How'd you do that? How'd you do that? How'd you do that, Bubba's? You want to go see Mom? Yeah? Okay. He's trying to eat it, Dr. Death, but he doesn't know where it is because I hid it. He is the green screen. Doggo cam? All right. Fine. Have it your way. What? What? What's wrong, my puppers? Come on over here. No, no. Give me your paw. Gentle. Gentle. Have some beef jerky. Here you go. Here you go, my boy. You're just a hungry pupper. You're a hungry growing pupper. You really want to eat my beef jerky? You know that your uncle gave that to me. You want to eat all my beef jerky? He's looking at me like, yeah, I do. Hey, Rosebud, $20 super chat. Couldn't find in Twitch. No words, really. Just thanks. Especially during Kelly's exceptional description of the lunar science goals. Yeah, Rose, she's cool, huh? Now, I'm telling you, NASA is full of people like that. And you got to put them to work. You got to put them to work. You got to do more missions like this so these people can go off, so we can listen to them. Do I need to come get him? I think he wants to see Mom. Actually, I think he's just hungry. That's what I think this dog is. He's still hungry. You're always hungry. You're always hungry, pupper. Hey. Calm down. Give me your paw. Yeah? All right. There you go. Gentle, my boy. All right. Ready? Which hand is it in? This one? Oh, you smelled it, didn't you? You smelled it. Good job, my boy. Good job. Hello. Good job. All right, no more. Yeah, there's nothing weird in this. Don't worry about it. Your evil sleight of hand tricks won't defeat his nose. Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's not for you. No more. When did you get the dog? Oh, June of 2024. Do you know what the astronauts are eating? They didn't say exactly, Pigeon, but I'll just answer with the easy answer and say food. Probably eating that. It'd be weird if they were eating anything else, dude. Hey, Siret, $4. $4 for flight day 4. Enjoy your stream break tomorrow. Thanks, man. Yeah, I missed it, Mikey. I didn't get the message. I missed the memo. I didn't get I got the memo. Lemon. Oh, yeah, lemon curds. That's right, Nick. Dude. Yeah, that's right. Freaking lemon curds. Scrambled eggs, sausages. You like the beef jerky, huh? I don't have any more, dude. Yeah, SpaceX is also testing the deluge system on Pad 2, so that's good. Someone's gonna clog the crapper. oh no, you broke it already. What are you gonna do? What are they gonna do? Break it more, Trade? He disagrees. Where did you go? Get out from back there. What?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just a paw. 12-month resub. Thank you. This guy. He's the best dog around. What about the barking? What barking? Oh, who is that? Is Mama here? Go see.
Discovery,
Doggy
go
dude.
at throttle up.
1 year resub. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Hear me out. Documentary of this mission narrated by the crew should be inside the Las Vegas sphere. I'd get in on that. Girl made of cheese. They eat a nutrition-like paste from a nozzle that pokes out of the wall from free-floating gerbils. It's a synthetic blend of amino acids and proteins. Everything the body needs. It doesn't have everything the body needs. So, what did you think of her? The Orion capsule, huh? Well, it doesn't talk much, but if you like, I could arrange a much more personal relationship. Somebody give the sub to Rain. There you go. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, Neo. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. Someone asked how Artemis 3 is coming along. She's looking nice for final integration. Oh, we got some B-roll, Novas? I'm in. Let's freaking go. Capsule with the red worm. You know what I really miss? Tasty wheat. Did you ever have tasty wheat? That's exactly my point. Digital pimp, hard of work. Oh, look. More spaceship parts. So this is some B-roll coming from NASA. This is the Artemis 3 SLS core stage. Yoki. Hey, baby. That's a big rocket. That's a big rocket part. Yeah, we should, like, stack this, like, now. This is at Michoud. This is Michoud Assembly. Isn't that the shuttle's big tank? SLS is very, well, similar. Derived. This is derived from it. Rockets and rocket accessories. Do you think we'll meet the 1 flight per year goal? Yes. I'd say that Michoud is up to task, yes. So that is the forward skirt, liquid oxygen tank, and intertank for the next core stage for Artemis 3. Yeah, Strump, this is the type of thing you got to build if you're going to the moon, dude. You need a big rocket to get out there, dude. See last for the engine section update at KSC. Oh. Hello. Easily. SLS is absolutely ready to launch yearly. Please keep SLS Block 1B in the EUS. Rick, I'll be 100% honest with you, dude. The more I think about this, the more I really, really think that they're going to look into putting a Centaur on top of SLS, and they're going to figure out that it's not going to work very well. The reason why I think that is because I don't think Centaur is designed to take those loads. Orion, with its launch abort system on top of it, is 36 tons. That is way outside of the scope of what Centaur 5 was designed for in terms of crushing it. You got to remember, Centaur 5 is using balloon tanks. The stainless steel, it's made out of stainless steel that's maybe about as thick as a dime. Yeah, that's the tank wall, the outer tank wall for a Centaur. You can only put so much load through that before it legitimately, they call it a balloon tank because the only way the tank can stand up straight is when you inflate it with propellants or with gas. That's the only way. It can't sit up by itself. It'll fall over. Balloon tanks are great for efficiency. They are not good being in your structural load path. They are especially not good being in your structural load path when you have 2 gigantic SRBs and 4 shuttle engines pushing you up.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. View on your screen. Orion, looking toward the moon. The destination of the Artemis 2 mission. Spacecraft now traveling 2,088 miles per hour. We are 94,868 miles away from the moon, inching ever closer. The crew aboard the spacecraft is still in their midday meal period. We are in a forward loss of signal. We do expect to regain that shortly.
So
These loss of signals, or LOS, are tracked here on the ground. We were able to call up to the crew just before we entered this time frame, letting them know that we would be able to hear from them. They just wouldn't
Rick,
hear from
I
us.
know. Yeah, believe me, I know. Like, once again, I think they're gonna figure out after some trade studies that putting a Centaur up there is not a good idea, and you should probably just finish the EUS. Go ham on finishing it. Frankly, that's what I would have done. I think that, like I said, the only way you're gonna get Centaur to work is with a forward load reactor deck, and I'm just not 100% sure that, I mean, if you're going through that type of redesign for the upper stage for SLS, you're adding the same amount of complexity that you would need for just building a bigger upper stage, you know? But that's just me. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But I have a feeling that they're going to figure that out. Yeah, Lava, calculations are calculations. That's fine. You'd certainly have the Delta V with the Centaur 5 that you need to keep exploring the moon. No doubt. But once again, dude, I just don't think you can take those lows. I don't think it'll get crushed. If you launch it with the SLS pushing up and the mass from Orion pushing down, it'll pop the balloon tank. Forward load reactor, Crafty. Basically, it's a strut that holds the top of the tank. Like, you have a fairing that's going around the Centaur, and then at the top of the fairing, you have basically a C-shaped adapter that grabs the Centaur by the throat, so to speak, and holds it in place. And some of the load gets transmitted through this load deck. Atlas V uses one, and that's the only way Atlas V with a Centaur 3 can move heavy payloads into space with that forward load reactor deck. If you guys are familiar with the new Rocket Lab's Neutron rocket, where they have the first stage with the fairing attached to it, the Hungry Hippo fairing attachment, their second stage is hanging inside of the fairing. The reason why it's hanging is so you don't have to build structure into it. Pulling it up is easier than pushing it, right? In terms of load, you can make your second stage a lot lighter. That's basically what a Centaur does with its balloon tanks. It's much easier to kind of pull the thing. Or actually, it would be better to pull and push, so you take the Centaur out of the load, out of the primary load path. That's what you'd need to do with Orion on top of it. Like, I sat there and I was thinking about it. I'm like, if NASA's cool with it, like, I think they're, if they're cool, they wouldn't just switch to Centaur 5 without doing it. But I went back and looked at the numbers. It's like, with Vulcan's maximum payload capacity, and it really seems like Orion might be too heavy for it. You'd have to reinforce Centaur 5 a lot, which makes you lose any benefit of using a flight-proven stage already, because you have to strengthen up the stage anyway. You have to strengthen it up. You could potentially turn it into a hanging stage and split the load path with an adapter. Loads are going to be a pretty big problem. Yeah, Novus, when they first proposed it, I'm like, okay, if they're proposing it, that means they've done some analysis. But I went back and looked at the numbers, dude, and the numbers don't number. The math don't math. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I think in time they're going to figure out that using the EUS is a better solution. I'm serious. Using it is a better solution, right? So if you asked me, what they would probably do is do not launch Artemis 3 with the ICPS. Because it's going to low Earth orbit, build a quick adapter, right, to take the ICPS's place and just direct core stage separation, Orion SM ignition into low Earth orbit, and then do what you got to do, right? Actually, the core stage with Orion could get into space completely, and I think that would actually be super cool, right? But yeah, they're not going to do that. So that gives you an ICPS for Artemis 4, so you can at the very least do a landing in 2028, and then just finish the EUS and target the EUS for late 2028. That's what I really think should be done. That's what I would do. That ends up giving you an SLS that's able to co-manifest payload for whatever you need. And that gives you as many SLS cores and as many SLS upper stages as you need. It's not plug and play. It'll go just like the ICPS went. Lots of work and years of schedule. Adding a long pole in the tent this late in the game is interesting, right? Yeah, exactly. Orion with a dud ICPS and the core stage, that would get into space. That whole thing could get into space easily. Artemis 3 would fly in the Bryden stack, right? I don't know. Does lunch and loss of signal happen at the same time intentionally? Nope, just a coincidence. Too bad Falcon can't launch Orion Lunar. Falcon has the same problem, Street. It's the upper stage. Orion is just heavy, dudes. It's heavy. You have all this stuff. You have a service module. Service module is full of fuel. That's a lot of mass. The capsule itself is huge. I mean, you saw Christina in the window when they were taking selfies. The capsule's huge. With the launch abort system on top of that, it's 36 tons. That's ridiculous. That's heavy lift by itself. Not many vehicles are designed to move 36 tons into space. Yeah, New Glenn could do it, and that's about it. Falcon, you'll crush the second stage. Same with Vulcan, you'll crush that second stage. Same with SLS with a Centaur, you'll crush it. At this point, I'm just like, use the shuttle. Yeah, right. Does the SLS with a dud second stage count as an SSTO? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I'm surprised they didn't go with GS2 if it was proposed by Blue. Was it too expensive or what? They were worried about schedule pressure with using GS2 on top of SLS. But if they had done that, yeah, that would be sick. Dude, the Space Launch System with a New Glenn second stage on top of it? Oh, baby. That would be Saturn V good, dudes. That would be very Saturn V good. Yeah, you could co-manifest whatever. That could probably move 60, 70 tons out to the moon. No problem. Monday is when they reach the moon, Nabarum. Yep. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Did they actually consider it? In 2017, Blue Origin tried to bid on the New Glenn upper stage contract. Yes. NASA shot them down because they said it wouldn't be ready in time. And it would have also required some substantial modifications to raise the roof of the VAB. But yeah, the schedule risk was the big one with them. That's funny. Yes, Fluffy, that's correct. Mm-hmm. Like, once again, guys, switching to a Centaur 5 is not plug and play. You do get avionics commonality, and that does help, right? That absolutely does help, but I'm still worried about the loads. Once again, I think they're going to figure out that putting a Centaur up there is going to need the adapter that you're going to need to get Centaur 5 to work with SLS. Oh, you might as well have just, for the amount of modifications you need for the adapter for Centaur, you might as well have just made the EUS. If you just kept going with the EUS, it would have been fine. But see, here's the thing. I think if they kept going at the rate that the...
Integrity Houston for toilets.
Oh, boy. Our favorite.
Go ahead, James.
Hey, Reed, we are working a plan to do another dump prior to the manual piloting DFTO. I'll have more words for you on that shortly, but I wanted to give you a last call for the use of toilet before we get into that. Again, toilet is still no-go for urine use, but I want to give you a last call for fecal use as well.
This freaking thing, dude, I swear to God.
All right, that sounds good, Jenny. And just to confirm, we can still continue to dump the secondary line right now, correct?
A-firm.
Yep. Okay, cool. They're scrubbing out the excess CO2 and they're dumping that. That's what the secondary dump is for. So right now they can crap in the toilet, but they can't pee in it because the crap is stored on board. Making a system to dump poo overboard is too heavy. But you can dump the waste. They can dump liquid waste, but the liquid waste system is inoperable right now because...
James, what is preferred for you on the DFTO? You want CAPCAM 3 or you want HHB or both?
Yo, get us that cockpit view, Jenny. Jenny, ask Jeff. Get us that cockpit view, please. Onboards. Get us the onboard view. So...
Good question, Reed. We do not have the bandwidth currently for HHP, so we'll be using CABCAM 3.
CABCAM 3. I really hope that's the cockpit view one. So, Jenny Gibbons and Jeff Radigan were talking to this dude over here.
Okay, sounds good.
That's the flight dynamics officer. The flight dynamics officer is a fun way of saying how the spacecraft moves through space. He's in charge of anything. Anytime Orion moves or goes somewhere, flight dynamics is in charge of that. This manual piloting test that Victor is going to do here in a second is a flight dynamics developmental test objective. So DFTO, developmental flight test objective. So that's why Jenny and Jeff looked to the flight dynamics officer, or FIDO for short, and asked him what camera he would want for this test. There's a building at NASA that has stored all the hermetically sealed poop from the Apollo missions. I'd believe that, good dog, yeah. I always said that one of the first Artemis missions should go get the CCUs that are up there. Can you imagine if they went and got that bag of poo and there were still microbes in it? I mean, it's highly unlikely, but you never know.
Integrity Houston for big picture forward plan for the wastewater dump.
Boone.
Hey, Tina, as you know, this is a big issue that we want to work toward resolving. So we are going to set up a wastewater dump on the primary line starting now. And we would like at least one crew member to be looking out the window and reporting what they see. Our intent here is just to have that vent open, and we will leave it open until either we reach a minimum
Sometimes
quantity
when
on
the first
tank.
dump isn't enough, you got to go back for a secondary dump.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Bro, this damn toilet, I swear to God.
Hey, Jams, great plan. The one thing we would add is we've got some secondary dumps either in work or just finishing. So in order to assess what's coming out of the primary, we recommend waiting a few minutes for that. We can let you know when it looks pretty clear, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, Tina, that sounds reasonable. How long do you expect that to take?
All right, the dump just started, and it usually completes within a minute. However, there's usually some secondaries after that, so I would estimate in about 3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds great to us. Give us a call in 3 minutes, and we will get started. I also wanted to revise my last and let you know that through further discussion on the ground, we can let you know that while we are performing this vent, the toilet is go for fecal use, so good news there.
Huh. Oh, well, you could take a dump. You could take a dump if you need to when they're venting the pee.
Copy.
What is the issue, Amber? So the bathroom separates number 1 and number 2, the toilet. Number 2 goes into a sealed canister. You have to change that sealed canister every once in a while, and you have to seal it before you can take it out of the toilet, right? And it goes into this little casing, and that stays on board. the number 1 gets vented overboard.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas.
But the vent system is not working correctly right now. What they're going to try to do is try to get it to work here. They're going to try to induce venting number 1 overboard. I know what people are going to ask. Why not vent number 2 overboard? Well, getting liquid to vent out the thing is, well, I was about to say doesn't seem like that bad, but that's clearly a tough thing to do. Can you imagine venting solid waste? That I'm pretty sure that would be more difficult, right? So number 1 gets vented, number 2 stays on board. So the vent lines to vent number 1 is not working. It's been a little shoddy, but they're going to try to do it now. And they said because it's a separate containment system, you can go number 2 if you have to, but do not go number 1 right now when they're venting number 1 to space. Long story short, I'm pretty sure that would be a painful experience. And, stuff's delicate, right? Like, yeah, don't do that when you're venting it overboard, because you would open up the toilet to vacuum. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So they said don't go number 1 right now because we're trying to vent number 1.
Away from the moon, which you can see there, they are ever growing closer and ever growing farther away from our home planet, 187,185 miles and counting.
Yeah, Wooly, right?
As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams continue to conduct their...
Not be feasible? Of course it's feasible, dude. There's a mini airlock on the ISS that they use on the Japanese experiment module on the GEM. The thing is that when you're going to the moon, mass is at a premium. It's not like we have a space shuttle out here that can install more components on Orion. Not that the space shuttle could go this far anyway. Mass is at a huge premium with this. Orion's already super heavy. That's what we were talking about a second ago. The fact that it has a toilet on it is a huge innovation for lunar exploration. The Apollo capsules did not have a toilet. They had bags. Ziploc bags. No toilet. So, like, even this is a big deal, right? Like, that's a huge step forward in interplanetary pooping. What? That's what it's called. So it's not that it's not feasible. It's that just weight is at a premium. Maybe if we have, when we get bigger ships out to the moon eventually, maybe that's not a thing anymore. Interplanetary pooping, or IPP for short. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not how that works. No, I-C-U-P. No. I tell you what, I can get a good look at a butcher by peeing on.
The vent valve has opened.
Oh, here comes the pee. We might be able to see it here, but it's in darkness. The vent line's on the front of the capsule. Well, not on the front. It's on the opposite side of the capsule over here. So we're probably not going to see it.
All right, we'll keep monitoring, but right now we see no flow at all.
Yeah.
Copy.
Not great. Oh, change the exposure on the camera. There we go. Don't go into the light. Anyway, ICPS. Yeah. Why are you like this? I don't know. Will HLS and the Mark II lander have a toilet? I'll bet you SpaceX has the room for one. Whether they put one on there or not is another story. I bet you
we
they
heard
will.
One little chug deep down beneath us, and now we are getting some spurts with some increasing force. So let's just keep open here.
Copy. Great news, and we're seeing some flow on our side too. Thank you, Reed.
Oh, there we go. There's the P! It's working! Yes!
Yeah, you got four crew members rooting for Max Blizzard, and we have a good view out the window. It looks like it looked when we started the mission, so that's a good sign.
Great news. I wanted to keep the mic so you could hear a clap there.
Hey, it's working, man. That's working real good. That's That's frozen piss. All right, that's frozen pee. That's what that is. Yeah, that's all right. Hey, it works. It works really good. That's really good. That's way better flow than what we saw this afternoon. Failure to pee is not an option. No, that's really good. Great. I'm really happy that that's working. That means the toilet's fixed. I'm sorry. I'm 37. I think that's hilarious. Like every dude secretly has a 15-year-old's sense of humor. Some are just better at hiding it. I'm not good at hiding it. That's really funny.
Integrity crew, we're maneuvering to the attitude for manual piloting.
Oh yes, the attitude for manual pilot. Let's go. Holy crap, it's really going. Yeah, no, that thing's going ham.
Okay, integrity copies.
Will they weigh number 2 for calculations? They don't need to, Jeff. Law of conservation of mass. A person eating something and then pooping it out is not going to change your overall mass of the spaceship. Only that does. Only the wastewater does. This is happening. The constellation urine. Yeah, exactly, Crafty. Yep. Play the clip. Play it now. Oh, okay. All right, I got it.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Yeah. Serious question. Does this change the trajectory? Yes, it does. But the reason, so Ponesister, that's actually a good question, right? That's actually a good question. Does venting all this blow the capsule off course? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, equal and opposite reactions. The same force that, yeah, it'll push it off course. That's absolutely a thing. That's why they did this before the manual piloting demo. So when Victor's taking control of it, he can correct for that if he needs to. The real funny part of this is that some of this will end up impacting the moon. So we could say that Artemis 2 pissed on the moon. Yep. And my buddy Vulcan told me that. Yeah, that's good. It's a good call. Alien intelligence. Why do these Earthlings need to mark their territory? Yeah, the waste tank was pretty full, guys. It was about half full. Most of it will end up on the return trajectory and burn up in the atmosphere, False. Yes, that's correct. Eventually, Zubaski, if it's in sunlight, yes, it will. Man, that thing's really going ham. It's coming out in spurts. I'm not sure if that's what we want there. See, it's going... I don't know why that was the noise that came to mind, but that was the noise that came to mind. Hey, whoa, hang on there, partner. You're going to blow an O-ring. You got to relax. Yeah, Baron, yeah. Do we know how many liters of pee can be storage? They never said, Laz. Yeah, just get it all out. Hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go. So, if you're coming in on this stream and you're wondering what all that stuff coming off of it, Orion is venting the urine tanks right now. All that is solidified piss. So, if you're on the Twitch side of things, you can be sure that Twitch chat reacted appropriately
Decent
to
integrity,
this.
just let us know when we're go to start the manual piloting DFTO2, step 1.
We beat China in a lunar pissing
All right, Integrity
contest.
crew, you are go to start the manual piloting DFTO. We are going to come on board with CAPCAM 3. And when you perform this DFTO, we are happy to take 10 degrees rotation in all axes instead of 15 if you like. We will also happily accept all pilots that we have time for. Let us know how she handles.
All right, Vic's going to take control, and he's going to do what's called a rate test. That's what this manual piloting test is for.
Okay, we like the sound of all that. Copy 10 degrees, so we'll aim for that to speed this up a bit so we can get more inputs.
S-Master, I don't think it does.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy.
Chat handled it better than the streamer. Challenge pissing.
And crew,
You
we're
sure
on
about
board
that?
with you through CAPCAM 3.
CAPCAM 3, baby. Come on, Vic. Pilot this sucker. Actually, Jeremy and Christina are in the pilot and commander seat. Vic's over there. So we got Jeremy Hansen over here, Christina Cook over there. And Victor is holding a GoPro filming them. And Reed has a GoPro as well. That looks like an F-18 stick. That is your RHC, your rotational hand controller, the joystick right there. The THC.
This is Artemis Mission
here on the
Control.
dash.
The Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently in their handover, and the crew aboard Orion has stepped into their manual piloting procedures. This may look like a familiar view. We saw it just after launch when the crew was conducting the proximity operations demonstration. That was NASA astronaut Victor Glover, the pilot of the spacecraft, manually commanding Orion.
Ready for a quick waste dump update.
We'll take it.
Hey, Jams, now we have about 10% of the time we see a full blizzard, and then it dies down to a flurry, and then it picks up to a full blizzard again. It's going about blizzard about once every maybe 30 seconds, but it is very dynamic. It's not just one continual send, but
See that?
It's beautiful, and we're watching the tank quantity go down, so hopefully it's looking good.
Did he just say it was beautiful?
That's super helpful for us to know. Thanks, Reed. We're still watching it.
Reed Wiseman is a national treasure. That guy's hilarious, dude. It's beautiful. Just pee everywhere. That's the commander of the mission, by the way.
And Houston integrity, it's not in the procedure, so we just want to double check with. We're going to do this DFTO in DAP mode 2.
A-firm, DAP 2.
Heard some words from Commander Reed Wiseman discussing the wastewater dump currently ongoing. We had a view of that from outside the cabin. We are back inside Orion right now, preparing for the manual piloting demonstration. On the left side of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and to his right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. During this demonstration, the crew will be able to manually pilot Orion once again and test its 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom. If you look closely in the background, you can see NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover filming part of this demonstration. Artemis 2 is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon. Now 187,633 miles away from our home planet of Earth, 93,890 miles away from the moon.
So, Sloth, will this affect the trajectory? Venting the P? Yes. Yes, it will. That's why they did it before they did the manual pilot demo. So with the manual pilot demo that they're about to do, which is what's called a developmental flight test objective, or DFTO, they're going to right the ship. Yeah, the P is not going to throw you that far off course, and they should easily be able to compensate for it. It like almost an inconsequential amount of fuel being used to compensate. MET is mission elapsed time.
All right, and just giving you some handling qualities here for the yaw. Everything was nominal. I noted that with this warp mount, it does have some play in it, as we knew, and so just applying some downward force to try and make sure you don't get coupling is required, but that's fine. That's workable. And then we had a little bit of coupling and roll. In both in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
Ooh, interesting. They rolled and had a little bit of a yaw rate exerted on the vehicle. Interesting. Okay. Boreal, you hear that? It looks like Jeremy is piloting the ship. See, Jeremy's hand, like, this is what's cool about this, dude. Jeremy's right hand is on the RHC. That is your rotational hand controller. That controls the capsule for pitch, yaw, and roll.
Okay, and we're still just completing the pitch maneuvers, but we're not picking up any coupling for the pitch. And the vehicle is very responsive at nulling out the 0.5 degree per second. It's almost instantaneous.
So what Jeremy just did...
Copy.
I know this is a Dragon capsule, but what he just did is pitched it up like this and then stopped. Now they're going to go down and then they'll stop again. He said that there was no coupling there, meaning when they went to pitch, it didn't induce a yaw or a roll. That's very important. You want to make sure if you want to tilt the nose of the capsule down, you got to make sure that's what it does and doesn't do this or that. Now, I know what people are going to say, like, what do you mean? Like, you mean they don't know how to do the control system? Well, no, they've been shifting cargo around inside of this thing. They've been jettisoning P. The center of gravity could have moved, right? Or because this is the first time, this is one of the manual pilots.
Again, the manual piloting demo is beginning aboard the Orion spacecraft, and as the Orbit 1 and 2 teams hand off, I am going to hand off to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She will be carrying through the rest of the manual piloting demo, the rest of the crew's day, and our live stream continues 24/7 on NASA YouTube.
So watch. He's rolling it around, and you'll see the heads-up display change as he induces roll. He said he was inducing a 0.5 degrees a second radian rotation rate, which means it's, well, basically 0.5 degrees per second. Actually, I don't know for sure if they're using degrees radian, but we'll see. I mean, that's what most spacecraft do. That's just a nice way of saying it's moving 0.5 degrees per second. Why isn't Victor Reed doing this? I thought Victor was going to do it, but I guess they let Jeremy do it. Whatever. He's a fighter pilot. He'll figure it out. Yeah, I know, Flavia. They should.
Okay, copy that.
If you ever go to space, you want me as your pilot? I really want to make sure I know what I'm doing. They want all the crew to have some experience doing manual piloting. There you go. Yeah, Jeremy's a fighter pilot, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys... Like, dude, three of this crew are fighter pilots. Like, 2 of them are naval test pilots. Reed and Victor were naval test pilots. Like, they really know what's good. Jeremy, I don't know if Jeremy was a naval test pilot. I know he's a colonel in the RCAF. He flew CF-18s, dude. So, like, they don't put stupid people in the seat of a CF-18 up there. Like, He's more than capable of handling this. Let him do his thing. Three pilots and one plumber. Christina's not just the damn plumber, okay? So it looks like, I can't really tell from the heads-up display there, but it, not sure what he's doing. Yep, okay, blue screen. Signal handover. What don't you know about Orion? Not a lot at this point. I've been reading a ton about it when I'm off stream and losing sleep because of it, but I'm still getting a good amount of sleep. We're good. Anything not covered in ITAR? I don't know, Tom. I don't think so. But yeah, guys, call me crazy, but that flight stick that they have on Orion looks like it's an airplane's flight stick. I'm wondering if the RHC is lifted from a Lockheed fighter jet. Like, it really, it looked suspiciously like my Thrustmaster Warthog here. Like, the RHC looked a lot like this. Like, look. See what I mean? It looks really similar. The top is a little bit different, but I'm honestly wondering if that's just, if Lockheed just lifted an airplane's flight stick and just put that on there.
Integrity crew, we're back with you.
So, a Thrustmaster Warthog is...
Okay, we just finished the 3 DOF maneuvers. The rates all seem the same. The response seemed the same. It is difficult to tell whether you might have some cross-coupling from the RHC or if it's from the vehicle, but we were pretty convinced in the last roll one that the coupling that showed up, which was 4 degrees, was coming from the vehicle and not the RHC.
Copy all, Jeremy. Thank you.
Oh, it's Boreal. It's absolutely an F-35 flight stick. It is absolutely one of those. It's the same exact shape. Dude. So you see how at the top it has like a whole thing up at the top? You got, look. Actually, not exactly. Not exact. Nope, not an F-35 stick. It looks really, that's really close, though. What's that, Phil? Oh. Oh.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and has completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who are wrapping up their shift. The Orbit 2 team this evening will be led by NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Jackie Mahaffey. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see.
And then with the jets intentionally deselected with the left yaw, the rate built up as expected nominally, but it's having a hard time nulling out the rate. So it's almost there now, and we've got 7 degrees of yaw before it nulls the rate.
Ooh, okay.
Copy all. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'd say out of all of them, guys, that looks the most like an F-18. Yeah, Lockheed.
So the vehicle overshot by 7 degrees once it was released from the yaw left. and then it built up very slowly, built up a rate, and looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting again.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. They lifted it from a fighter jet, which is pretty cool, man. Yeah, I'd say out of all of them, it definitely looks like an F-18.
Yeah, and during that maneuver, we haven't maneuvered back to center yet. We developed 5 degrees of roll left and 5 degrees of pitch up.
Ooh.
And then when it built up a rate to try and look like it tried to go back to where the RHC was released, it went back to 355 instead of 350. So just to read all that down, we commanded a left yaw until we saw 350 yaw. It went to 343, and then it went back to 355 before it nulled all the rates. And now we'll put one in, and we'll just take it back to 0.
Looks like they got to tune some PIDs.
Very good, thanks, Jeremy.
They got to tune some PIDs. They don't have the flight system totally dialed in, but yep. So
this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft named
No, check this out. No, I got this. What he just said is that they did this. They went to yaw, and they went to move it probably, let's say, like 10 degrees left. And when he commanded it to do that, it went over here, and then it corrected. It went too far and corrected back. He commanded it to move 10 degrees to one way, and it went 15 and then corrected. That's PIDs. Yeah, that's control systems, man. That's why they're doing this test, so they can dial in the control systems.
Copy all.
So if you're a Kerbal player, I'll speak in Kerbal terms. The SAS overcorrected. They're trying to fix that. This is why they're doing it, so they can dial in the controls.
During this developmental flight test objective, the crew is working to perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom.
During the pitch checkout, there is no perceptible change in performance. It's able to build the rate quickly and null it out quickly and accurately.
Good. Pitch is dialed in.
Excellent. Thanks.
No, Brimo, these are rotational. They're testing the rotation. It's not going to throw off their trajectory. That's what the PAO was saying. When you have 6 degrees of freedoms, the 6 degrees are forward, back is one, up, down is another, left, right is another, and then you have yaw, which is this, rotational, pitch, which is up, down, rotational, and then roll, which is rolling. Those are your 6 degrees of freedom. What they're testing right now is 3 DOF, meaning they're Jeremy is just doing pitch like that. He's just doing yaw like that, and then roll. He said when they induced yaw, it overcorrected and it came back. It went too far and then it came back. Pitch, though, he's reporting good. The pitch thrusters are working correctly. Now, if you look, when he induces pitch, that thruster up there, see that? That thruster block should fire if he does pitch down. If he goes pitch up, the thruster block that you could just barely see right there, that one should fire a little bit. And he's talking about compensation and induced
and then
rates.
For roll in this configuration, the left roll is a little bit slower to build up. The right roll is responsive as per normal.
Copy.
That's weird. Considering you have the exact same thrusters put in the opposite direction for roll left and roll right. So what he just did was rolled the capsule left a certain way and rolled the capsule right a certain way. When he rolled right, it was sluggish, going to one side. When he rolled left, it was immediate, and then it rolled back. Is that okay? Dizzy, that's not a big deal. The reason why Jeremy is doing this is to find these. You're not gonna. So like, think about it. Like,
Jenny, we are going to switch pilots now. This will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Christina's going to take control.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
So it's much easier to think about, guys.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA.
Like if it's a plane. So Jeremy just went to roll left, and it rolled left way faster than it rolled right, right? That's what just happened. What they're doing, this is a test flight. They're doing this on purpose to dial in their control systems. You're not ever really going to know how a plane is going to fly until you dial it. Like, you got to take it for a test flight, and you have to go and fly the damn thing, right? That's what they're doing here. It's not really a big deal. It's not a big deal if it's sluggish to one direction or the other. You're not going to know until you do it, right? And what the Lockheed and NASA engineers are going to do is they're going to mess with the software to change it, to make it fly better.
Instead of 10 to move it along a bit quicker. We're looking forward to getting some info for you as a pilot here.
They're flying her. They're flying the Orion around. I'm using this F4 because it's easier to demonstrate it with an airplane. Like, it's easier to understand what they're doing. Did it react better in prox ops? Yeah.
Okay, we copy that.
Does Orion have SAS or a little gyro in it? It does have an IMU in it hired, but that's...
Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is piloting the spacecraft for this.
It does have an IMU. There's no there's no wheel authority, dude. It's not like KSP. There's no gyros that induce it. This is all just with the thrusters and the control systems governing the thrusters. Orion's fly-by-wire, just like any other thing that fly, like fighter jet or spaceship or whatever that flies today. There's no gyros to help assist in movement. There's a gyro for the inertial measuring unit, which is for your navigation. It's just one IMU. It's actually I don't even sure you call that a gyro, but hey, Brandster, 57-month resub. This is so awesome. Isn't it cool? You're watching people fly a spaceship around.
That you're watching them complete on your screen. They are working to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom.
Yes.
In that case, it would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
See, Christina's hands on her right hand's on the RHC. She's moving the stick around. She's flying it. She's flying the spaceship.
Okay, similar behavior with 5. In this instance, there was just a very small amount of roll in that I did try to take out, and with a quick roll pulse, it did take it out. That was just kind of a manual thing that I did, but it was nice to see you could do that if you had unintended coupling going on.
Copy all.
Watch. She'll move the RHC again. See? There you go. That's roll left, right? She's inducing a very small roll left rate here. And you can see that the nav ball on the primary flight display is turning left. It's rolling left. The ball's doing that. Oh, that's so legit, dude. And then she's correcting back. She's rolling it back right, leveling it out. There you go. Back to center.
Okay, a similar thing with roll. Roll was definitely the most difficult for me to keep the yaw out coupling naturally, so I just kind of put some manual yaw in to undo the coupling there, but similar 6-off performance.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And just for your information, we are comfortable going a little over on this activity. Our schedule allows for it today, and we're getting a lot of good info from you. So we'll have you continue to the end of the DFTO.
Okay.
Copy.
Okay. She induced yaw. She's yawing to the right. Orion's yaw right. Now there's a stop. Now she'll go back to yaw left here. Watch the stick.
Negligible change in 3 DOF with the yaw.
See?
Copy.
Isn't that cool? So what she's testing is she's just yawing Orion to the right, yawing it back to center, yawing it back to the left, yawing it back to center. And what they're trying to see is if they try to yaw, they're trying to see if it induces a roll or a pitch on the vehicle.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
They're using the RCS Chupon. There's no reaction wheels for stability on this vehicle. It would be like, to speak in Kerbal terms, guys, for the Kerbal players, this is like having a probe core with no wheel authority, but heading lock.
Similar to the 6-off.
Okay.
Copy.
There is a reaction wheel in the form of the inertial measuring unit, but I wouldn't even call that a reaction wheel. That's just an IMU. Yeah. Looks like, okay, Jeremy's still in the pilot seat. Christina's in the commander seat on the vessel here. It looks like she induced roll left. Or no, that was roll right. Now bring it back. Nope, there's roll right. Back to roll left, immediate correction. You know what the coolest part about this? Coolest part about this is, dude, when she rolls it, watch the stuff in the capsule that's free flying. It'll move. Because when she rolls, that stuff should stay until acted upon by an outside force. When she commands the vehicle to move, stuff that's free floating is going to change direction.
Okay, on that one.
Oh, that's so sick! Did you see it? It moved.
Was able to remove some yaw oscillations.
Yes.
I think the orb mount with roll.
Did you see the notebook?
Some
It
compensation there, like kind of actively using muscles to keep yaw in or from going. Mixed results.
It's badass,
but
man.
it's good to try some of that actively.
We like it. Thank you.
Yeah. Up in space, guys, physics is at its purest. Did you see the notebook? It started rotating, and she moved it, and it started moving towards the camera. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah, Tony, can you imagine that? Just flying around a spaceship. Whatever. No big deal. Yeah, Mutter, this is very much about dialing in the control systems, not so much testing the thrusters. They're doing this. It's a developmental flight test objective. They're just, like, once again.
All right, Jenny, on this one, given that
they're just dialing her
when
in.
we did this, he had an overshoot, which was then overcorrected 5 degrees in the direction he came from. I wanted to try the method of actually overshooting on purpose to try to get back to the 5 degree. So we'll see if that works.
Thank you. We're following along.
Glad we proved Newton's laws while we were at it. Yeah, right.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
Look at Reed's looking out the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views, and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
He's like, yo, turn it to the left. I'm trying to see the Earth. That's the command. Once again, that's commander of the mission. That's freaking cool, man. It's not RCS positioning, Gonzi. This is very much to dial in the control systems. It's to dial in the input from the joystick. It's not the thrusters. The thrusters are in the right spots. Now, what it could be is that all the cargo isn't exactly in the right.
5 degrees.
All right.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah, it's not the thruster config. The thruster config is good. She rolled right. Or yaw, that's yaw right. Still yawing to the right.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Stealthy astronaut got gifted a sub from Locked and Load Live. Fist my bump. She's still induced yaw right. So she's doing this with the capsule. She's spinning it around. Not as much as this. This is an over-exaggerated thing, but that's what they're doing right now.
All right, Jenny, and that one, as expected, had a slow start, but then finished right when release happened, and was able to build up the full rate eventually.
Copy.
This nav ball is oriented to Earth. That's the local orientation. This is oriented to capsule. So this is what that nav ball is oriented to the front of Orion. The other one, this one over here, that's oriented relative to the Earth. This is it's called a different reference frame. You got it, Nancy. Yep. In the center here, this is the UI for.
Okay, and as expected with those specific jets deselected, no negative or no clear difference in pitch.
Good.
We copy.
So she just did this. She pitched up and then pitched down, and then everything was fine there. This right here is your RCS user interface. They can shut off different thrusters. That's what all these buttons do. This is your fuel levels, and this shows the plumbing to the system. You're going to have a helium tank behind your oxidizer and fuel tanks. There's the helium tanks, and see, if you guys look, over here you have 2 good valves, and over there you only have 1. That was the one valve that Judd Friedling was talking about in the press conference this afternoon. That valve is not working.
On that one,
see how it's off?
At 5 degrees and 2-degree overshoot. I'm holding the orb. I'm holding against the play of the orb mount that is inward to my body and forward or down while putting in the roll, and so it takes a little bit of kind of like counteracting muscle movement for that. But I think I had pretty decent lack of coupling.
I don't know exactly whether guy.
Copy.
And yeah, that's why they're 2-fault redundant, Dizzy. That's right. That's what Judd Friedling was saying. They're 2-fault redundant on the valves for a reason, in case that happens.
Okay, a little more roll for the peanut gallery.
They love it.
Reed's over there taking a picture. Hey, Reed, that picture's unscheduled, man. That's right, Transit Biker. This is a rate-induced test. They're trying to check the rates or induced rates from different maneuvers on the vehicle. Oh, all right. There you go. That's another pitch test right there. Where are they now? They are. One moment. They are 188,566 miles away from Earth, traveling at 1,996 miles an hour. Or, in metric, they are 303,468 kilometers, traveling at 3,200 kilometers an hour, heading towards the moon. They're about 2/3 of the way there.
All right, Houston, thanks for your patience. We had to see the full moon and the Earth at the same time, which was just accomplished. Now we're going to be rolling back.
That's fair.
We understand and approve.
Steve, they're doing yaw, pitch, and roll rate tests for Orion right now. It's badass. You can see Christina's in the pilot seat or in the commander's seat, and you can see her working the RHC. She's flying the spaceship. You could see it right there with her moving the joystick around. Dude, it's so freaking cool. This is so freaking cool. I'm nerding the frick out. I'm watching people fly a spaceship. That's badass, dude.
All right, Jenny. I definitely have some stuff to report for that one. Going back, which was the roll left, 2 things. The pitch coupling that you saw, I do think was due to an input on the RHC, but the yaw, I don't think was, because I actively tried to take out the yaw, and I felt myself having to go out of the detent in the other direction to start affecting that yaw motion that you were seeing. So I think that might have been because of it was difficult for it to compensate potentially, and I think that one might not have been because of inputs at the hand controller.
Right, Stealthy? Isn't this freaking cool, dude? This is so
all.
badass.
Agrees.
This and the RPOD have been my two favorite parts of this thus far. This is so freaking cool, man.
Rockin'. We see ourselves complete with the manual piloting, and we'll continue and close out the procedure if you agree.
No, keep flying.
All right, Christina, we totally agree. And while we have you, we just wanted to give you one item for Jeremy's timeline. We noticed a conflict with his PPC and the filming for exercise and day in the life. So we just wanted to let him know that he can do the PPC early. We'll be ready to support that and be mindful of when the filming starts at his discretion. Thanks.
The toilet's actually working again, Jerry, which is pretty cool. They successfully performed a urine dump right before this test.
Crew copies all. Thanks.
National Geographic is doing a
Our pleasure,
documentary.
and with that, I will pass you on to the very capable Jackie Mahaffey.
Jackie. Good job, Jenny. That's Jenny Gibbons. She's the capsule communicator. She passed it over to Jackie over here. Jenny is she was Jeremy Hansen's backup from the Canadian Space Agency.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew has recently wrapped up their manual piloting developmental flight test objective.
Thank you.
And the Capcom or capsule communicators here in Mission Control have also handed over as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have completed their handover. So the oncoming Capcom for this shift will be Jackie Mahaffey, and she took over from Jenny Gibbons. Jenny was a backup CSA astronaut for this mission, and then Jackie Mahaffey was the crew training lead for Artemis 2.
Who piloted? Jeremy did.
Now
Jeremy
that the
did some
manual
work, and then
piloting
Christina
flight test
did.
objective is complete, the crew is going to continue on to other scheduled activities for the day. So coming up on the timeline,
that was awesome,
NASA
dude.
astronaut Christina Cook and CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen both have scheduled crew exercise.
That was awesome,
Each
dude.
of the crew members has a block of exercise scheduled
Right,
each
Fox?
day to
Don't
maintain
spoil nothing,
their
but also-
health and fitness during their trips to space on the Orion spacecraft.
For wastewater dump.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Isn't it cool, Moo? This makes me want to fly something in KSP, dude.
Hey, Jackie.
Really badly.
Every once in a while, we do hear a little thud in the spacecraft, followed by a little plume of snowflakes. So there probably is just ice chugging through those lines, and we are still getting little intermittent blizzards. You probably see it on the solar array cameras, but it is still just going. It's dwindling. And then if you do see the volume pick up in the next over the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a few secondary dumps as well.
They're still dumping pee during that test. Huh. Wouldn't that induce unwanted
Reed,
rates?
we copy all. Thank you for the insight.
Huh. Interesting.
And this is Mission Control.
Yeah,
you
Space, you're
heard some
probably
additional.
right.
And confirm you all have secured Cap Camp 3.
Negative. Stand by.
Yeah, it could be the secondary dump mob. Yeah, you're right.
Reed, and to clarify, we are interpreting that as you would like us to turn off Cap 3.
Yes, Seacracken, I would agree.
Yeah, that is a firm.
Yeah.
We will let you know when that's in place.
Interesting. Got to be
okay.
Stressful.
Copy.
Yeah, I mean, Reed doesn't seem too bothered about it. If you're a test pilot, just report it. Report what's going on and kind of roll. Heat freezes instantaneously in outer space.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're now seeing an exterior view.
Okay, so how this works, Sensationalist, is so the vent lines are venting pressurized pee in a pipe, in a liquid pipe that's going to vacuum. Now, I know what people are going to say. Space is cold. That's why it freezes, right? No. Space is vacuum, all right? It's the absence of heat. There's nothing there. It's just empty, right? It's just empty space, right? So if you have a hydraulic line, in this case, a hydraulic line full of piss, right? And you vent it overboard, you're going to get a sudden depressurization in the line at the nozzle, right when it goes out. And in that momentary phase change, right, or that momentary depressurization that happens when you go from a pressurized line to nothing, to no pressure, you're going to get phase change. You get solidification in the line. It happens. Piss happens. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, they do have heaters on board, right, that are designed to heat up the pipe so that doesn't happen. But the heaters, when they turned the heater on, it started making burning smells inside of the cockpit, so they shut it off. And ever since then, they've been having a little bit of trouble with ice in the lines. That's why Reed said it was chugging, because it's probably getting filled up with frozen pee, if you really want to know. So yeah, you get solidification. That does happen. PV equals NRT. PivNert. Yep, the ideal gas law. Well, yeah, phase change.
Is to vent down to approximately 10%, and then we need to have a couple of discussions here on the ground, so you can expect a couple of hours before we would potentially give you a go for toilet use.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out why it was chugging.
That is exactly the information we wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Matt, pretty much, dude. The walls are warming enough for the blockage to move, but it's not clear. Yeah,
and you just heard some additional communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom or capsule communicator here on the ground, Jackie Mahaffey, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen. They were discussing the wastewater dump, which has been taking place, as well as the toilet use.
Tap the line, break it up.
At the beginning of cruise sleep on flight day 3, the ground had performed a routine and regularly scheduled wastewater dump. And during that dump, it was terminated after only dumping 3%. They have since completed an additional wastewater dump just about 30 minutes ago. And the team on the ground is evaluating the status of the toilet on the Orion spacecraft, but in the meantime, the crew has been instructed to continue using CCUs, which are collapsible contingency urinals.
Here, poop in this bag.
Houston integrity, the DFTO procedure is complete.
No more manual piloting.
Jeremy, we copy, and we will be taking you back to biased tail to sun.
Okay, they're going back into the bias XSI, negative XSI configuration.
Copy that.
That's when they take the back end of Orion and they point it towards the sun for better thermals. That also puts the heat shield between astronauts and the sun for less radiation.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We did have that confirmation that the manual piloting developmental flight test objective is officially complete. They were just completing some cleanup actions on that task.
Okay,
and now they're going to start moving into the remainder of the activities for the day. The Orion spacecraft is also being maneuvered to what is known as biased tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation.
This is space. I'm in space.
Good dog, give this up to Grandpapa
Now
Bruce.
on your screen you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website, or ARO. And this provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 188,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 92,000 miles between them and the moon. Not too long ago, they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
Did Apollo travel at about this same speed? Yes, Tech. It took Apollo about 3 days to get out to the moon. Yep. Yeah, guys, if there's ever a day that you're gonna be here, you're gonna want to be here, it's April 6th. April 5th is gonna be pretty cool. Tomorrow's gonna be pretty cool, but flight day 6 is going to be excellent. That's when you get the close pass. That's when you get the moon eclipsing the sun. That's the blackout period. Like it is gonna be that's gonna be sick, dude. It's gonna be so cool. They're not orbiting Duende. They're doing a free return trajectory. They're just gonna fly by the moon and come right back. Wouldn't any fluid tanks, especially water, between them also help? Why would you want to vent water, Ben? You fixed the trajectory map for you, so we're not looking at it from an Australian point of view anymore. Nitpick from before, but it's hurting my brain. Degrees and radians are different. Degrees radian does not exist. Yeah, good. I'm glad I made your brain hurt. Piss off. Like the toilet. I know, you're right. I was saying it wrong, that's why I stopped saying it. Hey, you did fix it, Rev. Why is there no live footage?
Integrity, Jackie, I'm ready for that PPC.
They show live footage, just give it a second.
All right, they are dialing you now.
So what is the AUX DFTO ops that's scheduled for a few hours in the first half of tomorrow? Manfu, okay. So what they're going to do... What they're going to do is they're going to put their flight suits on. That's the orange space suits that you saw them in when they took off. They're going to put the space suits on because they're going to depressurize Orion down to 10 psi. You want to make sure your suit's on when you vent some pressure in the capsule, right? So they're going to vent Orion's crew cabin pressure down to 10 psi. The reason why they're doing that is actually really cool, especially if you're a SpaceX fan. They're going to depress it down to 10.7 ps, or yeah, it's 10.2 psi, which is, for the metric folks, that's 0.6 bar, or about 66 kilopascals. They're doing that because that is the pressure equalization that they need to dock with the human landing system. How cool is that? 10.2. Thank you. Yeah. And the cool thing about it is that they're going to keep it at that for a couple of days and then repress it back to 14. Previously seen them run a 2 forward, 2 back orientation with the solar panels. I'm wondering if maybe Orion doesn't actually need all 4 panels. Steve, all 4 panels can generate up to 13 kilowatts, dude. Orion packs a punch in the electrical department. Like 13 kilowatts is a lot for a spaceship. That's pretty good. That's actually really good. Did you do the conversion for kilopascals in your head? Yes. It was a guess. I was wrong. Chat put it up. It was 68 kilopascals. I did 66 off the top of my head. So they will send a lander beforehand. In future missions, yes. Always wondered how they repressurize. Where exactly do they get the extra air? In the oxygen tanks. Where else would it be? I'm serious. Sometimes if you vent it down, they'll dump it, they'll vent it overboard, and they'll just use more of the air in the tanks. I mean, it's a little more complicated than this, but Orion basically has a bunch of really, 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 really high-end scuba tanks attached to it, and that's what pumps. The scuba tanks are full of nitrox. Nitrox it could be any particular mix of majority nitrogen mixture. Nitrox is what scuba divers use to to not get the bends when you go scuba diving, because the pressures of being underwater screws with your bloodstream more or less. You built redundancy into the conversion. Yep. No O2 generator on board. An oxygen generator? Where? How? What? Yeah, that's right next to my quantum carburetor and my phaser and my tricorder. No, they have CO2 scrubbers, and then they dump the CO2 overboard. But yeah, Orion basically has a bunch of scuba tanks attached to the cabin, and they regulate the pressure in there. And then the CO2 scrubbers dump the CO2 overboard. It's an open loop system. So when they depress the capsule, right, some goes out, and then they close the vent. They vent it down to 10.2 psi, and then and when they want to vent it back up, they just let more out of the tank and get it back up to 14 psi. I mean, O2 generators are a thing. They use them on Mir. Yeah. That's not Mir. Yeah, I know. I was more giving Patient a little bit of crap. No, they don't have that.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Love as well, 5-month resub. Thank you. Is Starship HLS at 10 psi due to its large volume? No, I actually had somebody that's familiar with that program, will say Rares, tell me that pressure is there to be able to equal it, so it doesn't put as much stress on the airlocks on the lander to be able to go from 10.2 psi back to 0 out on the moon, right? It's better for the airlock.
Houston, Orion,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Squared. What's up, man?
And work.
Ivan Neo, thank you for the raid, buddy. I appreciate you. Dude, that manual pilot test made me want to play KSP, like, very badly. Man, I'm going to play the frick out of that game when this mission's done. It's for the transition from lander to suits in the EVAs. There you go, Boreal. Yeah. Hey, Ivan, thanks for the raid, man. Yeah, speaking of KSP, sent you something. Uh-oh. Dude, no way. No freaking way. People are playing KSP again because of this mission. Yes. Yes. That's awesome. We are back, baby. We are so back. Let's freaking go. That's awesome, Mutter. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. Yes. We are back. We are back. We are back. That's ridiculous, dude. That's awesome, man. Thank you for sending that. That made me happy. Fluffy, I got your message too. That's funny, man. Dude, that's so good. That makes me so happy. You have me on in the background while you're playing? Heck yeah, dude. Nearly a 6-year peak. Dude, test. I'm so happy about that. Kerbal was my main game that I streamed for the longest time. And then 2023 happened and then it wasn't. You know, because nothing happened then. I just don't want to think about that. But we're back, baby. We are back. Oh, yeah. You want me to do a real-time mission to the Mun? Oh, dear. Just called DOS. Time to get Kerbal Space Academy up. Electron, you know what we're going to have to do, dude? I'm going to have to start doing tutorials, man. I've had more people ask me about KSP tutorials in the past 4 days than I had in the past prior 4 months. So, yeah, I guess we're going to have to set up shop again. I guess we're going to have to set up shop again, dude. Shoot.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Why not, right? Hey, Valkyrie, thanks for gifting a sub to Swex. You gonna play it tonight? Probably not. I'll wait until the mission's over, dude. Past prior 4 years, like, yeah, you ain't wrong, Bree. Bro, that makes... Oh, Mutter, you have no idea how happy that makes me. Freaking Kerbal Resurgence, baby. Let's go. Oh, that's so good. If you could do a free return trajectory, that would be cool. Oh, yeah, dude, easy. Guys, I have an Orion capsule that I made. I call it Taurus because I just picked another constellation that's near the Orion constellation. So my Taurus capsule works exactly like this. All the thrusters are in the same spots. And, dude, guys, the reason why I knew the manual flight test, right? The reason why I knew what they were doing is because I've done that exact test with my Orion capsule, with the Taurus capsule in KSP. We did that exact test. I did a DFTO by accident. I was testing how the capsule flies when one of the first times I flew it with people on board. I did that exact thing in Kerbal.
This is Artemis
like
Mission
to a
Control
T.
in
It's kind of
Houston,
weird.
Texas. You're
That's why I knew what they were
seeing
doing.
A live view of the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity by its crew. The crew currently on
Is
board
one of the
the
solar
Orion
panels
spacecraft
flipped?
includes NASA astronaut
Yeah, it looks like it.
Reed Wiseman, who's serving as the commander, NASA astronaut Victor Glover serving as the pilot, and the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut
Husband said
Jeremy
mods are
Hansen.
cheating though, Liv.
The crew is currently awake
That's fine.
and working through several different activities.
Wait a minute.
Currently on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working on his lunar flyby plan review. And during this activity, the crew members are reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool which will guide
Liv, I
crew observations
recognize your
during the
name.
lunar flyby on flight day 6. Throughout the day, each of the crew members will have a chance to review that plan and ask any questions that
where do I know you
have
from?
ahead of that lunar flyby.
Your Taylor's what? Yep.
So, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman
I freaking knew it. I was like, wait a minute.
Jeremy Hansen have already completed that flyby.
Wait a minute.
Review, and then coming up a little bit later on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook will also have the opportunity to review that plan.
Taylor thinks mods is cheating. I don't use mods, so we're
They
good.
are reviewing consists of 2 key components: the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan. The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the
Holy
flyby.
crap! I didn't even.
This is space. I'm in space.
Liv, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. I was like, Liv, oh, yeah, that's cool. Oh, cool, you're partnered. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. That's awesome. I didn't know you were a Twitch streamer. That's really freaking cool. Hell yeah. You gifted him a sub. Sorry, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I was like, oh, damn, wait a minute. It just clicked a second ago. Dude, like I got hit in the face with a brick. I'm like, huh? Wait a minute. Taylor actually was teaching me a bunch on the NSF stream the other day. He taught me what all the freaking all the wires in there are for. I was like, it's radio wires. He's like, no, it's not. They're USB chargers. I'm like, well, how do you? Oh yeah, you would know that. All right, cool. That's cool. That's awesome. Stealthy, you're a tit. Dude, I'm stupid. I'm stupid for not putting that together. I'm sorry that I'm a little distracted by the mission. I mean, but also that, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Liv and I were playing Fortnite, and I was trying to respond to the cable question while in game and got killed. Oh, damn. Oh, now I feel bad. No victory royale for you, pal. Sorry. That sucks. You carried, it's fine. Does your back hurt? I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. Thanks for popping in, guys. That's super cool. I'm super happy now. It's so freaking cool. Oh, shoot. Mods, get a shout out for Liv. Can we get a shout out over on the Twitch side? Hey, Emma Bruckner over on the YouTube chat became a flight controller. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate it. Oh, boy. Thanks, Meg. Guys, Lock and Loaded lives. She streams too. That's a good time. And she's spaceflight adjacent. We like people that are spaceflight adjacent. That's cool. That's awesome. You only blew up like 4 out of 5 spaceships tonight? Hey, that's fine. Whatever. It's Kerbal. The Kerbals like it when that happens. You're good. Don't forget that you have a refuelable lander docked to a refueling tug on orbit around the moon in KSP in the career mode save. Yeah, yeah. All right,
this is space. I'm in space.
Jeb was super happy to be there. Yeah, he's really usually happy about that right up until he hits the ground going like 600 meters a second. Hey, DH, give this sub to Toddy. That's cool. All right. Pop the audio back in. Emma, you've waited 53 years for this mission. You remember Apollo 17 very well. Yep. Emma, the Apollo missions were a little bit before my time, but I've been waiting for this for a long time too. And I've studied a lot about the Apollo missions. Yeah, one of the solar panels is backwards, by the way, and I'm not sure why. It's on purpose, no doubt, but yeah, it's still weird. Yeah, I know how special those things were, about as good as one can without actually being there. That's why I wanted to be here for all of this. I ain't missing nothing. Curtailment? What does that mean? Could they be producing too much power, so they're curtailing? I guess so. Yep. Yeah, Snackless inside of 100,000. Making way too much in direct sunlight. The backwards panel. I can fly back as fast as you can. It's getting the excess solar coming from the moon. Oh, all right. Why don't we have an image from inside the ship when the transmission is working properly? So SP, we had onboard footage a second ago. That's
the crew members.
See,
we'll have it.
That's onboard footage. If you're looking for onboard footage inside the capsule, when they did the developmental flight test, oh yeah, we had an onboard, dude. And not only did we have an onboard, this was one of my favorite parts. Like, so during the developmental test, Christina was flying it. Dude, see your hands on the joystick right there? That's the RHC. It's your rotational hand controller. So what that does is it controls pitch, yaw, and roll. And you can actually see her flying the damn thing. Like, watch. She'll move her hand. See? How's that, dude? That's pretty freaking cool. This was one of my favorite parts of this whole mission, dude. Because the reason why it was one of my favorite parts is because I knew what was going on. Thank you for the bits. DH, I appreciate you, man. Is that a voodoo model you have there? It's an F4. I'm not sure which F4 variant. The number on the back says 68432. So whatever F4s they were making in 1968 is what this is supposed to be. But I highly doubt that this matches the serial number that they put on the back. Thought it was an F101. Well, an F101 and an F4 look very similar. The F101 is the prototype F4 in my opinion. But yeah, I have model F4s because I like F4s. They're one of my favorite jets from that era because they look freaking cool, dude. Look at that thing. It's just a freaking cool looking plane. I mean, it kind of handles like Dookie, but whatever. It would be an F4C or E. There you go. See? That's why I like this chat. That's why I like you guys. I can tell you the serial number
space.
from the
I'm
year,
in space.
and you could give me the make, which is. You guys are my kind of people. I appreciate that a lot. DH gifted 2 subs. Thank you. You guys are my kind of people. Yeah, the F4 wasn't the best dogfighter, and giving it not giving it a machine gun was kind of stupid. But also at the same time, it's cool because it can go fast. And I like things that can go fast. If we look at the mission timeline here, we are 3 days, 3 hours, 39 minutes, 39 seconds in to the Artemis 2 mission. We're on flight day 4 here. And if you look at the speed, Orion goes really fast. I like things that go fast.
Discovery,
F4s go
throttle
fast. Sorry, I like things that go fast. I want to go fast. The Turkey and Greece still use... The Hellenic Air Force still uses F4s. So does Turkey. They both do. There were other countries that were using F4s recently, but now they're not. But there were. Let's not talk about that. But yeah, we like things that go fast. The Solar is sized for when it can't get optimal angles with redundancy. Right now, full bore might be close to the red line for the power electronics. Curtailment is the action of disabling production to reduce oversupply. Yeah, absolutely, Aqualux. I like things that spin. I like things that spin. I do like things that spin. If you got to get the heck out of Dodge, the F4 isn't bad. Hey, for something that came out from the late 50s, this thing can go 1,500 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. That's pretty damn fast. I do remember something about an unregulated power bus on Orion. Boreal, do you think to save mass they could use curtailment for power regulation? I mean, that makes sense. Right? Like, I believe that. All right, Lava. I'll see you later.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2112 chopper. 2112. Attention all planets of the Solar Federation. We have assumed control. We have assumed control. Think that stick has deadband on it, or is it dead on?
Integrity AGA readings when you're ready.
We are ready, and also arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
Morpheus Greek here. The F4s are to be replaced.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you.
By F-35s.
1.6.
Oh, hold up. Cabin pressure reading.
19.3. Pressure 13.8. Temperature 75.3.
Huh.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber config for this exercise period, and we'll definitely want the intermittent, the scheduled AGA reading in between the 2 runs and at the end. If it's looking good, we're talking about whether we might want to stay in that config through the end of reads exercise.
Yeah, its CO2 level's a little bit high. Night, Jack. I'll see you, buddy.
We copy, will do.
Simple
this
One,
is
get
space.
the sub to
I'm in
Engine
space.
Uber. Donut spotted, Krispy Kreme. Why, you hungry, Trav? Yeah, dude, I mean, that CO2 level is induced. They did it during the exercise period on purpose. What's up, Snackless? What was that CO2 reading? 1.6 and 19.3 on O2. Yeah, that's a little high. Hey, Trenton. 9-month resub. Snackless, what was your last, dude? Spring break plus Artemis plus KSP has resulted in a... Yes. Oh, did you do the Moonfall mission? That looks like what you did. Oh, moon pallets. Very good. That's good stuff, man. .78% CO2. Oh, okay, that's not bad. Because yeah, you're right. Because you said before they were using an NHG. Okay, yeah, I got you. Moonfall, yeah. You did a Moonfall mission, the hoppers. That's a good idea, actually. .6 NHG is 0.78%. Okay. Multiplanetary, 9-month resub. Great coverage. Thanks, man. Dude, what a day. I thought today was going to be a slow day. This has been awesome. There's so much cool stuff that they do, dude. It's just... NMG is inches of mercury. What did I say? Oh, I said NHG. I'm getting too excited. I gotta calm down. Sorry, seeing Taylor and Liv in here, I was like, "Oh man, that's cool." I was getting a little hyped up. You know, EJ gets a little rowdy when he gets excited. I get a little rowdy. Here, I know the medicine to calm down. Hold on. The medicine to calm down. We're good. Sorry, Taylor, you ain't gonna see me do this on the NSF stream. You know what I'm saying? Man, that's tasty. Oops, I missed the element symbol. It's actually NHG for inches of mercury. Wait, so I was right? I drank that beer for nothing?
Integrity Houston, a reminder that we do have the bandwidth to come on board with the HHP camera. Let us know if that's something you'd like to do.
This is my go-to. It's my go-to, Stealthy. I just wanted an excuse to drink a beer. I'm sorry. Good choice. Pottstown Piss, baby. Taylor made us smoke old fashions. All right. There you go.
Houston Integrity. At this time, we're going to hold off on doing the HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
No rush. Thanks.
Street, that's a possibility, dude. That's what I'm wondering. Reed reported that the waste chute was still going during the DFTO. So I'm actually kind of wondering if that's what was slewing the vehicle. If you went to yaw, that thing is, the vent is upward, and you went to yaw, it would definitely would definitely induce roll. And maybe they did that on purpose. It's possible that they did that on purpose, and I'm willing to bet that they probably did it on purpose. Yeah, I got a ying. Yeah, see, that would make sense, guys, because on the pitch axis, it didn't do anything. But if you have an upward-facing thruster and you go to yaw, right? So you want to yaw right, you have a thruster going this way, you have a thruster going that way. So if you did it, it would make it do this. And they were reporting a roll rate induced on the vehicle
This is Artemis
when they
Mission
went to
Control
yaw.
in Houston, Texas.
So
we
yeah,
are currently
it was induced.
3
They
days,
did that on purpose.
3 hours and 48 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are on the 4th flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which you can follow along with at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then tomorrow on flight day 5, which will be April 5th, the Orion spacecraft will cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth.
Dude, it still blows my mind we're doing this.
Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled, as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period. Once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there are several activities planned for tomorrow, including an OX suit developmental flight test objective. The OX suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere of influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
Yeah, Street, me too, dude. So, okay, Rares, you had another question. Guys, sorry about that. My YouTube chat froze over there. So if you asked for if you asked a question over the last 5 minutes, I definitely didn't see it. Let's see. So, Rares, you asked, I saw that the Artemis 2 crew and their families got to see Project Hail Mary before the launch. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. No spoilers. Don't say nothing. Hey, Rita, what's up? Thanks for your continuing Artemis coverage. Both your own streaming with NSF. Have to head to bed for the morning. For morning service. That's right, Rita. All right. You'll be back. All right. Yeah, I'll probably see you tomorrow night then. Hey, Sheriff, what's up, dude? New here. I started watching a couple weeks ago when you and some other guys were talking about rockets and playing Battlefield. Oh, yeah. You saw that, huh? Okay. Just curious of your background. Are you former or current NASA? This coverage has been really cool and appreciative. I'm not NASA. I'm not an aerospace engineer, dude. Never worked in the industry. I've kind of worked industry adjacent. I've done things with NASA for Twitch, if that helps. I hosted Space and Science Week on Twitch in 2017 with a bunch of people from NASA. So I've worked with NASA, kind of NASA adjacent. But in terms of like engineering and stuff, totally self-taught. That is, yeah, I just spend too much time on the internet, dude. Sherv, I read a lot of books. I have a lot of college level textbooks about like aerospace engineering, but the truth of the matter is like, you can read those, you can buy all those, but I love this stuff, dude. This is the coolest thing to me. Like, I've been doing this for a very long time, and there's a lot of people that work in the industry that help me learn this stuff because I want to, right? So, I've been streaming for almost 15 years. 2012 is when I started. So yeah, we're at 14. So yeah, over time you pick it up because I surround myself with the stuff, dude. Like, I kind of don't really have a life. I just stream and, then, I go hang with my wife and stuff. And then, when I have some downtime, I'm always reading something about space flight, something about spaceships, or something about cars. It's one of those three. I like cars. I work, my studio is in my shop. And I'm working on an old car there. I got that 69 Coronet there that I don't know if you could tell, it's missing some pieces. We gotta replace them. The reason why it's missing some pieces is because those pieces weren't there to begin with. There was rust, so I had to rebuild it from scratch after cutting all the cancer out. It's fun. I stream working on that thing. The crew cab charger. Yeah. So I also have my other TV out there and a couch. So if I need to take a break, I can go out there and watch it. But yeah, I'm self-taught. I'm self-taught when it comes to cars, self-taught when it comes to space. I just love this stuff, dude. There's so many freaking cool things out there. And I feel like obligated to go and learn about this stuff because, like, I don't know, it's cool. Like, we live in a modern world of convenience. There's a reason for that, dude, right? There's a reason for that. I want to know the reason. I want to know why I can push some buttons on my phone here and like popcorn shows up at my door, right? Like, how does that happen? Like, just curious mind, right? Like, is that thing got a 440 in it? No, it's a 318 car, Cold. So, vintage Mopar nerd out time, right? Hey, Street, thanks, man. It's a 318 with a 904. It's got an 8 1/4 rear end with highway gears. It's gutless. I have a 2004 Dodge Ram with a 5.7 Hemi outside. Eventually, we're going to put the Hemi in the Coronet. And then I'm going to back it with an 8R70 8-speed transmission, and I'm going to rewire the entire car for an 8-speed electronic transmission with limited slip in the back. What that means in plain English, guys, is it's going to go a lot faster. A lot faster. But I have to rebuild the strength into the chassis because there was no chassis to begin with. It was all rust. Yeah, that's the plan for that car. That thing is going to scoot. What I want to do is drive it down for Artemis 3. And ideally, get a press badge and park it at the press site when the Artemis 3 stack rolls out. And have a picture of that car, the vintage 1960s car with a rocket rolling out behind it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Baron, that's a good point. I inspired a lot of people to get aerospace engineering degrees, and they ended up being smarter than me. And now they teach me stuff about aerospace engineering. So, yeah. I respect it, brother. I was a corrections officer that joined the Air Force and became an electronic environmental mechanic. Ended up turning wrenches and seen the world for 20 years. No prior experience or background, so I 100% appreciate going after what interests you. Seriously. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I try to show people. I try to show people. I mean, dude, you could sit on the couch all day and watch a Twitch stream if you want, or you could get out and go and do cool stuff, right? Cool stuff is pretty cool. You could just do things, right?
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump insight.
Vintage 1960s car with a vintage 1980s rocket. Now, Street, what did you say?
We're with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Victor, we are looking for
thanks for the 1,000 bits, dude.
The latest observations
What'd you do?
might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
Tasty.
It's a little louder in here than it was the last time we reported, and so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for about 5-second intervals. But it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all. Thank you.
This
They're
is
talking
Artemis
about
Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and you're seeing a view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft in the upper left hand of your screen there. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras, which are attached to the 4 different solar arrays on the spacecraft. And then in the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see a look inside the Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, specifically the Capcom and flight director consoles. So the Capcom or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There were some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of Flight Day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so. And so they're just providing some updates on the status of that.
It's time. All right, 10 push-ups. Let's go. Oh! Hey, Boz with 101.69 kroner. Thanks for the great work. Right on, man. I'm out of breath from that, and that's bad. Oh, God. I'm just like Victor now. It's the same thing. Why is there an oven in the garage? Powder coating, dude. I chugged a beer instead. Yeah, I just did too. Oh, God. Oh, God. How do we know that isn't a pre-recorded video? No, it's not. Not that bad. I'm not that bad. You're out of breath from watching me. Yeah, okay. Sitting at a desk all day does this. Yeah. I played football too, man. You gotta get back in shape, man. Back in 1982, could have thrown a football over those mountains. Beer was a bad choice. Good idea. I could just loop that every 2 videos. Yeah, that could be the video from yesterday. You don't know. God. My pectoral muscles. I want a fridge with a padlock. And oh yeah, huge pectoral muscles. But most importantly, please watch out for my best pal, Ren. He's not strong. What? Stretch after working out? Yeah. Hey, Smith. So happy to see you're still killing it with space stuff. Been a minute since I tuned in due to life stuff. Remember you blowing my mind back in the day when you landed a rocket like Falcon 9 for the first time. Right on, man. Sindri, 37-month resub. Thank you. No, sir. I don't like it. Crazy how much oscillation the workouts cause. Yeah. So, guys, the solar panels are rocking around because someone's using the rowing machine. Vic's getting some reps in. Actually, that's some pretty fierce reps, judging by the sway on the panel. Pretty moody. What's going on? You want some rubber knee? I love Ren and Stimpy, man. Not Vic. Man, who's in there getting swole then, man? Look at that thing. That thing's really moving. It's Christina's scheduled exercise? No way. That's awesome. Yeah, Liv, she's getting some. You see that? That's freaking sick. Get it. I don't know if she's allowed to have those guns in a spaceship. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if the strong dude could push Orion around in space. What does it weigh in a vacuum? It weighs nothing in a vacuum, dude. Mass is the key here. So, Orion is like 25 tons. So that's 25,000 kilograms. Like me, I'm, what am I? Like 105 kilos or something, somewhere around there. Actually, it's more than that. It's closer to 115 kilos. So I push on the Orion capsule, right? I'm 105 kilos. It's 25,000 kilos. Equal and opposite reactions, right? It's going to absorb more mass, so I will actually get pushed away, but that doesn't mean Orion won't get pushed a little bit. But it's equal and opposite reactions, right? So the amount of force that I push with is acting on me, but also acting on the capsule. So if you tried to push Orion, you'd most likely get pushed by Orion. Does that make sense? Shaving a few kilograms for chat, huh? No.
Houston, integrity, AGA readings when ready.
Okay, this is the Smellerator 9000.
We are ready.
All right, Boreal.
CO2 1.8. O2 20.1. 13.95 PSI.
Pressure's dropping.
76.1 degrees.
76 Fahrenheit is like
We
22
copy all. You got
Celsius.
a very positive reaction from the Ecom BME area of the room on that CO2 level. And reminder, although I'm not sure it'll be needed, pay attention if you're feeling any symptoms of a rising CO2 and report those as well.
CO2 is still, yeah, they said 1.6.
Absolutely.
Are they still monitoring the humidity? Not really. Yeah.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis 2 mission, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were discussing some recent AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. The crew takes and reports these readings
0.06.
periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware.
Going on back there. So 1.6 they're measuring 1.6% in Hg, guys. They're using mercury.
And there's a full
that's
view inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control. That EECOM console that I was referencing is in the left-hand side of your screen towards the back of the room. And you can see all of the other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar science.
Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between crew members, but let us know.
Is Riley's Eastern? I'll have to look again.
And Houston is happy to eliminate that wait and go for the next person.
Man, like I said, somebody's really working out. That's not the encoder or anything, guys. You know how I know the other solar panel is moving?
Awesome, thank you.
You see the other solar panel over there? They're both rocking. That wouldn't be the transcoder. That's not like a
Artemis
weird
Mission
signal.
Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft.
See the other panel?
So NASA astronaut Christina Cook recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut
Dude, it was
Weizmann.
Christina. Holy
so
crap,
each of the crew members
She's
on
a
board the
beast.
spacecraft have a
She's a
daily
freaking
block of
monster. That's
exercise,
awesome.
and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a
That's awesome.
exercise device that uses
What
a
a
flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra-large shoebox, which functions
torque.
similar to a rowing machine, and they
Torque,
can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as
she's a
aerobic
monster.
and resistive
That's
exercise.
awesome. According to NASA standards, the average 1 hour live-in on CO2 is 3 millimeter in Hg. Okay. So, if you're wondering why it's shaking, the crew is working out. They have a rowing machine. So, like, look, the rowing machine, you have 2 foot straps on the rowing machine, and you strap yourself in, and then you pull, and it goes back and forth. Look. See? And that's what's making the craft shake back and forth. The rowing machine in there is making the whole thing move. So about half to 2/3 of that limit currently. Boreal, it's induced, isn't it? They're doing that on purpose, right? Why don't we see stars? It's a GoPro, Pop. I'm serious. Those cameras are cameras that are on the solar array wings, or SAWs for short. The one we were just looking at is the camera that's on the end over here. It's a GoPro Hero 11, dude. It's not really designed to see stuff in, like, it's a GoPro. That's why. The lens, those lenses are good, but they're not good enough to get the right exposure to see the stars.
Photo TV.
Ecom would certainly want to verify those CO2 scrubbers. Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, seriously, that's a Hero 11. I can show you.
Actually, it's two questions. The first question is 7 gigs too big of a video to downlink? And the second question is, did you all get the window DFTO videos?
Checking on both.
Excuse me, window DFTO pictures. And then, Jackie, if you could pass along a message to the team analyzing those videos about the window DFTO, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Ready.
When I first started taking the photos, I realized that small changes in how far the lens was from the window made a difference in the image quality. And so the first few shots are not useful, and they start on window. The first shots were on window 3, I believe. And then, I'm sorry, window 2. And on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side, and the voice recording will say window 2 left 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight. And Victor, just to circle back, the team did get the window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional information will be very useful. Thanks. And to the first question about the 7 gigs for video size, we can give that a shot via optical comm overnight tonight.
Checking the reported accounts against NASA standards, about 0.5 C below the preferred temp limit. Yep.
Okay, it's a PAO video, and we'll get that onto PCD1, and hopefully you get it overnight. Thanks.
Personal computing device. They'll beam it back when the astronauts are asleep using the OPCOM system.
Copy, PCD1.
Yep. They use the laser communications device. They'll beam a 7 gig video back with a really, really expensive flashlight. You guys ever watch Star Trek Type Band? That, but in real life. Pretty cool, huh?
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some additional communication there from the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Hey Jackie, that video is nothing special. It's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone at lowest res, and it just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are almost 2/3 of the way to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
Why did they slow down over time? Earth's gravitational pull, Zerd, is trying to pull them back in. That's what's going on. So check it out.
The window optical quality DFTO was completed during flight day 3, and it involved the crew taking images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures.
No, we don't want OPCOM. 020.
They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space, and this infrared light's higher frequency allows more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth.
260 Mbps, megabits per second, link capacity. Orion could download 117 gigabytes per day, 20 times increase over S-band. So Zerd, oh, hey, Crawdad, what's up, man? 88-month resub. Yeah, the Zerd, you asked why are they slowing down? Earth is trying to pull you back in when you get this far away. It's going to try to pull you back. A little bit on orbital mechanics here. I'm going to change it up just for a second. So check this out. Here's the Orion capsule, and here's a 3D simulation of what's going on. This is NASA's eyes on the solar system. All right. So this orientation is so strange. All right. So here's Earth. Here's Orion integrity. There's the moon. Let me back her up a little bit, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Let's back it. We backed up too far. So, as Orion gets further out of Earth, further away from Earth, right? It's going to slow down, right? If you see it, if we fast forward it, it shows it a lot better. It's going to get further away from Earth. See, there's stuff still orbiting over there. There's geostationary orbit, right? And what's going on here is that as you get further away, Earth's going to try to pull you back. Its gravity is trying to pull you back in. What the Artemis astronauts are going to do, that they're taking that into account here. Let me pause for a second. They're taking that into account. Ideally, they're trying to shoot themselves into an orbit here. Well, not ideally. This is the orbit that they're in. They're trying to shoot themselves into an orbit that's going to get the moon right at the point where the Earth's gravitational pull is going to try to pull you back in. That way, they're going the slowest when they enter the moon's gravitational pull. And when they do that, instead of trying to use a thruster or something to try and shoot back, the moon's gravity will pull them back towards Earth. Watch, they'll do a little bit of a figure eight here. If we fast forward it to Monday afternoon, look, watch what it's going to do. See, the moon's going to pull them in, right? And then it's going to shoot them backwards, back towards Earth. See, the moon's gravity pulled them around and pulled them back. And now they're falling back towards Earth. See, that's called a free return trajectory. That's where you use the gravitational pull of a celestial body to go back to where you came from. Hey, Ishiku, what's up, dude? SV1, I would watch the entirety of the stream on Monday. For the close pass on the moon, I'd watch the whole thing. Yeah, orbital mechanics, dude, is very strange, but it's really freaking cool. So once again, let me back us up. I'll show you. But yeah, Zerb, that's what's going on, dude. As they get further away from Earth, Earth's gravity is trying to pull you back in. The type of orbit that they're in here is a highly, what's called an eccentric orbit. Here, let me zoom. Let me just make Earth the center point here. That's TDRS. That's a tracking data satellite. Hold on. Earth. Okay. Now, Themis is cool, but not what I want. There we go. Make Earth the focal point. So, let's back us up. So when Artemis 2 got into orbit here, right? Let's fast forward. It launched out of Florida. Where are you? It's in here somewhere. Where you go? That's SDO. Where did it go? Hold on one second. Eyes is being strange. Let me refresh. So when Artemis 2 launched, it put itself into a high orbit, right? And then when you get, basically, if you have a perfectly circular orbit, your speed isn't going to change. Here, I'll just adjust this to get this right. Let me click it up to live. Right? When you have a perfectly circular orbit, your orbital speed is not going to change. But when you have what's called an eccentric orbit, right? An eccentric orbit means you have a low point and a high point to your orbit. The low point to your orbit, so like if we look at Artemis 2 here, see that line? The low point is over here. It's very close to Earth. You need to be going faster to orbit down there when you're closer to Earth's grav well. But when you're way up here, you don't need to orbit as fast. The reason why is because you're further away from the gravitational pull of the planet. So if you have an eccentric orbit, it's an elliptical orbit that's halfway in between, right? So what's going to happen is when you're down here, you're going to be going really fast, but as you go further away, Earth's gravity is going to try to pull you back in, and you'll end up going slower until it eventually does. It'll try to pull you back in, and when it pulls you back in, you're going to accelerate through the low point of your orbit and then keep going. The low point in your orbit in orbital mechanics is called a periapsis, or if you're around Earth, it's called perigee. The high point in your orbit is called apogee. You're always going slowest at apogee. If your orbit is more eccentric, right, you'll be going slower, exponentially slower at apogee than you are at perigee. So the reason why Artemis's speed is slowing down is because it's in an eccentric orbit with its apogee at the height, so to speak, the altitude, or to speak nerd for a second, the semi-major axis of the moon. Meaning the high point in the orbit is on this line and the low point is way down close to Earth. So when it gets all the way up here, just like if you took a baseball and you threw it up in the air, right? It'll eventually stop and come back down. The spacecraft's going to do that. So it'll be decelerating until apogee. When you get past apogee, it'll keep accelerating. But Artemis 2 is not going to do that. Artemis 2, like I said, is going to use the moon. It's going to use the moon to shoot itself back because they want to fly by the moon. So, like I said, if we just fast forward it a little bit, right? Let's just put it up to 3-hour speed. 3 times the speed. Look, it's going to be slowing down. It's slowing down. It's slowing down. It's slowing down. They're going to get to apogee, right? It's going to be going super slow. And then the moon's going to pull her in. And it's going to shoot you right back towards Earth. It'll use the moon's gravity to push you back. See? Isn't that cool? So this is what's gonna happen this next coming week. How did the moon get to be in a circular orbit? That's a really good question, dude. I don't know. So it's not, the moon's orbit isn't a perfect circle. The moon's orbit is slightly eccentric. Hold on. So Luna, the moon. Just no. That's what I thought would make it come up. Give me 1 second. The moon. Moon. Here we go. All right. So let me take a look here. Let me read one of these numbers. Yeah, it is slightly eccentric. So 0.05. 0.0549 eccentricity is pretty damn circular, but it's not exact. It's not a perfect circle. It's close, but it's not exact. So the moon has an apogee of 405,400 kilometers and a perigee of 362,600 kilometers. So the moon speeds up and slows down. Just like I said, Earth is trying to pull it and then push it and then pull it and then push it. But yeah, it more or less stays. It's pretty circular. But see, like, look, it's not a perfect circle. It's close, but it's not a perfect circle. Its inclination is 5.145 to the ecliptic. So what that means is that if you looked at the Earth's equator and you looked at the moon's orbit on the equator, it would be a 5.1 inclination. Is the moon really slowly drifting away from Earth? Yes. Yes, it is. By about an inch a year. That is happening because Earth is, that's happening because we're floating on a gigantic iron nickel jello mold, if you really want to know. So the Earth has this phenomenon that goes on because of, well, because the core of Earth is, let's say, online. It is molten metal and it's really, really hot, right? Because Earth's core is churning and bubbling and it's just molten. It's not like a solid core. It's molten nickel and molten iron, right? Because of this, if you like looked at the Earth as a sphere and you kind of cut it in half and you put a mark right at the dead center, like the geometric center of Earth, the center of gravity, right, because of all this churning and bubbling, is not exactly on the center line here. Because of this, Earth wobbles around. That's why we have that tilt, the axial tilt. That's why you have seasons, if you really want to know, right? So Earth's kind of doing this. Like if you spin a top and it's doing that, that's what Earth does. Only it's because the core is not like a solidified piece, because it's churning and bubbling. A gravitational pull kind of is not in the dead center. So that resulting force of non-uniform gravitational pull causes precession on the moon, and that kind of pushes it away just a little bit every year. It's called an orbital perturbation, a perturbing force. It's going to push the moon just a little bit away because the Earth is kind of just this weeble wobbly jello mold of molten nickel and iron. Don't cut the Earth in half. We promise we'll be nice. All right, fine. I won't. Raven Wolf, 5-month resub. SV1, if the Met schedule says the lunar flyby will be at approximately 7, does that mean the lunar flyby will be at 1 p.m. Eastern Central Time on Monday? I don't know what Eastern Central Time means. Hey, Christian, what's up? Good to see you, man. I'm good, dude. Yeah, the crazy thing is Earth is the only planet in our system that does that. Only planet with plate tectonics, that whole molten jello mold thing that I'm telling you about. No other planet does that. Mars doesn't do that. Venus, no, doesn't do that. The moon definitely doesn't do that. Right? Now, other planets do have a magnetic field, right? Other planets out around the outer rim, I forget which ones, they do have magnetic fields, but they don't, no planet has plate tectonics. We're the only one. Not even Uranus. Right? Rook posted this a second ago. Short tear jerker. Cool. Yeah, we're the only one that has that, which is like Earth is anomalous in that regard. Like we're the oddball.
Integrity Houston for some timeline planning.
Does the sun pull on the Orion spacecraft? Yes. Everything affects everything in space, but it's equal and opposite reactions.
First, we're going to give you AGA readings as we just swapped our numbers. We are still looking at CO2 at 1.7, O2 at 19.9, and cabin temperature at 76.0.
Can you actually do a burn free return from a free return in low Kerbin orbit?
That sounds great.
Oh, you absolutely can, Daryl. I'll show it to you guys.
You might even say whoop.
Whoop!
With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about 2 modifications related to the opportunistic lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So 2 questions for you all. 1, we're looking for an estimate on when Reed will have finished exercise. And 2, would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check so maybe 10 to 15 minutes there. And then also get the cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
Has the Earth's axis ever changed? That axial tilt? No, Ricky, it's not going to get changed until acted upon by an outside force. I think the real question here is to ask is how the frick we got into a 20-degree axial tilt and why the Earth spins like crazy. You know how hard something would have needed to have hit this planet to make it do that? Like, it's pretty nuts, dude.
Happy to do those things, and for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
I mean, some people even theorize that the thing that hit us was the moon.
Great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 0535. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
to me, that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Huh.
Yeah, Reed, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
How would it be without the tilt? Wouldn't have the seasons would definitely be different. The equator of Earth would be just basically a perpetual desert.
Okay, Jackie, this all sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize maneuvers and science objectives over my exercise.
That's the commander.
Okay, we copy all.
Yeah, it sounds like Reed's trying to skip leg day. No, he's putting the scientific objectives of the mission before everything else, which, that's pretty cool. Does the capsule have any radar or sensors to detect unknown objects in the vicinity? The closest thing, Dave Areno, would be the OpNav, the optical navigation system, but I'm not sure it would recognize a foreign object or something. It's designed to look at stars, the moon, and Earth and the sun. Stars, the moon, Earth, and the sun. Sorry, I didn't say that sentence right. There's also a theory that the moon itself came from the Pacific Ocean. The ocean diameter is large enough when comparing rocks brought from the moon to Earth. They share heavy similarities with rocks
This
in
is
Orion.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Those views coming from the solar array wing cameras. They were discussing an upcoming opportunity to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is getting set up for that exercise as the team here in Mission Control Houston work to configure the attitude of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
Yeah, Texas is pretty good, I like Texas. Good place. Yeah, Hoffman, the camera's shaking because Jeremy Hansen's working out on the rowing machine. That's why the solar panel's swaying back and forth. He's swaying with the reps that Jeremy is doing. Dude, the crazy thing is that Christina was on the machine and the capsule was shaking like crazy. Dude, she was getting it. She was getting it on that dang workout, man. It was awesome. It's amazing that the moon has survived for a long time without being pulverized by all kinds of things. So, Ricky, with the way our solar system is set up, dude, I say set up like somebody put it there. I mean, I don't know, prove it, you know? So, the inner ring planets, so Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, are pretty damn protected. The reason why we're pretty damn protected is because between Mars and the rest of the planets in the solar system, there's a gigantic debris field of asteroids and stuff. The belt. If you watch The Expanse, you know all about this, right? The belt's out there. That and the outer ring planets kind of protect us from stuff getting blown away this close to the sun. Long story short, the belt, Jupiter and Saturn, and Uranus and Neptune, they really kind of are working as a gravitational force field. Like, if something is flying in and Jupiter's near it, say it's flying on a collision course towards Earth, right? Jupiter will just fly by on its orbit and zip it off in another direction. The way I explain that makes it seem like the belt is kind of what does it. The belt is there and that helps, but it's mostly Jupiter and Saturn. Sorry, it's getting a little late. Your boy's getting a little tired. But yeah, the outer ring planets, the gas giants out there, they really protect us. So it's like, that's why we haven't been hit by like a Chicxulub asteroid in a really long time, because those planets, the gravitational pull of, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and your mom really, really prevent asteroids from getting into the inner part of this solar system. Yeah, Emma, for sure. Absolutely. What? Chicxulub. The Chicxulub is the name of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. Yeah, Ravenwolf, I had to wait till they got done talking, homie, but hey, I appreciate the 5-month resub. Your mom, Evans. And I'm probably not saying the asteroid name right that killed the dinosaurs, but hey, whatever. You knew what I meant. Your mom has gravitational pull, all right? Yeah, Rise, something like that. Yep. The Yucatan crater. Yep. Yeah, you can see it on Google Earth, guys. You can see the impact mark left over from where the asteroid that blew the dinosaurs away is. Here, let me show you. While we're talking science, baby. Take a look. If you look at the Yucatan Peninsula, it's up here. You can see the crater rim. Where are you? It's somewhere over here. It's a big crater rim. It's so big, it just looks like a mountain range. Where are you? It always takes me a second to find it. There we go. No. It's basically on this line somewhere. So some of it is here because the asteroid impacted over here. But you could still see some of the wall of it. I might need to go Google it. Hold on. So yeah, part of the crater rim is in the Yucatan Peninsula, but most of it's in the Gulf of Mexico. Give me 1 sec and I'll be able to point it out for you. Yeah, here. There it is. It's not really showing too well on Google Earth. But maybe we'll check the other side. It's right by that kind of cove thing. Did I swear you could have seen this damn thing? It's right here. Goes like this. It's there. You just got to snoop around for it. I don't know. If you guys tell me if you want to keep looking for it. But yeah, it's there. Yeah, that is the trough that was left from the asteroid that blew away the dinosaurs. We have no word on that. Jay. Yeah. Dinosaur. Yeah, the chicklets bub. Chicklabub. Chicklabub. I wasn't saying it right. It's getting late, man. Leave me alone. Shouldn't there be a deeper indentation in the area to the surrounding land? Over time, I mean, that was a long time ago. Plate tectonics and stuff, distant, have kind of ruined the trough, so to speak, over time. Think about it like if you know, have you ever gone to the beach and tried to dig a hole in the sand, right? What happens if you come back the next day? It's not there. Stuff like that, but not exactly. It's not tides that are getting it, but plate tectonics. The Gulf moves around. The Gulf's very geologically active. What was it? 6 million years ago? I think it was 6 million for the dinosaurs. There's also an asteroid crater in Quebec. Oh yeah, bub. Yeah, not 6 million, 65 million. Sorry, I forgot a couple zeros. Look at that. Huh. Hang on, Doom. I want to go look at that. Oh, it's in Quebec, bud. Oh, yeah. Where are you? Up here. Holy crap. Well, that was easier to find. Yeah. Yeah, something spicy. We got slapped by something spicy there. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that rock had a little bit of staminky behind it, huh? It's a drain plug? Well, don't pull it. Cool. I want to go look at 39B while we're here. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That was me last week digging a trench. When's your next scheduled sleep? Here, yeah, I'll pull up the... They're still working out. Let me pull up the mission timeline here. We got a little bit of free time. The next sleeping period is in about 2 hours. It's easily visible because they built a dam and filled... Oh, okay. They dammed it up. All right, that makes sense. One of our biggest hydroelectric dams comes from this source. Look up the Manic Hydro Dam. Oh. I do like infrastructure. Called it Manic 1. Oh, yeah, I see it. Look, it's got a Q, and the Q is a lightning bolt. I see what you did there. Yeah, meteor crater, Ponzister. It's pretty cool, too. When's the next time the NASA Twitch is online? Ravenwolf, it's the close lunar flyby on Monday is when they'll be online. Manic 5? Oh. Whoa. That is, that's no joke, dude. That was Manic 1. Manic 5 is... Damn, dude, that's a big melon farmer. Look at this thing. Okay. 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 Yeah, all right. Nice. Very nice. That's a big melon farmer, dude. That's pretty good. The PIO event with the CSA VIP today or tomorrow? It's today. It's in about an hour and a half. Yeah, she's pretty big. Yeah, that's a pretty big one there. That's real. Yeah, that's a pretty big dam. And that's what holds that whole thing back. I got you. I got you. Pretty cool. That's the optical system. So, we are sitting at mission to lap time. 3 days, 4 hours, 50 minutes, 44 seconds. For the Artemis 2 mission. We're in flight day 4. We're kind of getting to the end of the day here. Is this like a goddamn? Like, you know, like goddamn? Yeah, yeah. There's some pretty nice things up here. Yeah. Okay, you have some skill. You got poutine, dude. That's all you need. That dam was built by poutine. Think about it. In the timeline, what are they... How is there a developmental flight test while they're sleeping? It's something that Mission Control is doing, Squall. Yeah. They're doing a lot of flight test objectives tonight. I'm not sure what's going on there. BXSI is when they point the engines at the sun. They put the heat shield in between the crew and the sun. That's what BXSI means. DFTO means a developmental flight test objective. I'm not sure what they're doing there. Do you know about Crater Lake? Yes, I do, Logan. Yep. My cousin lives in Oregon. And I know to say Oregon, not Oregon. Will that day be the furthest humans have been in space? Yeah. Max Earth distance will be in the middle of the day on Monday. In the middle of the day for this. This is all going to happen Monday afternoon, guys. But can you pronounce Willamette? Yes, I can. Boom. Boom. My cousin lives there. Get frick, nerd. What about... Nope. No, Jacoby, you lost me there. you lost me there, homie.
You said integrity for exercise.
All right, hold up.
Go ahead.
We just got to get you to set Canberra correctly.
CO2 is 2.4. Temp is 76.1.
Hear that?
And Jeremy is wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
76 Fahrenheit.
That is perfect. We copy all.
2.4 on 2.4 on the CO2. That's definitely getting up there. So the CO2 level is rising because they're all working out. When you're working out, Christina was definitely getting some cardio in by
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8.
the same combination on my luggage.
6.
4, 3, 2, 1, décollage! À tous des idiots. Le confinal. No? That was something different? That was the PAO for the Canadian Space Agency VIP event that's going to happen here. Nif. You ever been up to Lake Havagan? Yeah, bless you. Am I the Canadian VIP? I'm not Canadian, dude. Do I look like a Canadian to you? 0.08, assuming 14.0 psi cabin pressure. Yes? A little? Don't insult me like that again. Say about. You look like a very lax St. John type of guy. Oh, God. Crap. Can you do the damn Hank Hill voice more often? Yeah, you're damn right I can, boy. EJ, when is the close pass with the moon? It's on Monday, NSS. Have you heard about the benefits of propane, boy? I tell you what. It's from all that pure maple syrup you drank. Bran, I did do that. I got bestowed the status of honorary Canadian by a guy from Alberta because I chugged a freaking thing of maple syrup once on stream. Don't do that. So, you know, not too far from Terrence. As you can see, our whole economy is dependent on Terrence and Phillip. Without them, we are doomed to recession. Weren't you in the out for a RIP music video? I don't know, maybe. Any info on the altitude the closest approached? Goonie, they'll give us an update in a press conference tomorrow, dude. That was a great GTA stream, yeah. There are consequences. It's true, you look like a Quebec Swa from the north.
Integrity Houston, a couple of items related to a dump visual check and then the forward plan for exercise stop and science setup.
Remember, always check your dumps. Is it a lot of effort to change a launch orbit into a lunar polar orbit and then return? You gotta... Go
ahead, Jackie.
Yes.
Hey, Christina. First of all, we need Reed to stop exercise at or before 05:15 and give us a call to confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
Are there any other natural phenomenon that can...
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Any other natural...
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
Yeah, 10%. So that means the toilet's doing all right.
Yeah, it does appear to have stopped. Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually, it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
So, man of my word, do satellites have their own gravitational pull? Gravity is entirely...
Christina, we copy chugs about every 3 seconds.
That is continuing every few seconds. There is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Yeah.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reed has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
That's correct, Distant Galaxy.
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that.
I'm trying, man.
And then, Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup.
But there isn't much.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on
testing.
I'm trying, dude.
All right, Jackie, I'm ready to copy.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference. But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that. What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Long story short, what that all means is that they're testing how the acoustics are inside of the capsule.
The picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if OE1 is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3, and are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
Yeah, Reed's exercising right now.
Yeah, it's all embedded in that. So that conditional, if the OE comms crowded, gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded within the parent step 3.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look, and I'll start executing and let you know.
Okay, great. I had one more piece for you. In order to be ready for the 10 minutes we're going to have for the opportunistic imaging, we also suggest that you or a second crew member volunteer go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and Z9 with 35 millimeter lens in the lunar observation config. And step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup is 26.4.1114 for the D5 camera.
All right, Jackie. We were having a little bit of a conversation in the cabin for the first part of that, but I think you just would like me to set up those 2 cameras for lunar imaging, reference 36.4.1114.
Yeah, 26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IBA. All right, all tracks. I'll get on it.
They were configuring their DSLRs, not the Nikon D5. They were telling them to put certain lenses on their DSLRs.
Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Here it comes.
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
I copy. Would you authorize one use of the toilet?
Hey, when you gotta
Checking.
go. You gotta go. We got a checking over. So they emptied the waste tank, the wastewater tank, guys, but they don't want to just fill it up again, because if they try to fill it up again, they try to dump it again, it's just going to freeze again, right? So that's why they're like, hold off on using the toilet, because we need to figure out a way to get it so you can pee into it and it doesn't freeze when we try to eject the wastewater. That's what Mission Control is working on right now. I'm 100% sure of this. There's no antifreeze in the water. No, I wouldn't put glycol inside of a spacecraft, dude. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure the vacuum of space would freeze glycol, too. You got to remember, venting pressurized liquid into the vacuum you'll get a momentary pressure drop to basically almost absolute zero. That'd freeze glycol. It'd freeze anything. The only thing it wouldn't freeze is hydrogen and helium. Not that you could, I mean, you could liquefy those too, but not for very long. Yeah, the pee isn't the problem, it's the heaters, guys. I trust what you're saying. I'm out of my depth with this. Yeah, no, in terms of the Mission Control fault tree analysis, like, they're trying to figure out a way so they can use the toilet without wrecking it again. What temperature is space? 0. Madmen, 0. It's nothing. No temperature. Absence of heat.
And Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
Discussions for tank venting. See what I'm talking about?
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
Touchdown! The toilet is fixed. The flowers are still standing. What the this freaking mission?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon, and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first, they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon out of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon. About 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth.
All right.
And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
Houston integrity, timeline, final sync.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
That is fair. We understand that at 15:15, Reed will stop exercising, and you will start to maneuver the vehicle for the opportunistic science visuals. And then at that point, are we subbing in the PAO event and then doing the opportunistic science blue box activity after, or are we doing the opportunistic science before?
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude. And then at 05:30, we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Yeah, Reed's still working out up there. You see the solar panels are moving. Also, Fluffy?
Copy. So you still envision both Victor and I doing the opportunistic science activity overall.
Yeah, we will take your judgment, but we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today.
Playing the clip.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Yeah, baby. I'm having a good time, Emma. You having a good time? I'm having a great time. Are there video feeds of other cameras on board? They switch to them every once in a while, distant. Yeah, if you stick around for that PAO event, I'm sure we'll get an interior shot. Noob question. Is there wind resistance making the camera move? Ken, it's not wind resistance. So, once again, the reason why the solar arrays, this camera's on the end of the solar panels. It's on the end of what's called a SAW, a solar array wing, right? The reason why it's moving is because the commander of the mission, Reed Wiseman, he's on a rowing machine. They got a rowing machine inside of Integrity, and look, see? Pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. It's making the whole thing shake because there's no ground. Equal and opposite reactions in space. You know, if you're sitting there pulling on the rowing machine all dang day, it's gonna make the things, it's gonna make it move. Hey Goonie, what's up? That's one small flush for man, one giant dump for mankind. He's pumping it, yeah, dude. Pumping it. Pumping it. Baby. That's right, Burnt. So now the interesting thing though is that there is wind in space. Just to add on to that question, Ken, there's wind in space, but it's not air moving around. It's not nitrogen and oxygen blowing around like what you see down here on the surface. Charged particles from the sun actually get blown around up there. What?
Integrity Houston for
Solar winds.
imaging
Yep.
and Peltor priorities.
Yeah, solar wind. It bound the sun's exhaust. The sun's a giant power plant. It's a fusion power plant, and just like.
Hey, Christina, since we've got this very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the camera set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1. And then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Perfect. We were thinking the same.
Oh, this is space.
Savage
I'm in
Coder,
space.
get the 20 subs. Thank you. So solar winds. The sun is an exhaust, is a gigantic power plant, and sometimes it backfires and it blows ejector around. That ejector are charged particles, and those charged particles can perturb a spacecraft, it can blow you off course. Just like trade winds can blow you off course if you're sailing across the oceans. That's absolutely a thing. That is why they have outbound trajectory correction maneuvers and inbound trajectory correction maneuvers for Orion. But Orion has had fair seas this whole time. The solar activity is relatively low during this mission, so it had fair seas. It just kept going. They didn't need to do any corrections. She's already on the right course. Savage Coder, thank you for the 20 subs, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jack. Well, Lockheed's about to do it here in a second. Yeah, when the sun has high solar flare activity, exactly. So solar flares are what's called a coronal mass ejection. That's basically
Houston, we are clear on exercise.
cool. That's basically when the sun does backfire, it backfires enough to blow out charged particles that can hit escape velocity in the solar system. They're going pretty dang fast. It explodes hard enough that it shoots it out. It'll leave the solar system. If the sun decides to fart in our general direction, if it decides to fart at us and fart in your general direction, it does do that from time to time. It does affect things. On the lower end of things, the borealis, the aurora borealis and the aurora australis, you have heightened solar activity, so you see more of the northern and southern lights. On the other end of things, the solar wind can blow satellites out of orbit. It can deorbit satellites. Worst case scenario, well, other than deorbiting the satellite, is that getting hit with charged particles from the sun is a really good way to fry computers. Yeah, it's like getting hit with EMP to an extent. It's not as bad as like an EMP from like a nuclear weapon, but those charged particles they are charged. Oh yeah, they're charged. So yeah, that can blow you off course. That's absolutely a thing. So Ken, you asked, like, is there wind in space? It's not wind like down here, and that's not what was making the spacecraft shake, but that's absolutely a thing. It's absolutely a thing that can happen. Where'd you get coconuts? Yeah, right.
Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Houston integrity for opportunistic science. Which window am I setting up?
Now, our magnetic field, Earth's magnetic field, does absorb most of the solar winds, and that's why we all haven't been microwaved to death, except for me. I was microwaved a lot. That's part of the reason why EJ can't be killed by conventional weapons. It will move your pants. No, that's regular wind, Van, not solar wind. We had to get 1,000 brown M&Ms or else Ozzy wouldn't come on stage that night. Those are 250 caliber Browning automatic machine guns. Now you want to make sure to fire these in 3 to 5 round bursts or these babies will overheat. Any questions? Yeah, I have one. When did you turn into a nut bar? It's a good movie. Does the way stay in the same orbit with Orion, or does the gravity change direction? Well, gaming equal and opposite reactions. Venting it out it is still going towards the moon. Some of the P is going to hit the moon, which is but a lot of it will just move with Orion and come back to Earth and re-enter in the atmosphere. But some of it's going to hit the moon, which is funny to me because showering the moon with P is... Come on, that's funny, all right? That's funny, dude. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a free, it's a P return trajectory. It's a free P return. P free to, yes. No. It's got to be your bowl. P Fried and Roy. Oh, late night mission coverage. Always a good time. Yeah, they're switching. It looks like we got a handover there on the Deep Space Network. Let's switch back over to DSN view. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? So Madrid 54. Let me just give it a refresh. We got uplink and downlink through Madrid 54. That's the high power antenna out there. And then 56 is a downlink as a backup. Has anyone told you that you're freaking psycho? Yeah. Yeah, like I get told that like weekly. That bad? Does KSP have toilets? I don't know. Maybe? Only weekly, not bad. Yeah, I'm alright, dude.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see.
I don't like your attitude.
One clarification on the cameras. After using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Since it's frozen solid, will there be peak craters on the moon? Very small ones, Everest, but yeah. Which one is that up there? Actually, yeah, that's too big to be Earth. That's definitely the moon.
Jackie, that is an obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious.
Yeah,
and you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental a little bit. That is just awesome.
Nice. Very nice.
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
Do you know about the manned Venus flyby? Yeah, using a Skylab, Jack. Skylab Wet Workshop. Yeah, I know all about that. Why? What do you want to know? Do you ever think we'll see a manned Venus flyby in our lifetime?
Well, our first observation, Jackie, is that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
I mean, I'd like to do that with this thing. You could definitely do it with an Orion. That's part of the battle. Jack, I really hope we would do that.
We copy.
Forgot about this. Oh, well, Van, that's good. Yes, so I have seen.
We can clearly see Grimaldi, Glushko. We can see over to Oriental just with the naked eye. The moon is so bright just through the naked eye. It's going to take me a little while to adjust. You don't see any stars at all because the moon glow is so... I do see a couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright, bright white, especially on the south pole and the far side, and then all the mares on the near side are just varying shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
That's my commander. That's the commander of the mission.
We copy.
Not my commander, but in spirit. Because I'm there, see? I'm next to the capsule. It's freaking cool, dude. I love, dude, this, you know, this would suck if we didn't have the solar array windows. Dude, we're like, this is pretty good, man. They're a long way from home, and we can just peep on them.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side of that, past the Mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
That's what he's looking at. That's Grimaldi.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
Yeah, baby. Soviet Russia EJ Stream Ah. Yeah, это хорошо. Спасибо. Yeah, we gotta get a little shots of this, you know, for the archives. Something horrible happened at Grimaldi. Something smacked the moon that was pretty big. Yeah, Solo, there's been a bunch, dude. Yeah, really good stuff. They're not there yet, but they can see it, Skippity. The moon is, well, in this shot, it's up there. But yeah, that's what Reed was looking at. He's looking at Grimaldi.
And Jackie, we will definitely get a camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Cool.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
I don't know if the windows have UV filtering, YG.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest Mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those Mares is a huge basin, because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they're terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
So, guys, these, where they're looking at, this is the quote-unquote Western Hemisphere of the moon. So Oriental is right here, and Grimaldi is this guy over here. See that? This is on the
Christina, we copied
the Western Hemisphere of the moon.
Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right.
All right,
I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it.
So like I said, this gets the point across a lot better. This This is what we're looking at. Mare Imbrium. This is the western hemisphere
also
of the
worth
moon.
mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
We copy, and thanks for sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
So, guys, this is the Western Hemisphere. There were Apollo missions that landed over here. I believe Apollo 12 landed over here somewhere. Hello. Onboards. Who wanted to see onboards? Yo, if I'm in another tab, you got me on in the background. They're showing on board the capsule right now, and you can see that there's pixels all over the DSLR, and it's getting fried by radiation.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just... You know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see
Tycho Crater,
Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3-dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Reed's talking about Tycho Crater. That's where Apollo 18 was going to land.
Copy, Moonjoy.
That's where, if the Apollo missions had kept going, they were targeting the Tycho Crater. That's freaking badass, dude. Oh, that's sick, man. Oh, I love this shit. It's so good. Yeah, 18 was nuts, Joe. Right? Artemis 1 flew by the Tycho Crater, but it was a different trajectory than this. They haven't determined where the first Artemis landing site is.
I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
You can hear her in the background.
Copy, Christina doing her best Reed impression at the window.
You hear her? What the frick, man? I mean, I'd be doing the same. I'd be like, dude, they would have to like blank out what I'm saying. It would be inappropriate, and I'm not ashamed to say that. I'd be like, look at that mother trucking gray thing, you know. Right, Ein? Yeah, with our technology today, this is like opening a whole new set of Xmas gifts from your wish list 50 years later. That's right, dude. Got the onboard again.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Houston, we won't have a good scene check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and get a sound check from you guys?
Garfagon, they're taking pictures of the moon. They're picking, Reed and Christina are picking out, they got the DSLRs and they're picking out shots of the moon.
Yeah, it looks like a Halloween movie right now, kind of greenish, but I think it's a pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they spotted the Tycho Crater. They're getting close enough to see it. So for reference, guys, Tycho is where Apollo 18 was going to land, where they canceled it, which is stupid, but whatever. What NASA administrator whipped Constellation into shape and finished the ISS? Mike Griffin. If Mike Griffin had his way, we would be on the moon instead of orbiting near it.
Jackie, if you're clear on the PAO setup, a couple more observations.
Yep, we are maneuvering. There's a little bit of in and out comm, but we'll take your observations.
Yeah, Zerd. They are currently, let me just give it a quick refresh.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
They are 197,357 miles away from Earth. That's 317,616 kilometers. Yeah, that's a long way.
Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
I agree, Fluffy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned
it was
before.
a little ways
I do
back,
think that
but
we have
yeah.
a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb.
So, guys, the stuff that they're specifically looking at is in the western hemisphere of the moon.
It's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be. But
They're
it's
looking over
very
here.
high albedo, as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome.
So the terminator is the divider between day and
We
night.
copy.
Or it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know, either one. Yeah, MJ, I know, right? They're using a little bit of a more high-powered antenna than what's in this thing, though.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orion spacecraft was maneuvered to an attitude a few minutes ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, no
you
way,
heard them
dude.
referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater and it's a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Orion Tall Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
So that video that you linked, Boreal, is the NASSP project that allows you to fly the Apollo missions using emulated version of flown software. Oh, that's sick, dude. That's badass. What is that Tycho crater? Dude, I'm scrubbing through the footage now. That's gnarly. From first-person view, that's bananas. Or, well, third person, but holy crap, that's a little... Why did we stop doing Apollo? That's so stupid. Wow, how dumb were we? Oh my goodness. Thank gosh for freaking rectifying this now. This is ridiculous. Currently, you can fly all missions with MCC support up to Apollo 12. Boreal, I could land. I could land. Yeah, I could land it. I don't need the computer. I'd be fine. You know how many things I've landed in KSP? Don't worry about this. I know people are looking at me like, yeah, okay, pal. Like, dude, no, I can land it. I can fly this plane. I could fly this plane. Yeah, I know, Karavik. Yeah. So accurate, you can use the actual flight checklist. Yeah, I could land that sucker. I could put the LEM on the surface. I am pretty damn confident in my ability. And it's not Dunning-Kruger confidence either. I could do it. Are you saying the shuttle was a mistake? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that's absolutely what I'm saying. Bro, you gonna choose between the shuttle and the Saturn V? And
integrity
no,
for
give me the Saturn V,
one
please.
more observation and a question.
How many hours are we from close moon stuff? Monday night, Flykin.
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene. And we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observation.
Of course, Mind Drive. The shuttle was awesome. I'm happy. I love the shuttle because it happened. But wouldn't you want a moon base?
Your very last, but other than that, copied all.
Sorry, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
mean, I love that space shuttle, dude. You know that. The thing's a monster. I mean, we could have gone to the moon with that thing. Should have.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, I know it's ours, right?
Sure thing. And I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
But, guys, we can get, and Lord knows I've done this many times, get annoyed at the past. Or we could see where we're at with the future and the present. Yeah, we shouldn't have stopped flying Apollo. Shuttle program was cool. This is awesome. You know why? Because this is happening right now. We're no longer waxing intellectual about future moon missions. This is happening right now, and that's cool.
Hey, Jeremy,
right?
For this scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Copy. Christina just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be directive. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, right there. I don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
Okay, Boreal. Yeah, I see what's going on here.
Okay, Jackie. It's set in position, so you can do the final scene check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy.
I know, good dog. Isn't it crazy? Dude, we got people within 100,000 miles or 160,000 kilometers of the moon. I'm addicted. I want more. I want more. This mission isn't done. This mission isn't even done. I want more. Please give me more now. I want more. Please. We got to make up for the last 50 years. Give me more now. Please. See?
Yeah, you can pause. It's all good.
That hasn't happened yet, Redbeard. Bro, I want another one teed up now. I want to do this again when these guys get back. No, annual missions, Karavik, annual missions are good. You know what, man? Frick it, I'm greedy. I want 4. Give me 4 of these a year. Doing this every 3 months, we could get away with that. Less unhinged DJ would say 1.
We'll be ready for an on-time start in about 8.5 minutes.
Less unhinged DJ would see, I want this. I can't get enough of this dude. This is the best. Form in the project on GitHub. Thank you. I will be putting those up there. I need more of this. I need more of it now. Frick 2 a year. Frick 2 a year. They can go faster than that. I've talked to guys that work at Michoud Assembly. I've talked to guys that work at Exploration Systems, Exploration Ground Systems, the guys that work in the VAB. I know a lot of them. They can go faster. Let's go faster. I want more. Give me 4. We need 4 SLS launches a year. Frick that. 1? No, that's stupid. We need 2? No. We need 4. I'm sorry. That needs to happen. I've talked to those boys. I know they can go quicker. They've told me. No, no B1S architectural nonsense. Get that EUS going. Let's go. What's the limiting factor on SLS? Drive. If we drove it like SpaceX drove the Starship program S, this wouldn't be an issue. I hope, and what I've been hoping is that this mission will show people that this is so freaking cool and we got to do it more. More! You know, like, guys, you say money, but it's not going to cost much more money. All the money that they sank into this is building out all the facilities to make the thing. The making the thing part isn't the expensive part. The building the factory to make the thing part is the expensive part. We've already spent that. Build it more. Build more of them. And like, this is not just my crazy opinion because I'm fanboying out here. Like, because that, I mean, I am. I've talked to the people that work there. They could do that. That's totally possible. Four SLSs on ML1 a year. Nah, you need the second one. That's why I say build out the EUS. Let's go. What would it take for the green light to do that? Well, 6-string, a good place to start would be getting these four souls back home intact.
Houston integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Ooh, different reference frame.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Allow it.
Houston, copies.
I know, Everest, right? Isn't it cool, man? They just changed the displays to orient the capsule relative to the moon. They changed the reference frame. They're not in SOI yet. They just changed the reference frame on the displays. Bro, we need 4 of these. We need 4 of these here. I'm sorry. I'm going to shout that from the rooftops until people tell me to shut up. And guess what I'm going to say? No. Kiss my butt. We need 4. No. Go away. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Gotta go. We gotta shout it from the rooftops. This stuff is great. You got that reference. Good for you. A VAB with 4 rockets in it. Not 1 or 2 or 3, but 4. 4 rockets. What the heck am I gonna do with an empty ML? Say it louder for those in the back. I want more. We need more. Something like that, Chris. Jeez. Yeah, Blue Cheetos. All right. What other space-related games do you like? I need something good to play in between KSP. Factorio is a pretty good time flying if you got a lot of spare time to burn. Factorio is fun. Especially with the Space Age expansion. That's a pretty good time. We definitely need to push harder if we're going to make this moon base happen. That's right, Shark. Satisfactory is a good time. Yeah, I play a lot of Satisfactory. What is KSP? Matt, KSP is Kerbal Space Program. It's a game where you design and build spaceships and launch them into space. It's the reason why I know orbital mechanics so well. Yeah. Like how I know what the spacecraft's doing, reference frame, how the craft flies. Oh yeah, nah. That game will turn you into a big nerd. That sounds like fun, Matt. That's how I got big streaming originally, dude. That was my big break, playing Kerbal. The developers noticed me playing the game, and then they retweeted me. That was like not recent. That was 13 years ago. No, almost 14 years ago. And yeah, I've been streaming ever since. I'm still friends with a lot of the developers. Harv, if you're out there, love you, buddy. Changed my life, dude. You stick to Minecraft? Minecraft's a good time. Yeah, screw KSP2. We don't talk about KSP2. That game sucks. Yeah, right, Mind Drive? That's a good time. But hey, we're not about the bad vibes here, dude. KSA is in the pipe, dude. Getting Space Agency. It's the spiritual successor to Kerbal. I'm a consultant on it, dudes. I help RocketWorks out when they need help. Because the RocketWorks guys know I am a Kerbal fanatic. More like KSP who, am I right? Got him. Oh.
Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here.
There you go, Six String. Just keep doing it. Your inertial unit is trying to steal the show here? What's going on? Not a planned release. They're just taking their time with it, dude. It's a space. I'm in space. It's from Portal, right? Yeah. Average people insisting that I made that one of my alerts because people think I'm the Space Corps. Space?
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Okay, here we go. The CSA VIP event is happening here. Let's see who we got.
Houston Integrity. We're looking forward to speaking with some youth today.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me?
It's on Steam, Jarrett. Yep.
Say again.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
What's up, Vic?
Good. It's you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Mississauga.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's no gravity?
She asked if they get CPR in space, for special training to give CPR in space. How do you do it when there's no gravity?
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
Got it.
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Reed's adjusting the speakers back there.
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us, and if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here, and one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here.
Dude, this is awesome.
We rearranged the wall. And Reed here, I can push on him.
Let me get out of the way.
So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Hey, whatever.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Oh, these are smart kids there, bud.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a
I want to
picture.
see that, dude. I need to see that at some point, man.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space and how do you cook it?
Types of food do you eat in space and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only been eating space food for a couple days here, but Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure. Let's see what we're going to pull out. So
my dinner.
This is Jeremy's dinner, and in space you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic bags or little metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Oh, thank you. Now I'm hungry.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy, je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de Terre?
No freaking way he asked that.
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today.
Hey, Berets.
And
Thanks for the raid,
I
dude.
shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour les questions, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre. Et c'est quelque chose incroyable pour moi. Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu un Déméter. Et ça, c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors, ça, c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth, partial crescent Earth. We've seen a dark Earth, and when we woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Man.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training in Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
Oh, yeah. Good question coming from Berta there, bud. C'est magnifique. Oui. Oui. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely. We have done some incredible geology training on Earth, and one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Kamastaston Crater. And I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons and a great team of geologists, scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how, craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Orion. And it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes, and it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough to see it. So we can't wait to share more when we get closer to the moon.
I'll bet you, like the Grand Canyon, a picture does not do that. This picture does not do that justice.
in Vancouver, BC, has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
I know what they're going to say.
Well, there are many great space movies. For our specific example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major malfunctions like Apollo 13 did, but they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together.
No, don't bring that up.
That's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. You have a space movie?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
All right, we have another question, Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario. How has your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
Of course, in life you do things as a team, and my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Thanks. Parker from Apsley, Ontario, has a question.
Why does water become spherical in space?
Good question. Great question. That's a really good one.
Well, my 3 crewmates lived on board the International Space Station for a significant amount of time, and so they've done a lot of playing with water, and so they were giving me a tutorial today at lunch.
Please do it.
Maybe I'll just get Reed to give you the tutorial that he gave me right now.
There it is. Look. Oh, that's so cool.
Well, here you can see the spherical balls that I just let loose on the cabin.
We got one coming.
Nope, there's one up there. Get it, Vic.
There's another one going over there, but it's really the surface tension. If you ever just see a little drop of water on your finger, even though it looks like a convex little drop on your finger in space, that surface tension is all around, so it just creates a perfect bubble because there's no gravity to act on it. And so it just stays in this perfect sphere, and it actually becomes a lens. And earlier today, we were laughing because we could make Jeremy's face go upside down or right side up.
Is that wild, dude? Did you see that?
It's pretty amazing. It's fun to play with water in space.
Victor's sending us a towel to clean up the mess.
Thanks for that demonstration. We now turn to
Did
Jackson
you see it when it hit
from
its
Calgary,
finger?
Alberta.
It covered his whole
How
finger.
did you get to be on the Artemis 2 mission?
Dude.
I'll answer while Jeremy's making a nice water bubble for you. How did Jeremy get to be on the Artemis 2 mission? Jeremy and I were selected as astronauts together back in 2009, and he was a member, obviously, of the Canadian Space Agency, and I was a member of NASA. And when Jeremy interviewed to be an astronaut, our chief astronaut, Peggy Whitson, was on their board. And Peggy came back from that interview and said, if Canada doesn't hire Jeremy, NASA will hire Jeremy. He did that well. So I think if you go through Jeremy's life, he grew up just a very inquisitive kid. He had huge dreams. He saw a picture of Neil Armstrong in an encyclopedia a long time ago walking on the moon, and it just sparked his curiosity and his imagination. And he always tells people that the most important thing when you have a dream and an aspiration is that you tell people, you talk about that. Some people may not believe you can do it, but you know you can do it. And the more you talk about it, the more people will begin to believe that you can make your dreams come true. And that is exactly what Jeremy did. So he turned his tree fort into a spaceship, and he became a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And then he got to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009, and the rest is history.
And I'm still not that good at water and space yet. I'm still learning, but I'll keep practicing.
Amelia de Mirabel au Québec a une question pour toi, Jeremy.
Quel rôle les jeunes d'aujourd'hui joueront-ils, selon vous, dans le futur de l'exploration spatiale? Et quel message avez-vous pour les inspirer?
Reed's a freaking man. I love that dude. I didn't get that question. I didn't understand it.
Alors, les jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle vraiment important. En fait, c'est nécessaire que la prochaine génération contribue à notre avenir, à notre avenir. Par exemple, c'est important de juste suivre vos passions. Quand il y a quelque chose qui vous intéresse, apprendre tout ce que c'est possible. Et aussi, partager cet rêve, cet objectif pour vous avec des autres et former une équipe. Et vous pouvez faire des choses importantes pour les humains. Aussi, avec l'espace, maintenant, il y a plein de moyens de contribuer à notre civilisation. Par exemple, on peut utiliser l'espace. Quand on trouve une solution qui utilise l'espace, souvent, ce n'est pas une solution locale, c'est une solution globale. Alors, quand on utilise l'espace, on peut aider le Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi les autres pays, n'importe où au monde. The question was, how can young people contribute to Canada's or the world's space future? And the reality is there's just so many ways that you can use space. And often in space, when you find a solution, it isn't a regional solution, it is a global solution that can be shared around the world.
Yes, I've gone to the Montreal
La
GP
prochaine
a bunch of
question
times.
vient de William, qui est avec nous dans la salle.
Je m'appelle William, provencher de Carignan, au Québec. Est-ce que les astronautes sont formés pour pouvoir réparer tout et n'importe quoi à bord de la capsule Orion?
He has something about the Orion capsule, right?
En fait, pour nous, on a la formation pour les astronautes et de réparer plein de choses dans les capsules, bien sûr, mais la plupart du temps, la formation, c'est piloter et opérer le vaisseau. Mais si on a des problèmes ici dans la capsule, on a une grande équipe sur la Terre qui peut nous aider pour réparer des choses. Alors, si quelque chose ne fonctionne pas, souvent, on demande à Mission Control à Houston pour nous aider à comment le réparer. Alors, on a des experts sur la Terre. The question was, are astronauts trained to fix everything on the capsule? And the answer is, we're trained to fix a lot of things, but a lot of our training is about piloting and managing the systems on the capsule. There's a lot of things that if they break, we call Houston, Mission Control in Houston, and they walk us through how to repair it.
That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Onyx in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
What happens to organs when your stomach is in space?
What do your organs like your stomach do in space?
So as far as I can tell, the question was, what happens to our organs in space? As far as I can tell, nothing. It feels very much like my body is operating pretty much exactly it did on Earth. The one thing that I noticed is, there is a blood shift. And if you knew me before I got to space, I'm sure my face is a lot puffier now, is because there's a lot more blood up in my upper regions of my body because gravity is not constantly pulling it down. And I can just sort of feel it in my head. It's like, I don't know, just something different. I can tell it's just slightly different. It's not bad, but it's just slightly different. But other than that, for me, not a lot of changes. But let's talk to the expert over here. She knows a lot about this.
Well, I did just think of two organs that I know of specifically that have very well documented effects in microgravity or adaptations. They're actually ways that your organs change, usually to adapt to the environment. And one of them is with your heart. Your heart actually changes its stroke volume because even though we exercise almost every day, the rest of the time your heart does not have to work as hard to pump that blood up to your brain. And it adapts to that, and its muscles actually change. And when you get back from a long duration space flight, you have to work really hard to get your cardiovascular system going. One other organ that is affected is your kidneys, because the kidneys and some of the parts in them actually rely on a gravity vector to work correctly. And they've found through science investigations on board the space station and things like tissue chips and organ chips that the kidneys are highly affected, and astronauts have to look out for kidney disease. So it sounds like you're kind of interested in medicine. Thought I'd mention those two.
Thank you.
Gotta be careful.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Jeremy, for sharing your amazing journey with us tonight and with all Canadians. Do you have any last thoughts before we leave you this evening?
Hi.
Just really great to spend some time with my fellow Canadians from way out here. We're if I do some quick math in my head, we're around 300,000 kilometers from home right now. It's an extraordinary journey, and sharing this journey with Canadians is incredibly meaningful for me, and it's so important that this generation and the next generation see themselves represented in this mission as these four humans and our incredible team from around the world head out on this journey around the moon. And just remember, Canada's future in space is bright because of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us here on Integrity. Have a great one.
I like Jeremy a lot.
Jeremy. Thank you.
He's a good man. This crew rules. I love this crew so much.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Whoever chose this crew.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm.
Such a good crew, dude. Oh my goodness. There you go, Ballin. Awesome, bud. Gosh, damn, that was cool. No word on the cruise yet, Van. We didn't choose the crew, they choose us. You know what? Like, I don't say this about Reed. Like, the reason why I like Reed Wiseman so much is because he's just a bro, dude. Like, you could tell that guy's got your back through thick and thin. Like, I've talked to people that have worked with him before. I actually when I worked at Best Buy, I worked with a guy who put ordnance on the planes that he flew. He said the guy was the real deal. Like, dude, it's just everything's fun. Just have a good time, man. I love that. I love it. That's right, Van. Yeah, Taylor, he's just a freaking man, dude. Like, I'm sure you can say it. Like, the guy that I talked to that worked with him out on, when he was on the carriers, like, was like, dude, this guy will buy you a beer and then make you spit it out laughing. So that's good. It's good to hear, man. Like, what a bad melon farmer, dude. That guy's cool, man. I strive to be like that, dude. I like having a good time, like making people laugh. And Reed kind of shows that you can have some fun and also command a freaking spaceship to the moon. That's cool, dude. That is cool. That's freaking cool.
Integrity, Houston, a few items to sync up on before you get into PMC and evening activities. Let us know when you're ready.
You're ready, Jackie.
All right, a couple of questions about today's timeline, and then some forward plans for the toilet and wastewater dumps. I guess we'll bookend with toilets. So first of all, we thought perhaps you had not prioritized toilet maintenance due to your earlier constraints. So if you had not gotten to the toilet maintenance block, we do need it before you go to sleep tonight due to oxone constraints.
Oh, no.
How copy?
No, not again.
That is complete.
No.
Excellent.
Yes, Obi-Wan. You're absolutely right.
We wanted to, we knew that maybe we stepped on some of the flexible HRP activities today, and wanted to let you know that at least the HRP standard measures we're looking for today, since it's asking about your first 3 days in flight.
Man, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Victor is going to knock that out soon. It was a flexible activity. He has not finished it yet. The other three are complete.
That's right, Blue.
Absolutely works for us. Thank you. And then a couple of questions from science. We wanted to follow up and ask if you were able to complete your LTP reviews today, if you had any questions on those. And then looking for confirmation that you have or you plan to transfer the images you took during today's observations so that we can downlink them tonight.
Did you get that TPS report done? Did you get that memo?
And Victor has that in work right now. I believe we all were able to complete our studying. One question I had was just understanding the different uploads and whatnot. Do I understand correctly that overnight tonight, the actual final plan that we will be executing will be uploaded into our LTP? Is that right?
Christina, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, no other questions about our LTP review. The materials were great, and it went well.
All right, one final topic for you, and we're looking for some feedback. Big picture for the toilet wastewater vent lines. We would like to try providing warm contents to the wastewater vent lines, ideally through a series of crew donations and then immediately followed by a dump. So we are wondering if you think that is something you could support this evening, and if you were to suggest a time, we would like to know what it is.
Jackie, are you looking for how the max number of donations or a minimum number? What would the minimum number be?
They want to get some pee in the tanks so they can test the dump system again, guys. That's what's going on.
Christina, we don't necessarily have a minimum number, but we'd like to get as many as possible back-to-back uses.
Right, number one, yeah.
We're looking for a good time, but yeah, I think we should all be able to cycle through there for you. I'm sure you've considered this, but
Play the
there
alert.
is also
You're right.
the option of PWD water heated in the food warmer, which will be very, very hot.
Yep. All right. Here we go.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
There we go.
Yeah, Christina, teams down here had similar thoughts, but that system is designed for a particular type of fluid, and we want to stick with that chemistry.
Interesting.
Understood. Makes sense. How about right after the flight director conference and that
Yes,
time
Ian.
frame?
It's a vent for liquid waste. Solid waste is captured on board, just like the ISS. Same canister.
That is perfect, and we will just take a call when you are all complete and ready for the event.
Or this isn't even in the worst of the talk, dude. You have no idea. They've been talking about this damn crapper all day.
Copy that. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great. That is it from us prior to PMC.
Private medical conference is PMC. It's when they talk to their doctors to make sure that they're, not, that space isn't, killing you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
You're not
Canadian
judging?
Space
Thank you.
Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen recently wrapped up a public affairs event.
Status item, docking camera activity on Reed's timeline is complete.
Night 12.
We copy.
They need to design better toilets next time. Yeah, too.
And then
This will
following
teach
that
them how
public
to.
affairs event, the crew has been chatting with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, who you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Orbit 2 Capcom is Jackie Mahaffey for this shift. They are talking through the remainder of the timeline for the day, as well as some wastewater dump activities that have been taking place. One of the activities that they were discussing was an HRP, or Human Research Program study, related to spaceflight standard measures. This experiment is conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station, and now also as part of the Artemis missions on board the Orion spacecraft. Through this experiment, it collects a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will also move into their daily private medical conference. This is a private conversation with the medical teams on the ground that they have every day, typically at the end of their day. And then following that private conference, they will have a brief private conference with the flight director currently on console, which is Diane Daly, who you can also see in the bottom corner of your screen. Following both of those private conferences, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this period, they will complete some hygiene activities, and they will also have the chance to eat their dinner and begin winding down for the day before they head into their sleep period.
Dude, I'm like bumming that this is, the day's over. This was so much fun today, dude. There was so much good stuff. Is that weird? Like, I don't want this day to end. Me too, Van. Me too. And there are 5 different hot sauces, man.
Discovery,
Hey,
go and
Wastewater.
throttle up.
Yeah, what's in store for tomorrow? All right, dude. So they're doing their PMCs, and then they have a private interview with the flight director. So that's a PFC. Let's bring up the schedule here. So We're in flight day 4, basically getting to the end of activities here, the pre-sleep period, which is this gray area right here. So, mission elapsed time right now is 3 days, 6 hours, 23 minutes, and 25 seconds. They're going through the private medical conference and then the flight director conference here. But man, I thought today wasn't going to be, like, I looked at all this. I'm like, okay, it's a bunch of different things, but man, was it a fun day. So, tomorrow's Easter, guys. So here's how this is going to work. I'm going to be here in the morning. I'll be here in the morning right here. So tomorrow, what you're really going to want to see is the DFTO ops. They're going to put their spacesuits on. And then they'll depress the cabin down to 10.2 PSI. That's cool. That's going to be fun, especially if we see them all in their flight suits and stuff. These depressurization ops are there to match Orion's internal cabin pressure to the cabin pressure that would be in Starship. Yeah, Starship, the lander. I mean, we got a tidbit of information here about Starship HLS. We know its lander, the pressurized interior on Starship is 10 psi instead of 14 like Orion's. So they're going to put their suits on just in case, and they're going to vent down to 10.2 psi. And then there's OTC3, which they might do, and some National Geographic stuff, and then tomorrow is actually kind of a short day. How long do they stay in the suits? 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, dude. So this is going to happen during the day. So guys, here's what's going to happen. I'll be in here and I'll be up in the morning, probably around 10 a.m. So let me see when that is on the flight plan here. Let's take a look. Yeah, it'll be sometime a little bit before the crew wake up. The reason why I'm doing that is because I need to reset the VODs, right? I gotta jog the YouTube VOD, right? And then I have to, actually we gotta jog both of the VODs now, actually. The Twitch VOD is at 46 hours, 20 minutes. YouTube is over at 10 hour 41, right? So I'll be here in the morning, and then I'm just gonna I'll let the stream go. I gotta go do Easter things, and then I should be back in time for the OTC3 burn, which is should be at 11. So I'll be back right in this area here. Maybe I might even be back by mealtime, but you never know. You never know. But yeah, I should be back for this to jog the VODs again. And then, guys, from there, for flight day 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the next 5 days, I'm here. I'm here for the duration. All of this. Flight day 6 is the next big day. The suit op stuff is cool. I really wish I could be here for that. But, hey, family comes first, right? So over here, right? That's the lunar operation stuff. This is Monday afternoon. Be here for Monday afternoon. That's when they get the close pass on the moon and the lunar eclipse where the moon eclipses the sun. You're going to want to be here for that. I would not miss that. Right? Thanks for doing this. No problem, dude. Going to the freaking moon, man. I ain't missing any more of this than I have to. I think Jesus would understand. Yeah, but my family wouldn't, dude. It's Italian family. You can't, dude, like non-negotiable, Christmas, Easter, non-negotiable. That, dude, you get in a lot of trouble missing that one, Yeah, so what I want to do, guys, is tomorrow I want to be back when they enter Lunar SOI. Lunar SOI should be about tomorrow at this time. About 24 hours from now, they'll enter the grav well of the moon. That's a big deal. That's right, Rev. Family, 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 family. Yeah, exactly, Doom. You can't miss, you miss that, you die. It's that simple. So, guys, what I'm going to do here before we send off for the night is, first of all, I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for sharing it with me. I ain't missing any of this. This is the coolest freaking thing. This is the coolest space mission I've ever seen with my own eyes by a long shot. And I watch shuttle missions, dude. A lot of them. This one rules. It's really good. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the support. It warms my heart that people are this gung-ho about spaceflight still to this day. It is cool. It's awesome. It's us at our best. And you know what, dude, I don't have any other way to say it. It is badass. It's so cool. You know, this is the kind of stuff you dream about as a kid. Like, just inject more space coverage into my veins. Yeah, exactly. Civil One, hey, thanks, man. Thank you for the 5-pack. I appreciate it. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be missing here for probably missing in action for probably about 8 hours. And then, do you stream on YouTube as well? Yeah, EJSA1 is my YouTube channel over there, early. Yep, shout out to the YouTube chat. Keep holding it down over there. These YouTube streams are the most views that I've gotten on any YouTube streams I've ever done. Best stream, grab a handful of spaghetti and hold it like you're fixing to break it. Yeah, hey, what are you doing? Yeah, so everybody who celebrates it, I hope you have a good Easter. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will be here for Lunar SOI. And then from there, that's it. We're here. We're here for the entire week. The whole week is going to be coverage. I ain't getting out of this damn chair until Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are back on terra firma. How about that? Except to go sleep and pee. That's about it. Dude, I've been doing everything up in the garage. I've been living in this room for like this entire week. So, I'm going to jog the VOD on Twitch. I'm going to jog the VOD on YouTube. I'll see you guys in the morning, only for a little bit, but I will see you then. Thank you very much for watching. Stand by for a momentary loss of signal on both sides, as expected.